Hello, beautiful people! The Peach Cobbler here with everything that you need to know about the Milk Cup 2025. Gonna Need Milk is going even bigger with a prize pool of $300,000, the largest for any women's Fortnite event in the US. There are 3 different series where teams can qualify for the LAN Championship. Each series will have an open qualifier and a main event. Open qualifiers and main events each have a slightly different format. For open qualifiers, teams have 3 hours to play a maximum of 10 games, and only your best 4 games will count toward your final score. There are no set lobbies in the open qualifiers, so once a team gets eliminated, they can immediately re-queue, and the next game will launch once the lobby is full. The top 50 teams from each qualifier move on. The main event is 6 games, with all games counting toward your team's score. For the Series 1 and 2 main events, the top 15 teams instantly advance to the LAN Championship. For Series 3, the top 20 do. Each main event has a $30,000 prize pool split among the top 25 teams. And yes, you can compete in all 3 series, even if you've already advanced to the LAN. So go get your bag, and maybe even more than once, and get that spot to LAN. Speaking of LAN, the format is going to be 6 straight games in a row, just like the main events. The teams will be getting a piece of a $300,000 prize pool. As for where the LAN will be held this year, well, you're just gonna have to wait and see. Follow Gonna Need Milk on X and get all the Milk Cup updates. See you out there, duos.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Milk Cup main event 3. So much great Fortnite action throughout the year. Thanks to Gonna Need Milk, partnered with the Peach Cobbler and Radiant. It's been great to see where the competition has elevated, what this has done for the scene, and I cannot wait for the event today. My name is Sierra Dawn. So happy to be here and joined by some real professionals. We are back with Kelly Link and Monster. How are we doing, friends? Another great day of women's Fortnite action ahead.
Yeah, I'm ready for it too, Sierra. Thank you for the big warm welcome. And obviously all of our friends over on the Milk side of things. Hey, y'all have been doing a great job, obviously rooting each other on. Last time I was up here, we saw some awesome competition, Sierra. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how things kick off today.
Yeah, being able to see how that competition has really just, I don't know, just ignited throughout this year. I think it's been so exciting, especially too when we talk about the LAN Championship and what these women are fighting for. And of course, when we're looking at the day, we got to start at the beginning and talk about what we're going to see and what format that is going to be as well. And what we've gotten to see throughout the year, I think has been a lot of fun. Again, we're looking for these teams to really go this distance and go for those victory royales. So Kelly, something that, yeah, we're prioritizing these teams in it for the long haul.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, with a victory royale being 65 points, obviously eliminations just being 1 point, it's going to be a very placement heavy tournament. And honestly, if you looked at the qualifiers, it seemed like a lot of our teams understood the assignment. They knew that placements is where they were going to go. A lot of them didn't go for those W key games that we see, Monster. So I think we're going to be seeing a lot of that again today.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we all know that when it comes down to the format, duos, high placement points, it's not difficult to get the elims necessarily, but it is so much harder to play for those wins. That's where things get really, really difficult towards those end games. But hey, we're gonna have 6 games. This is obviously a full build tournament, so it's your traditional battle royale. Duels has been heating up lately on the main kind of tournament stage, and now here, of course, for the Milk Cup scene as well. So I'm looking forward to it. Seasons 1 and 2, or the first 2 qualifiers, already passed though, right, Sierra? We had several teams advance. Today will be the last chance now, right? This main event here will be the last opportunities for the last 20 teams to now advance.
Yeah, and being able to see that has been so exciting because, of course, there is a lot to be playing for the Milk Cup because we're looking at, of course, that chance to make it to the LAN Championships that we keep talking about, which is such an exciting opportunity for these ladies. And, of course, a lot of prizing on the line as well, which is where we do get to see these duos re-enter into the competition. So it's with so much on the line. Let's talk about this first, because of course for the players, Kelly, that are qualified, this is what they're going to be playing for today.
I know everyone keeps looking to the LAN as like, this is where everyone's going for it, but you still make money going through these qualifiers. And I love the little bit of changes that we made from last year where the teams that have qualified can keep competing. So we see these big names every time because $30,000 on the line for the qualifier is a big chunk of change, Monster.
Yeah, definitely. And we see some repeat, returners, right? Fighting for these big dollars. So don't be surprised if you continue to see those ladies at the top who've been continuously earning week to week. And Peach said it best. Hey, just because you make money doesn't mean that you can't continue to come back and earn a little bit more after you've already solidified your land spot. So 300K total prize pool, 90K allocated towards the qualifiers. This is no joke as far as the overall, prize pool that these players are fighting for. And it's pretty generous too, right? Up at the top there too, especially if you get that first, second, or third place, you'll be walking away pretty healthily. And Sierra, take a look at this. This is obviously what we're waiting for today.
Yeah, when we're talking about the money for the people that have already qualified, that's all great and dandy. But of course, there is still going to be teams that are looking for that qualifying spot to make sure that they can play at that Milk Cup LAN Championships at TwitchCon. And when we are looking at 20 qualifying teams from this event, Kelly, we are qualifying a couple more, but still, the competition is going to be fierce for this reason.
Well, it's not just fierce for trying to make it into the LAN championships, right? But we have so many already qualified teams that are competing today. This is really probably the best practice that they are going to get for that LAN championship on October 18th. You want to make sure that depending on where people are landing, depending on what the current meta is, the players that qualified through May 1st played a very different game than what we can expect today. And probably even in just a few weeks, right, Monster? The game just changes so frequently. So I love that we're having these continuous tournaments, making sure that everyone is prepared and ready to go. And when I say everyone, my goodness, this is our teams that we have, all 50 of them, Monster. That right there is what I love to see.
Yeah, this is a pretty healthy set of duos list, right? We have a bunch going on here. A lot of these teams will be contesting one another. We're already moving hot into the new season, so I'm expecting a much different showdown, right? That's kind of the beauty of Fortnite and the way this kind of series has been broken up. But teams to look forward to. Obviously, we got the Frantics and Canaries here, right? Like we've talked about them week in and week out, and you have to constantly give them their flowers. But Kelly, there's so many other teams now that are obviously making this pop off as well.
Well, for me, I am looking to the teams that have not qualified to the LAN just yet. I know we got a lot of big names. We have so many people we can talk about, but let's talk about the teams that we're hoping find their ticket into the TwitchCon LAN. And first, we got to talk about Skurs and Adis. I'm so sorry if I said your name wrong. But Adis, actually a veteran, made the last Milk LAN. Now joined up by Skurs, who also made the last LAN, but a new duo. They have been performing relatively well. They got 34th place out of the qualifiers. Probably not the best performance that they wanted to see, but coming out of Utopia City contested definitely does add a level of, a little bit of an issue for their starting of the competition.
Yeah, this is one of the few teams that is actually going to be contested that aren't qual just yet. So for Skurs and Adis, they definitely have a lot cut out for them. And up at their draw spot, I mean, there's some pretty serious hitters all around them. Gazing Nicole's a team that hasn't quite qualified as well, and they're just off to the eastern side there. You have Daya and Yaz to the south, right? So they're almost surrounded by so many good teams. And then to the west, you have Mina and Vader, right? So Skurs and Adis really have to be careful to not only wrap up their fight quickly against Daya, Love, and Lavish Lily, whom also I believe are still fighting for a spot there too. So there's a big head-to-head happening just at this drop alone. Like Daya and Lavish Lily have those same exact problems, right? They're all trying to fight for obviously this positioning, all things aside.
And yeah, when you're looking at so many talented players that are still trying to make their way through, we've got to look at that step up today here, Kelly. So I'm really excited too, even if maybe things might not be in favor, just how they're going to be approaching this drop, I think is really exciting. So Thea and Lavish Lily, wishing them all the best of luck for today.
And I honestly, I think as far as competitors that we've seen, Daya and Lavish Lily is two competitors that we've seen in Women in the E Arena for years now. And honestly, I'm a little bit surprised that we haven't seen them already qualify to the Milk LAN. But with how many spots we have available right now and just how experienced they are as players, I can honestly feel like I can confidently say that we're going to be seeing them go into the LAN for TwitchCon.
I mean, it makes me feel like, you know, what's more difficult, to fight a team that's already qualified or fight the team that is looking to actually solidify a position as well, Sierra? It does feel like that might be the age-old question for this Series 3.
I mean, when you're talking about teams that oh my goodness, they haven't qualified yet. We've seen such a stacked competition throughout this year, and it's been so fierce. So it might be a little bit more pressure on some of these duos to try and get that qualifying spot today. But hey, it has been a whole year of the Milk Cup that really get to this point and everything else. So I think I'm just really excited to see this action for today, especially to just kind of eyeing up what they're able to give us, considering that we have seen changes, Kelly, as you were talking about, throughout each iteration of the Milk Cup in terms of meta, everything else, and how that's really going to affect the teams on the day.
Yeah, there's one thing that I have said for the last 5 years that I've been on Fortnite shows is that the best thing about these players is their adaptability. There's one thing you can predict from Fortnite is that it is unpredictable. You never know what the meta is going to be. You never know what the focus is going to be for rotations. You know what mobility is going to be. So to see these players be able to kind of adapt and learn from each event and to still be at the top of their game is just so impressive to me, Monster.
Yeah, and this is a brand new season, brand new meta, like you're kind of hinting at. You have crash pads in the mix now. I think 3 new medallions added to, 2 of which add some insane mobility, 1 of which is going to give you a ton of heals as well. As we start dropping and putting our focus towards that player drop map, though, like we said, Scars, Ada's versus Dialove and, you know, Lavish Lily there, they're going to be battling things out at the top. You have K-Mors and K versus Lena and Panda dead center. And then you even have, like we talked about, Ebeth, it's Italy, and Liz and Dolo as well. These are teams that still are fighting for a qual. Ebeth and Italy are not in to the finals just yet. So, I mean, even there, Kelly, that is another, again, problem, right, for Liz and or Ebeth and Italy there, who are trying to get their qual spot.
Yeah, a lot of these contested teams, and obviously what I'm seeing when I see these contested teams is a lot of them are the teams that haven't qualified yet, and that makes sense when you think of the big names that are here, as is with the FNCS. They just get to claim their POI to themselves. And obviously, I gotta talk about Frantic and Canary, the winners from Major 2, or say Major 2, I'm sorry, the main series 2. And then also, they did so well in the open qualifier. I mean, this duo is just dominating the competition, and to not only dominate but to also get Demon's Debris, and you were talking about it, the medallions, they have the mythic, that just every opportunity that they get from that POI onto arguably one of the most dominant duos that we have. I just wonder how much farther are they going to run away with things today.
Yeah, I mean, we know what they're motivated by, Sierra. It's those big dollars that are right at the end of the tunnel, right? And they've been fighting for it game after game, time and time again, and they don't hold back, right? This is one of the few teams that has that firepower. Canary, we've highlighted almost specifically or exclusively this year as being like the breakout player, I would say, amongst the Milk scene, almost transcending into just general Fortnite popularity at this point. She's so talented, and she's really continued to prove that.
I mean, all in the spirit of competition, teams that are trying to go for the run back, the title, the dominance, and of course, teams still trying to fight for their spot at the LAN Championships. There is so much to fight for today, and I hope that you're ready, because we certainly are. So let's get ready. Make sure you have your milk. The Milk Cup Main Event 3 starts now.
We have the eyes on the LAN Championship. We don't want anything other than to win, so that's what we're just going to play for.
She cannot be stopped. It is so impressive what she is able to do.
Make sure that you stay tuned, because the final hour has arrived.
We're winning it again.
We are here, Taco. We're right here, right before game number 1. And our analysts kind of broke it down, like from top to bottom, laid that foundation. We have returning legends, some big names, and we have some teams fighting for that LAN spot qualifying championship. This is what we came to see.
This is exactly the moment that all of these ladies have been waiting for, that one opportunity, Jacob, that final chance to prove that they've got what it takes to qual themselves to that Milk Cup LAN at TwitchCon San Diego later on this year. But it's not going to be an easy endeavor by any means. These ladies have certainly got their work cut out for them tonight.
Yeah, it definitely is one of those things. You got Nina and Vader, who won the Series 1. Canary Frantic won Series 2. They're both kind of looking at a back-to-back, or at least 2 champions throughout the course. But I'm looking at some of the other teams, you know, down the list. That drop map showed there's 2 big POIs that are uncontested, or just no teams landing there. Rangers, Ruin, and the Hive. So as the day does go on, Taco, I'm going to be looking at the drop map from game to game to see who is going to adapt in their game plan, try to move over, take one of those mythic medallion POIs, but most importantly, Taco, this season with the changes, that XP that'll also grant them access to that vault.
And that's a key factor here too, is getting those OXR rank ups on a pacing that's going to allow you to have that little bit of an advantage over the rest of the competition in these lobbies. But you really got to get a move on, and you've got to be quick about it too, Jacob, because you don't want to find yourself falling behind either on any of these kinds of rotations. With the way that we've seen mobility kind of start to take over with the reintroduction of those Flowberry Fizzes, having those Crash Pad Juniors, anything and everything could go down with some of these early game fights.
Yeah, and I think, you know, kind of going back to Series 1, Series 2, you know, I think Kelly said it, how drastically different the game is. I know we were using the wings and the cape form to kind of navigate the game, and you talked about the crash pads, the Flowberry Fizz. That just allows players to just be extra aggressive, make those plays. You might feel safe in one of your surge towers, but if you don't have a roof on it, you are never going to be safe, and then you have those new launch pads. So I think this is going to allow for a little bit more comfort from some of these teams that do overstay their welcome just a little bit in the zone, maybe trying to get some extra loot from those contested drops. So now they're going to be able to cover so much distance, not take as much damage, and maybe get in towards the mid-ending portions of the game with more loot than they would think.
And that's also just going to be something that I think these ladies are just going to have to be very considerate of. What do our mid-game resources look like as we're heading into the end game? Because we know just how hectic some of those moving zones can actually become, Jacob. And so for a lot of these ladies, it's about just getting started on the right foot. You've only got 6 lobbies to try and make some magic happen here. And this is going to be one of our key teams to keep an eye on, Lavish Lily and Dea. These 2 ladies have been very familiar with what it takes to actually qualify to that LAN competition, but it's an interesting starting point because you know that you're going to have a little bit of company directly next to you, but conning doesn't seem to be their primary interest. They're going to be more than happy to split these barrels, get their shields online, and then maybe look to get a little bit fraggy as the match develops.
Yeah, I'm just calling it already looking at the mini-map. I thought it was going to be as contested as well, but looks like maybe things have changed. But one elimination already going down. Not sure if Jade or her teammate picked that one up, but they're looking for Crocs down below. But you got to be careful. Ooh. Don't slide down the mountain. That would have been a blessing in disguise for Crocs, as it does look like she is going to be able to get away underneath into that kind of cave underneath where there is a lot of loot. There is access to the high point on that mountain with that porta potty. So there's going to give options for Crocs to stay alive, whether she goes back for the teammate, revive, or reboot card later on in the game.
Could have definitely been a much worse outcome there for Jade. Fortunately, she's able to find a little bit of a foothold throughout the floor, but yeah, some of those early aggressive moments, you got to be careful in the interest of like not over peaking. But if we're talking about teams that like to get aggressive early, Moxie and Reg certainly one to keep an eye out for. But Kappa Kappa Factory seemingly bumping right now. Karina and Kiana both kind of just trying to stay a little bit more tucked away, not wanting to overexpose. It's always tough though, Jacob, because you never want to be some of the first teams to get eliminated. But Karina, she's going to have to make a move here. Lost most of her shield in that last little bloom battle exchange. And now Karina, Kiana, trying to provide some supportive measures. Karina is still looking to play just the lower end, but she'll drop back to Kiana, recognizing the fact that hip-to-hip might bode a little bit better for both of these ladies. Either way, they're going to have to make a decision, Jacob, if they want to get out of this one.
Yeah, Yeah, it almost feels like you could hear the communication going down. Karina just had the high ground. Kiana said, no, I probably can't get to you. You're going to need to drop down to me. Exactly what they do. And this is going to give them a little bit of leeway here, a little bit of flexibility, because now it looks like another player starting to threaten over this. You see another team fully on in the distance. Even though they're not progressing their game plan, instead of getting loot, getting materials, what they're doing now is just kind of staying alive, hoping the team above them does get a little antsy and hopefully makes a mistake that they can capitalize on.
Solid angle hold, though, from Neutral and Robin. Looks like they're trying to split the line aside, but Neutral goes for a tag, trying to make an approach from the flank, but Karina, Kiana, they're just a little bit too low on material here, Jacob. They've used up basically everything. Neutral and Rogue have a little bit more to work with, but first off, they've still got to see if they can keep applying continuous pressure. They're not giving Kiana or Karina the opportunity to farm out any additional mats. They're both just trying to bail, disengage. They don't want to continue this fight unless Neutral might be poked out a little bit more than what she was expecting. But this has been a solid defensive attempt out of Kiana and Karina, especially. They kind of started this match, I think, Jacob, on the back foot here, and they've done a decent job of recovering it. Sure, it might interrupt their loot path later on, but they're still alive.
Yeah, loot only means so much. If your teammate goes down, you have 20 HP just trying to float around to stay alive. I think they make the smart decision, all things considering. Live to tell the tale. Worry about the scraps later. The only downfall you see is the zone is kind of hovering over this side of the map, so it does look like it's going to force teams from the north into their direction, so timing is of the essence for them. And I think Neutral and Ardu are thinking the same thing. We're going to have to let that team disengage. They're very, very low on medium ammo, which means they could not keep the spray on the distance, and they're very, very low on materials as well. So both teams, I think, making that smart decision. Let them kind of disengage towards their separate directions and then just kind of loot up. You will face them off later on in this same game, so making sure think about the future is going to be the biggest thing for them. As you can kind of see just around the lobby, other teams kind of making their rotations fast and early, just trying to get any priority position with the zone pulling towards the south.
Motley seems like she's got a little bit of an interest towards that team, just hovering slightly south of their current position. But if you were able to get a little bit of surge damage online early, the big thing that Motley is after here, she really wants to see if she can get a piece out of AFK and her duo. If they are a little bit more preoccupied with trying to get tags off on a separate team, it doesn't even look as if they've noticed Motley or Nolik in their current box position, but Bali and Oleg, they're more than content, Jacob. Just take their time. They're not in any sort of rush. They are one of those teams that are going to be approaching from that northern kind of section. And Swarmy Stash, they are bound to encounter at least one or two other teams soon with a wraparound.
Yeah, what I like about this team here, Taco, is they're playing with a different kind of pressure versus some of the other teams in the lobby. Botlane just did not make it in Series 1. They weren't even a duo together for Series 1. Series 2 happened. They perform well. They get that spot for the LAN finals. So now, even though they know they still got to practice, they want to perform well, they want to get first, call themselves champion right before the LAN, but they don't have to worry about anything that may or may not go wrong because they already have that spot secured. So I'm not going to say it's practice, but this is going to be some of the best practice they're going to get going into that LAN at the end of October. So it's going to be very, very interesting how they perform, what adjustments they make throughout the course of the game. Same could be said for Maddie and Sophie landing above the Hive. I only wonder kind of what their XP rank is right now, because I do think they have a lot of access to just a little bit more than some of the other players on the map because they do have those bug farms.
But for Maddie and Sophie, one big factor for them, well, poor Nia just trying to skirt by, but Maddie's not going to let that one go for free. Good awareness, though, and a good positional check, too. Find Maddie just kind of reminding some of these other competitors in the lobby, hey, you're not going to be able to rotate by me for free. But the bigger thing I wanted to get back to here, Jacob, is that this is one of our already qual to LAN teams. And that just alleviates so much pressure from your shoulders because you know there's 20 spots on the line, but what Maddie and Sophie Ann are after, aside from that practice, is you got to remember there is still $30,000 attached to the quals here today. So I'm definitely waiting to see if Maddie and Sophie Ann are going to look to try and take that one step up on the competition to see if maybe they, go for a little bit of a cheeky top 3 here.
And I think they're already making those conscientious decisions that you're talking about. They saw a fight in the distance. I think it was Ama who did get knocked down. Teammate is still alive, but they're like, nope, I'm going to continue rotating the zone. I don't want to get caught behind, especially since it is pulling further and further away. Smiley, Sophia, looking like they're taking a very, very similar storm fight. Sophia getting tagged up, Smiley as well, but they converge into the same box, pop a couple of those flashes, and looking like they're trying to make space. They don't know how many other teams are here, and they're just continuously taking damage. They need to figure out a way to show a little bit of offense here, and I think right now with Smiley taking that low approach, that could be the angle, but those third parties are just doing so much damage, and Smiley with 1 HP is going to drop.
She just doesn't have any white heals, and Sophia, she'll be forced to just completely disengage. She doesn't have any white healing resources either, and so just scrambling to go as far back into the storm as possible, hoping that nobody else catches wind of this solo. Maybe she can hit a geyser for a quick little stim of 30 to her HP, but bandages will be her lifeline. She's still going to have to make a play eventually, though, for Smiley on the reboot, and it's still a really awkward position because you know there's going to be teams holding on the edge of zone.
Yeah, but the glass of milk half full type of guy in me says that at least the zone is pulling further away. So those teams are going to have to make a choice. Do I camp the card? Do I have the med kits, bandages, the med miss smoke to make that play viable? Or are they going to have to rotate on out, making Sophia have an opportunity to get that reboot card back? Crash pad's going to be key. You talked about the geysers, and that's going to replenish some of that HP once it does launch her in the sky and get her that bird's eye view, a good amount of information about where the players are rotating away from that card and give it the best chance to get the teammate back.
Here's a duo, though, that doesn't need any assistance whenever they're in a lobby. Yaz and Daya, easily one of our powerhouse teams competing in tonight's third Milk Cup qualifier. And Jacob, the world is looking like their oyster right now. It seems like Yaz is really just trying to scout out, check these bushes, make sure that they're not having to deal with some kind of crazy sneak play. But I like the way that they're choosing to wrap, and they're also controlling the flow of the teams behind them. They're already looking to try and take up an aggressive position onto Pao and Yves, and those two aren't careful on their next rotate. They might get tagged out of the sky.
And this is one of those teams, second place in the last Series 2 qualifier. We talked about Canary's team. We talked about Nina's team being champions of 1 and 2. Now let's talk about this team having a shot and being into the mix. They're rotating ahead of all these teams already. They know the zone is pulling towards the south, and they were using that bush, kind of like we were talking about, to try to sneak some shots on team, accumulate that surge. And surge, me and Monster talk about it all the time. It's like currency. It allows you that flexibility to focus on the rotate around the lobby versus some of the other teams that may be on that line of storm surge or underneath that have to switch up their focus.
And just based on the way that some of these ladies are kind of trickling in towards these northern sections of the edge of zone, you can tell that some have experienced that luxury item of acquiring that surge early on, Jacob. Others, it all depends. Was it more emphasis on a dead side rotate, or were you able to still maintain that heavy pressure towards keeping that surge above the damage threshold? Only time will tell. But Kels, Lily, they seem to be in sync right now.
Yeah, it seems like they know exactly what they want to do. They had information of all the teams rotating in front of them. They can kind of make a smooth rotation, not really waste too many of materials on the way there. They see one team kind of boxed up in the distance, but they're watching it right now, seeing if anybody makes an edit, anybody makes a peek over the cone. That's what they're going to use to kind of protect themselves. But for now, they're just kind of conserving as much material and, most importantly, as much time as possible. You see they're just trying to go on over to the dead side of the rotation, which is the east side of the map overall.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it, Jacob. There are definitely some ladies that you just don't want to encounter on some of these rotates. And I think when we think about teams like, Frantic and Canary, the real problem with them isn't necessarily if they see you, it's if they tag you, because you know that they're going to key you. And that's something that Jade and Madden have been dealing with since the start of this match. Not necessarily with that team I just mentioned, but just in general, Jacob. They've had to get a little bit more active early on, and it seems like they're still able to make the most of it. But right there in the distance, Canary and Frantic, a little bit of an uncomfortable setting, but still Jada and Marin, they definitely have a little bit of leeway with moving and not necessarily getting too heavily fragged out by those two in the surge base.
And I like the proactivity as well. You see they immediately rotated on over from the western side where they landed on top of those mountains, and they kind of boxed up on the southern edge of the zone just outside of Outpost Enclave, giving them kind of another one of those slow rotations where not too many teams in theory should find themselves crowded on this side of the map. They have that one elimination from the early portions of the game. It's not a massive amount of search by any means, but it's at least something for them to feel confident, feel flexible, to kind of rotate and do what they want. And now they can rotate and watch any of these other teams that are trying to make a similar rotation as them. Smiley in the feed getting 2. Scars making a very, very similar rotation that I'm talking about. But as more and more teams start to think, hey, let's go to the slow side, let's go to the dead side, it in fact makes it the opposite, as you see 3, 4, 5, 6 teams on this side of the map already.
Scars and Ada's loadouts may be reflecting, though, a little bit of that early off-spawn split. While they're not directly fighting Dea and Lavish Lily, it's still clearly having a slight impact in terms of their material count. This is a little bit rough, and they're a team that's definitely able to pop off, so I'm kind of anticipating for them to just look for the right opportunity, whether it's a third party, whether it's initial good jump in onto another team. They're probably going to need a refresh. And simultaneously, Jade, Madden, still boxed up, hovering around the vicinity of, like, Outpost, but Vanessa in the scope. And Jade not willing to take the shot just yet. Still just trying to kind of keep head on a swivel and just moderate who's rotating where around them.
Over here trying to do the same thing. I wish I had a cone to peek through because it almost looked like Vanessa by herself. I didn't see Liz anywhere on the mini-map. She's probably crossing her fingers, hoping the zone pulls towards the north. That way it kind of ups the chances of getting the reboot back on. Maybe getting the teammate back if she's even down. But it looks like Crocs was able to save the day. We started this game off with Crocs by herself, just trying to run away, stay alive, saying, hopefully I can get my teammate back. Well, that hope has just became a reality. Sweet is back into the game as well, but this is kind of what you were talking about. The Storm Surge, 7 below for Scare and Melody. This means they no longer have too much control over the game plan because they have to fight the nearest team, which is that one right above.
And for Sweet, that might have actually been the lifeline that Melanie and Scare needed. 45 above, but crunch time is still on right now, Jacob. They've got to try and see if they can maybe translate this into an elimination. If not to, you know that Crocs' duo is already having to deal with those early game woes. They clearly made a big play, though, from Crocs managing to get that reboot off for Sweet in the first place, but it's just, what can you do after the fact if you get held like this by a team that's also looking for that surge damage? Melanie and Scare, this is going to be their best opportunity. They can't afford to let this one slip through their fingers, so they're choosing to just stay box underneath Sweet and Crocs. But now Sweet, Crocs, a little bit of that third-party intervention. They're trying to apply some pressure themselves. They need this refresh too if they want to keep game one a little bit more tossed in their favor. But Melanie, Scare now trying to see if she can make the approach for that height retake. And Crocs, she's just so incredibly low, trying to see if she can scurry out, but the shot's not going to connect. Scare gets the upper hand, and the clean 2-piece elimination there for Scale and Melanie. But Crocs and Sweet, they did what they could with what they were given, Jacob. It's so hard trying to play recovery from an early game elimination.
Yeah, it's just very tough, especially since it kind of pauses everything you have to do in terms of surge, because you got to get your teammate back up. And even with those 2 eliminations, Scare and Melly still have to think about Storm Surge. They were less than 100 above with those eliminations, just like Mystic. Shadow here, stuck on the other side of the map, momentarily become a little bit of focus to multiple teams on the lobby. They're hoping they don't have enough ammo to keep this pressure going because they're kind of stuck underneath. In terms of Mystic, you only see the bed miss, so no shields to regain here. So really relying on Shadow to have the extra resources that they need.
Just squeezed right now, though, and Shadow only has a single small shield potion to offer to her teammate. And Mystic, it's something better than nothing when you're in these types of circumstances. But for Cat, she's got to try and turn things around big time. That elimination onto Smiley is the clutch up Cat needed to do. Spinor, welcome back. The revive is going to be a success. And that little bit of a refresh, too, could go a long way for these two.
Yeah, especially since some of the other teams might not be positioned best when it comes to the Storm Surge overall, as Mystic, Shadow might be 100 above. They're trying to focus on this rotation. They got one of the max pulls overall in the lobby, and that team above them doesn't seem to want to let them go for free. They're just trying to make as little noise as possible. You see them crouching, trying to hide the audio visuals as much as possible and even heal where they can. We saw the last mini being used, so it's straight HP for them. And with them having very limited extra HP resources, they got to start thinking about that rotation.
But here's the saving grace. Shadow Slayer and Mystic, they've at least got one more crash pad left to their name. But they've got 94 damage above, Jacob. While all these other teams are trying to just scurry ahead, try and get into an optimal position so that they can look back and spray the rest of the lobby to get their surge damage online, Shadow Slayer and Mystic, they've come up big. They've extended where they're at least one little bit further. And if the lobby can kind of thin itself out, throw a little bit of attention away from where Mystic and Shadow Slayer are at, they're going to need some help from these zone pulls there, Jacob, without any shields.
You're seeing kind of two different sides of what's going on in the game. One team just kind of hunting down, trying to get some extra shields, extra loot. The other one, Lina and Panda, they have a decent loadout overall, even though it's not the best. 25 on the Fizz, 50 on the shield, but they put themselves in the focus of that zone just onto the edge. Got to stay alive just long enough, but they're burning through a lot of their materials. They got to figure out a way to reposition just slightly to stop that focus from coming through, but that one's not going to be it. Lina still is taking the charge, down to 8 builds overall. And there comes the help from Pandemit, splitting up those materials, and as they assess the situation for the zone, this might be a-okay for them. Even though they were the focus, they realized the teams that were just focusing all have to rotate to the zone, and meanwhile, they're that much closer than everybody else.
And this might be exactly what they need to try and turn things around too, Jacob, because they could definitely use a refresh. And if some of these teams are going to be a little bit scuffed passing by them, that is a primo opportunity to try and work a little bit, get a little bit more eliminations going. But Meta and Jade, they can't afford to wait any longer. They want to get ahead of the rest of the pack. They're already going to make their move with that Fizz and crash pads. They've managed to find somewhat of an isolated position. Nobody seems to be lobbying them just yet, but anytime a team gets lobbied, you always have to remember, it's business, not personal.
I'm not sure if they know this or not, but the right side of the zone overall relatively clear because of the zone pushing teams down from the north, pushing them east from the west. So not too many teams rotated this deep into the zone overall. So if they're quick, they can make a rather safe rotation, or at least most of the way through. But as we get to the actual zone, you're seeing it going up the side of this mountain. Kind of a roller coaster of emotions if you're not prepared for it, and if you don't have the materials to make it up, because at the bottom, you're seeing so many teams begin to stack up and make sure that they're crowded around, forcing other teams that are not in the zone just yet to have to rethink their strategy.
I like this stuff from Neutral and Robin. They're already trying to be proactive about how they're going to look to try and challenge Hyatt. This is a duo that does love to play from that elevated position, but first they got to clear their path through it, just tearing down these walls surrounding them. Big tags now onto Leslie, but Neutral has been ate alive with her HP too. She's got to fall back. Robin doing what she can to try and hold the walls, maybe look to set up a pre-edit just in case Leslie and her teammate decide to get a little bit more aggressive here, but Robin, she'll just play fully defensive measures. Doesn't want to risk anything while Neutral's taking this opportunity to heal up, but that might be the difference between having an open challenge for height and having to retake it from somebody else.
And for Abby and Leslie, I like how they just didn't get over aggressive. It's only 1 point per elimination. Staying alive much longer into this game will probably net you more potential opportunities there. Even with the players weak, they just kind of hold their ground, making sure to know that the rotation is coming soon and prepare for it. The information you get to the cones is so important, as Val is just getting pushed further and further down the side of the mountain. The blessing here, Taco, is that she's not too far away from where the actual zone is and finds a good shot onto Melanie, but that's just one good shot from the sweeper. If that was a Sentinel, it probably could have been a whole different game.
I think that would have been an entirely different conversation with the Sentinel, but you just got to make do with what you're given at times. And Stormy, she's still managing to stay just a little bit tucked away, kind of hovering this front side low, waiting for maybe a player or two that's not in the best position to try and work through where she's currently boxed up, but it's a little bit risky as a solo, Jacob, trying to claim so much space. She does have a lot of materials though, and that's definitely something big to work with. She might have just found her victim, Kiana, gonna eat a massive tag here. She'll be forced to fall back. So frontside low, now gonna be looking at taken over by Yaz.
Yeah, patience absolutely perfect there by Val, just waiting for those teams to bypass and try to get a shot. Another good one right there by Freak, just gets the elimination onto Val. No, that was a solo, and at least some placement points started to click in before it finally going down. You got to start to build that confidence. You see the whole western side of the map is going to be clear, forcing everybody at the back end to have a max rotation, and it's going to be a crowded one at that. So Flowberry Fizz Crash Pad might be the name of the game.
But Emma and Florina, they've at least got enough to work with. Emma's waiting. She's about to toss out. You can tell they're going to make this rotate ASAP. They're looking to get across. If they can maybe try to claim a frontside position, that could be the difference maker. But whether or not they hover low, that's the real question that I have, because Frantic Canary, another one of our leading contenders in this lobby, they're after nothing except for first place. And Fran Canary already looking to get a little bit active here. They've caught attention, though, from more than a couple of teams, just trying to make sure that they don't get sandwiched in the process. But a good stake right now in a slightly elevated hold.
And you can see they're looking up, which means they're eyeing for the high ground. Is it possible? They just had it moments ago before they crash padded to the front side of the zone. Even though they have a little bit more distance to go, this is their chance right now. Accumulating that information, trying to figure out what that next play is going to be. And they see that team right in front of them. The players in their path, whether they go right through them or wait for them to rotate on out and steal the high ground away, might be another story. Neutral by herself as a solo. Realizing got to start to heal up, does not want to take one big shot from both of any players to go down easy, so just trying to wait, see where the zone goes, seeing the cutback on that one, and that one's going to help a lot.
But the zone pool is still brutal here, Jacob. Just the way that it's dipping over these drastically shifting elevations from the cliff hold and neutral. The real question becomes, do I commit to high? Do I commit to low? And for so many of these ladies, they're just having to burn all of their materials, just trying to survive, going back up and down this hill face. Neutral, one of them, having to break through so many pre-existing builds, has managed to kind of hide away temporarily in this secondary height hold, but she's bound to encounter someone eventually.
Yeah, and all the placement points that she's picking up here as a solo are absolutely massive. As Canary and Fran, yep, they found their throne on top of the sky right now. They had it once, gave it up, and reclaimed it. Looking down in front, that's Nina and Vader. That's their competition winners from Series 1. And I think this is kind of the same song and dance that we saw in Series 2, where they were actually the champions overall. They fight for high ground game after game after game, and they put pressure down. So any team that tries to look up, they take so much damage, and they're forcing each and every one of these teams to interact with each other, which is causing so much commotion down below.
But Canary and Fran, they've got to be careful. They want to make sure that they're still suppressing these lower layers, because things are definitely getting bumping now. Abby with a really nice pickup of the medallion on top of that last elimination. Going to be able to play the med kit, just hoping for a little bit of placement advantages. Same mentality for the touch flashes, but now finally crash padding will end up front side zone, but immediately having to look back. She knows that trouble's brewing directly behind her. Vader and Nina looking to try and have full control of this low ground, Jacob, but Fran and Canary with double legendary slurp juices. Do Vader and Nina have what it takes? I mean, we can't even discredit the other ladies that are stuck underneath with them, but it's just solos trying to intervene between these two duos.
Yeah, two solos, two different duos. You see the drop downs about to come in. They want to make sure to finish this one off. That was looking scary for a moment, but the Slurp Juice making sure to keep them healthy during all of this. They don't want to get shot down and take all that fall damage, so they're just taking it layer by layer. Continue to let the team scramble down below as Nina's going to get dropped. Vader does pick up the elimination. The Siphon keeping her alive, but it's Fran and Canary. It's 2v1. There's 4 splashes. There's a Slurp in Fran's inventory. Vader has to figure out a way to get the eliminations here, but there is no chance. 9 eliminations for Canary and Fran as they win and start off the day on fire.
And does it really come as any surprise to see that Canary and Fran are able to convert a game that they're playing exclusively from high ground, Jacob, into a victory royale? It's definitely a very big standard that they have already laid out in front of the rest of the competition in this lobbies tonight. But I'm definitely excited to see what actually happens and the implications on the leaderboard, because again, 20 spots on the line here still.
Yeah, and they did such a good job of just any time a team even tried to look up, even rotating through, they put pressure down, they destroyed crash pads, they got everybody to melt those builds. So even though they weren't accumulating a lot of those eliminations late in the game, they were the ones reaping a lot of their rewards because nobody contested them at all.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see what they're able to do with the remaining lobbies. But first, Jacob, we're going to have to hit a quick break. So when we return, make sure you got your chocolate milk and are ready to see the rest of the action.
Welcome to Alt Tab. We have 4 players going head-to-head in a mini bracket, but there's a twist. See, it's not just about winning fights. It's about dodging the world's most awkward, cursed, and unnecessary questions. Okay, are you guys ready?
Yes.
I'm ready.
3, 2, 1, go. Oh my god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. How do you guys build this fast? Oh, we're going up. We're going up.
Oh my gosh.
Higher. Higher. Oh my god. Does she know? Does she know? She knows. She knows. Okay, she actually knows where she is. It's a lot of building right now. Not a lot of fighting, I gotta say. I saw someone get some shield off, but come on. I want to see some action. So, you know, bare nickel kind of.
No,
Oh,
you're so low.
Oh.
Ooh. I trolled.
Okay.
I trolled.
Are you ready for your question?
Yeah. Oh, no,
Who is the most famous person in your contacts?
Paris
Ooh.
Hilton. Or wait, no.
What?
Well, Paris Hilton or Heidi Klum. One of them.
Oh wow.
You know what? I was not expecting those two.
What
I
did you
expected
think?
like, you know, like maybe like a streamer or like, you know, not someone as mainstream as Paris Hilton and Heidi Klum. Like that is wild. I gotta choose like a good question to make him like fight harder for this. Hold on. Gotta make him-
Right now.
I have a good one. So you might want to win. You might want to win fast.
Desker, come on.
All right, I'm gonna play weird then.
Slow it down. Take a freeze. You know, take your time. Drink some milk. No excuses, just results. Come on, lock in.
This is just results. She's making me scared.
Oh my god, I'm like.
Oh my god.
Oh, that was
No,
clean. That was clean.
It's
The
tough.
question for you again. What is the last thing you Googled word for word?
Okay, let's see. I'm scared.
What was the last thing I Googled word for word?
Mine is how to turn PC off.
Bro.
I mean, I don't claim to be good at tech in any way. In fact, I claim the opposite.
Exactly.
Usually there is a button or an option. Usually.
Yeah.
Are we ready? Are we in our places? All right.
Yep.
3, 2, 1, go.
Just wait.
Oh, we're waiting. Never mind. Never mind. Wait. Yes. Go. Okay. Be free. Oh no! It's over. It's over. If you were famous, what would you be famous for?
Definitely not my building skills. It would probably be my hobby, which I have poultry. So I had a turkey that almost beat the world record for oldest turkey, but he died like a year before it. So that would probably be my thing. Maybe I'll have one that like outlives me or something crazy.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go. Ooh. Oh, we're flying. We're flying.
We got this. We got this. We're gonna work out.
Oh, where did you go? Where did you go? Sorry. Oh, there. Oh, we're going. Ooh.
I'll come down. Oh shoot. I mean, should we just no?
All good. All good. All good. All right.
Is this family friendly?
If you trick shot this, I'm about to be very mad.
Oh,
Okay, wait. Okay, I'm gonna ask you a different question. This is kind of like a side one. Do you have like like a poultry like species that you hate?
no! I don't necessarily hate them, but I don't know how familiar you are with guinea fowl, but they're the loudest, and I can deal with loud. Like I love geese. They're the loudest, most obnoxious breed or species I've ever met. Like they are that guy. They're so annoying.
They are that guy. I think we've all had a random or even a duo like that out there.
Yeah, they just.
I am that duo. Sorry. Three, 2, 1, go. Oh my god, I'm nervous. It's the finals. Oh my god, they're gonna run at me! Oh my god! Oh my god, I'm scared. Oh my god, wait, oh my god.
Wait, who did that?
Wait, that's not.
Wait, oh my god, wait, is that you?
That was an accident. Wait, I was trying to tab out and That it made me wasn't shoot. it.
Yeah,
I
no.
gotta turn the other way. Wait, I'm so sorry. I tried to tab out and it just made me shoot. I'm gonna look the other way.
I'm scared. I need an adult. I am an adult.
You're
I am a
scared.
6-year-old. This is why you're trapped. Get out. Thank you so much.
Are you stressed out?
I'm stressed. No, not at all. I'm not stressed at all.
I am.
I feel like a mother watching her children fall, and it's like, oh my god. Wait, they're meeting up again. Wait, what? How? Huh? I'm confused and lost in the sauce, but I'm happy to be here. You know what I'm saying? I love the grappling technique. Very be honest.
Okay.
How often do you miss a shot and blame Ping even though you know it's not?
Oh, every day.
Every day. Like, if you had to give me like a probability of like missing a shot and like you blaming Ping when it's not, what are the odds?
Probably like every 2 hours. Oh well, actually, I blamed it like 10 minutes ago, so maybe every 10 minutes. Yeah.
Every 10 minutes you say, that's on the Ping, not me.
Yeah, maybe.
All right, I'm sweating. This is embarrassing. I'm sweating. Oh.
Mother trucker, Lord. Good Lord.
Thank you for the self-censor. That's very nice. I love the strat right now of building, falling, creating a false sense of security, and then coming back up. No, I know it's a strat. It's always a strat. Okay. Very well played. Well played. All right. Okay. Question for you. What's your hidden talent?
Hidden talent? People have
Yeah.
this? I don't think I really
Like
have
another example would be like a party trick. Like, what can you pull out?
Oh, okay.
You know?
I can type 90 words per minute. I don't know if that's a hidden talent.
Wait,
At
that's
least 90,
that's really
But
fast. The grand finals of the Alt-Tab 1v1. I will find the best question for you. 3, 2, 1, go! For all the marbles. For all the marbles. For all the milk cups. For all the milk marbles. For all the marbles. I just tried to combine milk and marbles and came up with marbles. We're hiding. Oh, we're playing a little bit more defensively. I like this. We're playing a little bit more back. Or like saying, no, I want to win the finals. Which as you that came out of nowhere. I can't lie. Not only because I wasn't looking at my monitor, but that like genuinely came out of nowhere.
GG's, right?
GG's.
Oh.
Bro, scares.
Imitate your most unhinged rage moment right now. I do have a winner interview, so come to the front, my winner. What is your most controversial food and snack pair to pair with milk, and you have to defend why it works?
Do you know what quesadillas is?
Yes.
Or no? Oh, that one. It's so good. Like, if you haven't tried it, you have no, not like together. You know, like don't dip like the quesadilla and like the milk, but like if you have like chocolate milk and like quesadillas, that's like the best dinner you can have. I promise. You should try that.
Chocolate milk and quesadillas?
Yes. You
Okay,
could ask
I'm not
any
mad at
person
you.
from Mexico, and like they would be like, "Oh my God, that's like, wow."
Well, folks, I learned a lot about poultry, and I learned that I would not be able to keep up with any sort of builds ever. I could do that in 0 build. Maybe I wouldn't answer any questions, but I don't know. I feel like if I had to build, those questions would be super uncomfortable for me. But that's going to be it for us today. Thank you for watching, and stay tuned for the Milk Cup.
I love that little segment to be able to ask a little bit more about the players. Such a fun game. And we got a fun game to be kicking off our day as well. I mean, the very first lobby, there's a bunch of different stories going on for the day, Kelly. We're looking at people trying to qualify. We're looking at people trying to keep on their winning ways. And when you talk about winning ways, I mean Frantic and Canary. Like, come on. They're just so good.
I feel like I've read this book so many times already, but I'm down for the third parter. You know, this is, I mean, Canary and Frantic have just been dominating the Milk Cup scene over the last few events. And when they're able to just take height so confidently, so early on, and to have the exotic weapons, the mythic weapons, they had so many mythic slurps, they just, everything was set up for them, Monster, and they just handled it so well all the way until the final moments.
Yeah, and they did that without dropping down to get a refresher, right? They were really adamant on keeping high ground, kind of staying way up top. You see, come towards the end, they were gassing out on the materials and the builds, but that firepower, that aim was there, and it was all they pretty much needed to go ahead and secure that win there. But you know, you saw who was down on the bottom. It was Vader and Nina, right? This is obviously a team that we know is very, very good. So Sierra is something to look out for. We got some close comp.
We definitely do. And considering that those are players and duos that we've been following throughout the year, to be able to see them on the day come out in such strong form means a lot, especially since I know Frantic was talking about looking ahead to the LAN Championships, and they definitely look in top form. But Kelly, across the board, the leaderboard, because again, teams are looking for the money, but we are looking at early starts for who can make a vibe for qualification.
100%. And there is still so many teams that are going to be looking for their way. I think 23 teams we have competing right now are looking to find those qualification spots into the Milk Cup LAN at TwitchCon. And looking at the leaderboard right now, though, it looks like it's a lot of names that have already made their way into the main event that we have in October. But for me, I need to give a special shout out. Cat Attacks and Spinor in 4th place. I actually got to talk to Cat Attacks at the last LAN we had, and she is an absolute delight. So to see her in the top 4 spot is so exciting. But of course, when we look at these Milk Cup main events, we got to talk about the rivalry, right? It's Frantic Canary versus Nina and Vader time and time again. High ground versus low ground. But I do love to see Nina and Vader, who are typically a very WQ aggressive team, kind of playing a little bit more passively than I'm used to seeing the monster.
Yeah, I'm curious to see, you know, who's kind of playing into that medallion pretty heavily, and you know, how it's going to affect the game overall. This is one of the first instances we're watching like actual upper tier competition, especially as we start kind of laying this is the foundation, right, for what will be the LAN event. So I don't expect the meta to shake up too much from here until then, but knowing Fortnite, obviously anything is possible, but let's just hope that it goes this way.
Anything is possible, but on the day, to be able to see players that have been so dominant throughout kind of just take the stage already to be kicking off the day, I think just makes so much sense. It's time to see if anything can switch up as the second lobby is ready, though. So let's head it over to our wonderful casters, Taco and Jacob, to take you through.
Appreciate you guys so much. And Jacob, we already got our first little glimpse of how that leaderboard is starting to develop, but nobody has to panic just yet, because if there's one thing that has always held true throughout these Milk Cup qual lands, I think, Jacob, we've witnessed teams just have one really big pop-off game, and then that's it. That's the takeover. That's all they need to get into that elevated position on the leaderboard.
Yeah, I feel like confidence is like on another level for some of these teams and players, and they use that to kind of fuel the momentum. It's like an avalanche going down the side of the mountain. Every elimination just kind of fuels the beast that they are. But I just want to give a quick shout out to Vanessa. Huge solo clutch there. So even though right there Liz probably went down just a little bit early, that's got to be confidence to Liz. Say, hey, that's my teammate. That's my duo. If I go down, I know things are going to get taken care of. And Vanessa said, yeah, this one was my turn. If it happens again, I go down, you probably got to take the turn. And they're a team through each and every one of these Series 1, Series 2, now Series 3. They've been getting better each and every time. So I can only wait for the finish, see where they place top 5, something on the leaderboard, because I'm excited.
And continuing along with that, I mean, if Vanessa can do that as a solo, just imagine what they can accomplish if they are actually rocking through that end game as a duo. That's going to be the intent. Certainly something that some of these ladies are looking to resolve is how their early game started in Lobby 1. Maybe there's a little bit of the nerves factor coming into play. Hopefully now our ladies that are competing here tonight feeling a little bit more relaxed, a little bit more embedded into that competitor environment, because this is just a great opportunity, I think, for these ladies, even if they're not part of one of those 20 teams looking to qual to that Milk Cup LAN at TwitchCon San Diego. They still have ample opportunity just to get some great competitive experience.
And you kind of already see the experience changing up a few drops from game 1 to game 2. Jade, Aaron just no longer contested this time around. So you got to start to think, what does that do for your Surge game plan? Even though it wasn't a ton, it's only 100 right off of the spawn. But that's a little bit more flexibility that they're not necessarily going to have. And I see Crocs in the distance looking off what Jade was trying to figure out, that they actually chose a spot very, very nearby as well, as teams even landing damage on the side of the map from here. So everybody just trying to do as much proactivity as possible to kind of start this game off, including farming. They're not necessarily focused on getting that loadout that they want. They're more so focused for Jade and Marin just to get the shield first.
I like that quick little pan over, though, from Jay, just kind of awareness checking, right? You've always got to assume that there might be somebody in nearby surroundings between each of these lobbies, because there's no guarantees, really, Jacob, for a team to consistently land at the same drop in this type of competition. Literally everything goes. You're just trying to do whatever you think is best for your game plan strategy to put yourself above the rest of the competition. For Jade and Madden, it just involves farming things out on the mountain split and then maybe looking to get a little bit more aggressive on some of these early rotates.
Finding those right opportunities is key. Bot lane, no, look, they do get a lot of those nests, the different bugs. You see, not necessarily up to B rank yet, but they're more than half of the way there. Because of the water, you can see 1 HP per second. They're able to kind of conserve, even though they didn't really necessarily get all the shields that they want. That's not going to stop them to getting full 200 effective shield and HP, and then the extra heals that they have nearby as well. And even though there is a team now landing over at the Hive, they have options here. Depending on where the zone kind of first appeared, they can start to focus on rotating early, grabbing some primary position, or they can choose to kind of wait, see where the zone goes, zone 2, zone 3, continue to farm up, get the loadout, get the materials, and just kind of take it one step at a time.
If they can monitor their search tags, though, what Botley had for white heals, Jacob, I mean, 2 med-miss, 2 med kits, that's a lot of white heals that you can use on those dead side rotates specifically. So whether or not they're able to get the necessary tags, we'll have to wait and see what happens there. But checking back in with everybody's favorite veterinarian, Shadow Slayer and Mystic over by Shining Span. And this time a little bit more undisturbed, Jacob, but we know how easy it is for third parties to start applying a little bit of tag pressure towards the bridge.
Yeah, especially since sometimes you don't even know where the players are at on the bridge because there's so many spots underneath. They just kind of hide, farm up. Even in the water, there's chests underneath, launch pads for me. On this side of the map, there's a couple more of those bug nests that they're just getting. You see everybody just trying to accumulate some early game XP. There is no queen over here on this side, so the XP is going to kind of be capped to a little portion, but you see they're kind of focusing on more. Once you get that rank up to B, it does get that OXR drop. Does kind of get a little bit of an upgrade to your loadout depending on what you're able to get, because this is a bigger chest. You're gonna get the Flowberry Fizz, and this is where Kay and her duo just have a lot of options for what loot they want to take. You see minis, you see bigs, Flowberry Fizz, different amounts of HP they can get, medkits in the distance. So right now you see their primary focus is getting that loadout ready, and then now they're gonna start worry about rotating towards zone, position well, and start just worry about that surge.
Yeah, Mari just holding on to the Flowberry Fizz for this team, and seems like she's going to be primarily taking over their rotations, but Henzi completely caught off guard. Just did not recognize the fact that AFK and Marty were rolling up from the south side, and now that they've given away their position on both ends, Marty, okay, they're still trying to be mindful. They want to make sure that they're not getting tagged from behind. They definitely keep the conversation open, though, with a little bit of a bloom battle now between themselves and Danzy and Sep, who seem like they're not willing to leave Swarmy Stash anytime soon. And not that they have a reason to, Jacob.
Yeah, I can only imagine they have some extra heals there, bunkered down, just trying to get as much surge. Once they feel comfortable, you talked about maybe writing those numbers down, remembering them, then they can start to rotate on out. Ada looking low on builds. Scarred's trying to disengage away, and I do like the idea. Play it out as a solo the best that you can, and Ada's just going to be the one that has to figure out a way to play the 1v1, because now they both disengage. Each player taking separate 1v1s, but they know they're both going to jump onto Scars. They don't want to let the solo escape. Great shot by Scars, but unfortunately the numbers game is just too much. That's Yaz, that's Die able to get that elimination. But for Ada, at least she has a chance now. Wait here, rotate away, whatever the choice is going to be, there's an opportunity with 2 different mobility items in the loadout to try to get that reboot card back.
That is such a tough break, though, for Ada, because she knows there's still a chance that Daya might look to re-pressure, since they know for a fact that Ada is a solo, but it's also just that massive delay. But already, Yaz, Daya, they look like they want to pick up where they last left off on this conversation, kind of breaking through some of these old builds. Ada currently on the opposite side of the builds that Daya and Yaz are checking, but they are closing in. Nada was hoping that they wouldn't find her, but unfortunately, Yaz and Daya, they are just way too thorough. They are not going to allow that elimination opportunity to escape them. A good attempt, though, by Ada to try and see if she could just, you know, out of sight, out of mind it. But sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, and it's also one of those mind games. You saw the crash pads, the launch pad. Yeah, you could try to get away, but who's to say you're not going to accidentally rotate into a whole nother team further away from your teammates' reboot card. So valiant effort there. Trying to use patience as the key, but doesn't stop the aggressive team from cleaning up that eliminations. Lavish Lily. Gaia just rotating on this side of the map. Somehow a knock out of nowhere. You got to imagine maybe some early damage deep in the zone, and they didn't have the HP to heal. But now that's just almost a huge giveaway. If the elimination comes up, that's better for them because this is just damage they don't have to work for in terms of that Storm Surge.
And Dan and Lavish Lily, they both know, hey, we want to make sure that we are one of those 20 teams that quals to that Milk Cup LAN. So they're also trying to make sure that they're being as effective, monitoring those advantages. And it likely is a player that they had pushed deep inside of the Storm, but they're still looking to just kind of follow along, wait for the next opportunity to kind of spring up. Smiley, she could definitely use a little bit of assistance from Sophia. That's good suppressive fire. That's going to force Velcita and Cece to kind of bring this keying to a little bit of a halt here. In fact, Velcita, she's decided she doesn't even want to be involved, but her crash pad getting shot out from underneath her. The escape has been completely cut off. Smiley Sophia now surrounding Velcita's box. She's hoping that Cece can maybe make a play from underneath, but Velcita, shields now fully cracked. She is just doing everything in her power to try and create a little bit of space. Finally, crash pad will get her out, but she's just an open season target in the air. 31 HP, one more tag could be the difference maker, and Sophia looking to just give chase here, but now Cece, Velcita, they both lost all of their shields, Jacob. They have to be precise with these shots if they want to close this one out. Chug Splash is finally going to give a little bit of supportive measures here for Velcita and Cece, but that was so much of their healing resources. Now they're kind of forced into taking this fight with Smiley and Sophia, but right as they're looking to pick things up, pressure from behind. Cece now dealing with Rexita. Moxie on the other end, kind of tangoed up with Velcita. And both of these teams now that had initially started fighting, Jacob, they know they've just got to disengage.
Yeah, a saving grace for CC and Velcita. They say, you know what? Y'all can have that. You want the position, it's yours. You want to fight for damage, it is yours. They're going to use a little bit the rotation they did have left over to try to get out, so they're going to live to tell the tales. On this side thing, I was thinking during it all, there's no Sophie. She's going to disengage on out, leaving Smiley by herself. And from one game to another, that seems to be the trend. A little bit of over-aggression going out, but luckily Sophia is going to be able to stay alive. Hopefully get a second chance at life in this game, as Moxie and Regs, the perfect third-party crash to not only get damage for a Storm Surge, but pick up that elimination to keep themselves moving smoothly through this game.
That could be the real difference maker, too, in terms of progression later on. But Danzy, Sep, trying to deal with Spinor and Cat Attacks. Spinor and Cat Attacks, last thing they want is to find themselves with an early departure, but it's already too late as Danzy's going to find that first elimination onto Spinor. Now it's up to Cat Attacks to try and combat this 1 versus 2 scenario, and she recognizes, I just don't have what I need. It's better to disengage. Danzy and Sep come up big time now with that refresh, Jacob, and even if they don't find that elimination onto Cat Attacks, Danzy and Sep still have so much time to work with.
Yeah, all the time in the world, and they're just going to focus on rotating the zone. But for Cat Attacks, I just love the instantaneous decision to realize, like, I cannot save my teammate. If I try, it's risking everything here early in game 2. So even though you obviously want to have your teammate alive with you, sometimes you have to make those conscientious decisions to run away, live to tell the tale, and fight another day. I got to imagine with the zone pulling those players away from where that fight was currently at, there will be at least one chance to get the reboot card, depending on how many heals they do have in their inventory. Nicole and her duo is bunkered here on the edge of zone, inside of a bush, clouding as much of their visual as possible, and really just trying to take advantage of all the teams towards the outside. That's Abby, that's Leslie, that's Yaz, that's Daya there on the side as well. 2 good teams, so I wouldn't necessarily poke the bear by any means, but if you need Surge, this is a great situation to do it in.
And this is still an awesome position that Mia and Nicole have been able to establish too, because they know that teams are going to have to rotate by them. So even if they were low on Surge, hold that thought. K is going to deliver her and K-Moore's a nice elimination. Things were definitely getting active though at Foxy Floodgate. 2 elims in total, 4K and K-Moore. So they've had to defend the drop here, Jacob, and it looks like it's worked out in their favor.
Brave too, because I'm one that I don't like venturing down in these tunnels, Taco. There's too many nooks and crannies, places to hide. You get caught off guard, chasing one, somebody else pops out of another, and you're seeing just how big it actually is because it goes from one side to the other. So heads up for them for knowing their POI so well to traverse through the maze is what it seems like and pick up those eliminations. It feels safe, and look, they make their way back on over towards one of those houses there where they can refarm brick, they can refarm metal, or they can continue to rotate out. Choices is definitely theirs and rightfully earned by getting those eliminations. Val, Lulu. We saw a disaster happen in game number 1, but that's where I'm kind of looking at the confidence to be able to pick yourself up, dust yourself off, and kind of have a makeup game, so to say. Pick up those points, whether if it's elimination points or just playing straight for the placement. But with 42 teams left alive, placement points don't even come in until top 25. So a ton of teams still need to go down for that to be a possibility.
It looks like the intention though from Val and Lulu is they want to get scrappy with Michaela and Kay, but there's just too many other teams boxed in positions that Lulu and Val, they don't want to find themselves being the third-party victims. If anything, they want to be the ones getting, you know, the jump start in some of these fights. But Michaela and Kay, they're going to bide their time. Just wait and see whether or not they're going to have to, you know, pop up and pay a visit to their neighbors. But checking back in now with AFK. Teams now starting to kind of find a little bit more of their footing. Recognizing after the first lobby that, hey, we've got to be faster about getting these boxed up positions, especially when these zones are going to be pulling in a direction that, you know, we didn't initially start off in. So Marty and Kay just prioritizing everything. I think everything else kind of goes out the window in comparison to rotates for them.
Yeah, and right now, just kind of looking at what's on the edge, I'm starting to feel kind of shades of that last game with the different mountain ranges, the different elevations that could come into play potentially. And that's why if you're one of these teams, I can see the proactivity come into form by them trying to take one of those mountains as quick as possible, elevate themselves away from the low ground and even away from Demon's Debris for the most part. Some teams, you can see, they don't necessarily have that same luxury. Other teams quick to rotate, and you can see 2 different teams right in front of you. Lavish Lily, and then in the distance, Canary, possibly holding out both Ardup and Kitsy here on the side. But luckily, it's just kind of just a quick jump away before they're inside the safe zone of the zone, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Waste no time here, because even an inch become a problem later on in the game.
Yeah, and the other issue too with Canary and Frantic off on the horizon, the zone poll, it's south side, Jacob. It's southern base, so these ladies are all having to essentially traverse across Frenary's debris is what I think is commonly referenced as, because Frantic and Canary definitely love holding down this POI. They're always uncontested, and they've just been dropping here consistently on this portion of the map all chapter, Jacob. So they have a lot of familiarity with the surrounding area, the way that teams are going to want to try and maybe flow around some of these edges zone rotates, and even getting a more scoped out view. You can see towards that northern side, especially of the current zone, there is going to be a lot of congestion that pulls in. But for Canary and Frantic, what I have to highlight here is that they're in a position where they're able to essentially bottleneck the rest of the lobby. They're not going to let anybody rotate through them, so they should have a clear path into the next edge of zone and even be able to squeeze out an elimination or 2 from these other ladies that are having to rotate through them.
Just looking at this image right now, it's the view of the map, but I'm getting a little frightened right now. Half of the zone, open water. Nobody's gonna go over there on the south, which means the whole north side of the zone where that mountain range actually is going to become stacked. Right now, Canary and Fran not in the zone just yet, but we saw the elevation they had versus every other team back there that is now rotating in, and this is how they're not only gonna accumulate surge, but chop down teams right in front of them one step at a time. Canary not only landing the damage, but taking out the crash pad, stopping our Duke from rotating in, and that's going to crush that rotation, cost a lot of time, resources, and materials. So even if it is an elimination that Canary gets, she knows that she's hurting somebody else's game plan.
Exactly. If you don't have shield or a way to replenish your shields, you're going to have a very difficult time actually bypassing some of these rotates. And now Canary, Frantic, they aren't done just yet. Canary most feared for a reason. She is just steadily applying tag after tag after tag and trailing just behind Frantic. Done a decent job of avoiding a lot of the lobby focus, but now they want to get a little bit more direct with their battles. AFK on the other end of this box fight, and AFK is going to be the first to fall. Canary, Frantic, just too much pressure applied to the wall. K can't hold it, and that elimination is going to leave Mari to play the duration of this secondary lobby as a solo, but it is a lot of pressure on her shoulders to come up big time with placement points, Jacob.
I don't know who exactly it is, but he said it was kind of leaving their teammate up, but nope, the two players for Senna were able to clean up that solo elimination as well, sending them fully back to the lobby. Val is having some struggles there on the outside. Luz was able to pick that one up as well. And this is where you're kind of seeing, where if you're late to rotate at the edge, Storm Surge is going to be against you. Sometimes you have really no control of your game. Sophie, Maddie, even though they're above the damage threshold, they want to continue to keep that a trend, as getting another elimination on Nia. First one of the game so far, and you're seeing all the loot. Maxed hard mats in both brick and metal for Sophie, and that's got to be a huge boost of confidence there.
And that little bit of momentum should also maybe carry them through these next couple of zones, Jacob, because look at where they're currently boxed up. They've got a pretty uncontested area surrounding them, so they're just going to keep scaling their way off the elevation of this mountain face, and it could put them in a great position to challenge height later on. But all of these teams that are kind of pulling along various different elevation points, it's a lot of materials that are potentially going to be spent on some of these moving zones.
You kind of see right here, extra material B and Tokyo have in that box. They can, in theory, kind of claim some extra space, but it would be a waste for now. Waiting for the zone to close in, force all those teams in towards the center, then they can try to make their move, assess the situation. Tells Lily looking down the side of the mountain, knowing all those teams that have yet to make it in still have to figure out where they're going to find that path, and they're just making it that much harder, just constantly spraying the backside of the zone. Even though it's little damage for now, you know as well as I do, Taco, that adds up over time, especially with not going down into the distance. Teammate just trying to make it in on the edge of zone. They're barely going to find a home, but Kels and Lily are just relentless.
Kels and Lily refuse to budge from where they're currently boxed up. They know what kind of real estate that they are currently in charge of, but Malinke, Papaya, trouble definitely brewing currently. Malinke does not have a whole lot to work with, but she remains quiet, and if she has an okay amount of surge before losing Amma, this could be a little bit of a turnaround here, Jacob. She might be able to just play for placements, even if it's a later placement, it's still points. And when we look at the fact that it's going to be top 20, you know, for the leaderboard, it's a lot of opportunity, especially for a team like Malinke and Kiriyama that are still playing for that qualification.
I think competitive Fortnite has taught me one thing. We're going to have situations, Taco, where one elim, one placement point can really change the difference from a champion or a qualifying spot at the end of the day. The zone continues to pull towards the north. All those teams using their crash pads, any launch pads that they have to try to cover that distance quickly. But there's two drastically different elevations in this zone. You can see Moxie, Regs are going to be towards the top of that mountain, still trying to find their way in the edge. But underneath, Noelle, Canary, they're in towards that path if they didn't pick that side of the mountain for them. So that gives them options to run through if the zone does pull towards the north, or if it pulled towards the south. The big worrying things, Taco, is if it goes towards the west. That's where teams will find the most trouble.
But right now, at least it seems Frantic Canary are not in any rush just yet, but they might choose to get a move on soon enough just to avoid a lot of that congestion that we know is going to inevitably start to pool on this side of the zone. Frantic doing a great job, though, just ripping players' HP bars from across away. And that's also going to force those teams to now take a moment to pause. They have to heal. It's just all resources that they are forcing other teams to burn through in comparison to their own. But two legendary slurp usage. You've got Canary rocking all the mobility right now with these crash pads and that legendary OXR rifle. That is not a team I want to see have control of height, or else it might be devastating for everybody else involved in this lobby.
And you talk about height. I see 3 teams up there. Neutral and her duo, Maddie and her duo, Moxie and her duo as well. They're the highest elevated for now, waiting to see where this zone is going to pull, and it's going to pull back in their favor. For the most part, at least, towards the south of that mountain, a lot of teams having to rotate, but they're going to have to rotate if they're at the very bottom, up the side of that hill. It may not be much, but with other teams starting to stack that side of the zone, it's not going to be as easy as it sounds, especially with Storm Surge being a worry. 175 above for Lazy Nicole and her duo. It's going to be one of those things. When do you focus on Surge? When do you rotate? Luckily for them, they can focus on the rotate first and worry about Surge later.
They're having that Flowberry Fizz and the Crash Pad Jr. is going to help them cut that distance up height, but the teams on height are going to be the real pressing issue here. Nicole building for her life currently. Fortunately, Mia not under nearly as much duress, but this is still going to force this team to come to a complete halt on the side of the mountain face. They've still got to work their way up, Jacob. Job's not finished, and they have so much work cut out for them. Nicole not going to be able to hit the crash pad in the way she'd been hoping for, having to conserve so much of what little material she has going for her. She's going to get caught in these builds, and that'll do it. Mia and Nicole, unfortunately, they just get too separated in the hecticness of trying to scale this mountain face. It is a tough rotate to try and make happen, and they're not the only victims. Noalik and Botley also getting claimed by these elevation shifts. Now, Panda, Nat, they're trying to see if they can be the difference, trying to see if they can hold teams directly underneath them too, but everybody just crash padding, trying to get towards that front side of zone.
Yeah, they immediately box up. They're not getting too greedy with their position, but they're most importantly staying away from that ultimate low ground where teams that are out of materials trying to make a desperate play will start to converge and make that their home. They still have some more distance to cover though, so they know the rotation is not done just yet. But if any game for Nat and Panda is going to be the one, it's this one right away from their POI of Canyons Crossing. They just need to continue to take this one step at a time. Don't get greedy and bite off more than you could chew at any one moment. And that's why you're seeing them once again keeping the front of the zone as their primary focus.
But look at that connection from Regs all the way above the rest of the lobby. Regs and Moxie fully in control of height. Vader, Nina, definitely wary of the fact that they've got competition. If they want to look for a height challenge, they're going to try and play it through the backside. They're going to see if they can maybe get the jump onto Moxie and Regs. But now checking in with K-Mor's, sneaking through and coming up big time. Bethany, that's an elimination that K-Mor's needed more than anything. A little bit more materials, and she's just going to continue dropping, continue crouching, seeing if she can find any other late stragglers. But no, K-Mor is getting shut down. The moment that she tries to shift one layer up, it's just brutal working your way up the elevation.
And it's tough. She got a good chunk of those placement points, but with every team going down, it's just more and more to offer. As Moxie's still on height, Cece's there, but doesn't have a teammate in sight, so it's not going to be too much of a threat. Liz goes down. That was the perfect opportunity, but a well-played game by Neutral to take down Liz. Hopefully she was able to grab a couple of those hills as Cece forced a waterfall off the top of the mountain. A primary focus there for a short second, but still having the Flowberry Fizz on these mountain zones and the crash pads is going to help CC maneuver around so easily.
But just above CC, Vader, Nina had already been knocked. CC's gonna find a little bit of breathing room here now to press forward. All these other teams kind of collapsing onto each other, and CC has just barely managed to wiggle away into a tucked away corner. But now some of these ladies that were looking to play for heals in the side of the storm, just placements are all that they're after. But Moxie and Regs, 3 legendary slurp juices, 6 chug splashes. She might as well just be fully heals with what Moxie just dropped to Regs here too, Jacob.
She's trying to pick up this 6. She said, no, I have too many. You got to hold on for a second. Switching that one off. 12 splashes, 2 slurp juices. That's the just in case. That's the trick underneath their sleeve. Just in case things go awry, they can easily fly to the outside of the zone, play the heal off early. Fran, Canary haven't been able to tackle that high ground. These zones have been so dramatic. Up, down, left, right. Playing mind games with these players, not giving them the opportunities for height that they had in that last game. Danzy set, forced down below, outside of zone, back to the lobby as well. Just destruction's happening in the blink of an eye. If you're not prepared for it, it's going to eat you alive.
But Moxie and Regs just continue to rack up knocks and elimination. Sophia, the next one to fall. Regs and Moxie just raining through from this high ground. and all these players kind of littered underneath them, Jacob. Frantic, Canary, they might look to challenge it, but CC immediately shut down the moment that she tries to go up onto height. Moxie now gonna see if she can even up the score here. Fran getting the better end of that exchange, though. This might be Canary. This might be Frantic's game to steal away Moxie and Regs. They look primed to take it all, but lobby number 2 still clearly up for grabs. Canary, she's gonna have to take this crash pad, though. They aren't aware of the fact that Regs has so much healing to her name, even the med miss to boot. Frantic, Canary, this might just slip through their fingers. It all depends on what kind of heals Frantic has to work with, but the resource management out of Regs and Moxie, that's gonna be the ultimate difference maker for these two teams here, as Regs just deeper and deeper into these builds. Frantic doesn't have a way to catch up to her. Frantic still using what's left of these med miss. Storm sickness now might be the next issue, but Frantic, she can't out heal it. Regs taking home the victory royale here for her duo. What an impressive finish, though, because that kind of resource management, Jacob, you know they were on top of it throughout the entirety of the game.
It's just these zones. These zones are absolutely crazy. They had 12 splashes, 3 legendary slurp juices, and plenty of materials to last through that end game. No team was really able to look up. I know I said that last game about Fran and Canary, but this was even more so because a lot of those recycled builds, teams didn't really have anything to use to keep themselves alive towards the end game. But you got to give Fran and Canary all the credit in the world, because every single thing they tried to do in that game was kind of stuff just a little bit, cut short, stop, a team above them pressuring, so they weren't able to pick up the eliminations, but most importantly, the loot they were looking for.
One thing's for sure, Jacob, it's that all of our ladies competing in tonight's Milk Cup qualifier, they came ready. They've got their strategies locked in, and we are definitely being given some true winners performances already, but we still have 4 more lobbies to work through. So take right now to get yourself a nice glass of milk, and then when we come right back, we'll have match 3 on the way.
What a crazy end to the second lobby here in the main event 3 of the Milk Cup. I mean, heading into this, we had talked about for a lot of teams, like, yeah, this is the big opportunity to qualify for the LAN. For the teams that we've talked about all year, I mean, yeah, they want to be the champions. And Kelly, looking at that end game, I mean, that just came down to the wire. But Regs Moxie, like, wow.
I love it. These are our LAN champions right here, Regs and Moxie, showing why they won the last Milk Cup LAN. They are such smart, observant players. Kind of understand, regardless of if it's a high ground, low ground, or is this a heal off, or we're just gonna have to fight them situation at the very end. They are prepared and ready to go. And to go up against the likes of Fran and Canary, who have been just so dominant over the last few months, and to still come out on top is so impressive to me, Monster.
Yeah, definitely. You got to give credit to the XSET girls as well, right? Practicing all week, taking amongst themselves to go and put up their own kind of individual practice and make sure they're getting that set lobby experience. So very clearly, Regs and of course Moxie there are locked all the way in. Fran had a good chance, obviously, there at the end, but that was a good game too, a good showing and a good reminder, right? That there's other teams out there ready to kind of take it all here. And for good reason. Take a look at the standings here though, Sierra. Seems like we're getting a look at our second page right now.
Yeah, I think we have a pretty good idea who's about to be first or second here, but a good opportunity to see who else is putting up that performance, especially too when we are trying to qualify teams. So, Kelly, I'm looking at a couple of notable names, a couple of people that we highlighted within that pre-show, specifically too, 31st, Lavishly, and Aya. I mean, get some points. You just got to keep amassing them. There's still a lot of Fortnite to play.
100%. And when you really look at all the teams that have been playing over the last 3 main events, and you notice like, oh, a lot of these teams have already qualified, we just have to make sure that we're kind of in the top half, if not even that, less than that, honestly. So many teams have already qualified that this is a great practice opportunity. But for those 23 teams that haven't qualified that we're watching right now, they're just making sure that they can do whatever they can, even if that's just lasting a little bit longer on the leaderboard, making sure that they make it to the end game or making sure that they have those win conditions. They're doing whatever they can. But for me, the top 3 that we always see in the Milk Cup, Monster, it's Fran Canary, the Innovator, and Moxie and Regs.
Yeah, popping off right now. Frantic taking a little bit more of a lead, one step in that right direction there, but Moxie and Regs closing the gap after that strong game 2. Just a few elim shy, right, from being over Nina and Vader, who dropped like sort of closer to the top 10, but other notables up there, Kutsinat, Panda, Neutral, and Robin coming through. We've seen a lot of Neutral out there actually showing up and putting up some good numbers, so I'm very much impressed so far.
Yeah, it's been a really fun day, and to be able to see how much it came down to the wire at that end, and just kind of every little bit of Fortnite that we're getting in terms of at the end, it was just an outlast by Regs to be able to take that win. I think is so nice. But now that we're, I mean, Kelly, 1/3 through our day, what are you kind of eyeing up going on forward, especially for those teams that are trying to make their way up these leaderboards?
This is something we see in almost all competitions, especially leading up to a major LAN, is that a lot of players will play passively. And obviously they want to do the best that they can. They want to make sure that they're at the top of the leaderboard. And the way that the Milk Cup is structured is that it definitely rewards placement over eliminations. But I would just love to see a W key game. Monster, I don't know if you have a different answer, but I would just love to see some of these ladies go absolutely wild.
You know, it is frowned upon to key in these lobbies here, Kelly, but no, seriously, anything is possible. I think, you know, at the end of the day, you can't overlook. There's so much money on the line. Like, no one wants the key. Let's be honest. They want to take their time. They want to place as best as possible. And you want to win these back to back. I think the last time we saw Frantic take first, it was her first time actually placing in first. So that is a, you know, feeling you're constantly going to be chasing. So wouldn't surprise me if they just take their time.
I mean, I would love a W key game because I mean, that's how I play. I just want to kind of write it down. I want to get in there. I want to get those elims. But again, when we are looking at this current format for the Milk Cup and just how many points you get or just that survivability making it to these end games, it makes sense to not go for it, but I mean, I would selfishly love that as well, but I'm just curious with then these teams that are vying then to get into a qualifying spot then, Kelly, how they are going to be going up against some of these top dogs, because this holds that, I mean, those top 3 have on the lobby is incredible.
I think that when you look at the top level of competition, there's very standard play styles. So, you'll have the top teams go for high ground, and you'll have the other top teams kind of go for the front side of moving zone. And so I think a lot of these other teams that are just looking for those placement points, maybe not even looking for eliminations, kind of got to stick to the mid ground, potentially staying on the side of zones. There's obviously just so much with the new mobility that's been re-added back into the game that you can't really predict how people are going to move. But there is specific positions in the end game that you can put yourself that is a little bit safer. And maybe, again, you're not going to get those eliminations, but just getting those placement points is going to allow you to climb up that leaderboard. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of these teams looking for those land spots to play a little bit safer than everyone else.
I mean, you're talking about the changes and that change to mobility and how that can be this level of unpredictability, and how on the day have we feel like that's shaken things up, because of course it was all a vie for that high ground with those birds when we looked at the main event too. But today, when you are looking at some level of predictability, Monster, to still see that consistency, like how can teams combat that?
Yeah, that's the thing about Fortnite. It changes so much from season to season. Yeah, we were just talking about Mistform, obviously such a game change, like dynamic to be introduced into the game. And then now we're going back to almost a more nostalgic, more classic, more stable type of Fortnite, bar minus, I guess, the medallions they just added to the game, which are crazy. But Kelly and I were just, touting about how we actually enjoy watching crash pads in the game. We think they fit so well. That alongside full barrier fizz, there's so many tactics you can use and kind of bring back. So I think right now we're just watching a resurgence of anyone who's been maybe more of a veteran around the competitive space, because these are items that we've seen before in comp, and it feels, if anything, a little bit more stable, which is normal. We get this a lot going into LAN events, actually, so there's a bit of a pattern here.
I mean, there's definitely a lot of players here in the lobby that look that they are so ready for LAN, but there's still so much Fortnite to be played today. Our third lobby is ready, so let's head back over to your casters, Jacob and Taco. Have fun.
Taco, they were talking about they want to see a W key game. I'm kind of on board with that, but just a little bit different. I want to see Nita and Vader. I want to see anybody that's just kind of third place, fourth place, fifth place on that leaderboard. If Frantic and Canary begin to pull away, take matters into their own hands. We've seen it so many times at the highest level of competition in Fortnite. You cannot expect a team that's playing that well to go down early. Sometimes you have to be the team to take them down.
Yeah, and it is always interesting trying to see essentially how the competitive meta inside of these tournaments builds throughout the course of these lobbies. But we're about to approach the halfway point here, Jacob. Game number 3 on the line. And for some of these teams, I kind of understand and definitely relate to what Kelly was talking about, though, because you're right there. This is your last chance opportunity to try and qual to that Milk Cup LAN, but you almost get into your own head. And so for a lot of these ladies, I think what I want to see is them kind of shrug that off and just play with confidence, play with trust in your own ability, in your duos, or if anything, just look to focus on one key competitive element. Because even if you're one of the teams that's looking to chop height, we haven't really seen any teams really throwing a spanner into the works for these ladies that are just taking height super early on and then holding it for the rest of the lobby. And guess what? It's converted into 2 victory royales already.
Yeah, usually the high ground, we talk about high ground wins games, low ground wins championships. But if nobody is looking at high ground, contesting them, we have crash pads, flowberry fizz, launch pads. There's different tools in the tool belt to try to make a play for that high ground. But because high ground is also playing so well in game 1, Fran and Canary, Moxie and Regs in game 2, they put so much pressure down from above. And it's not just the amount of pressure, it's their way they're targeting out teams. They're picking and selecting the perfect targets, the ones that are the biggest threat to their high ground, and forcing them further and further down below, especially because of these mountain zones we keep having.
And I get it. We're ultimately in the best spectator seat that you could imagine, right, Jacob? Since we get to cast over all the action, but I do think that even if it's always easier said than done in terms of looking for establishing height or just doing a proper height take or challenge, all of these ladies, I think, are definitely building on some of those competitive features, some of those competitive tools that they can carry on into later events. Whether it's, relating towards gonna need Milk Cup Academy, that kind of good stuff, or if they want to try and dabble into some actual FNCS action. I think that this is still just a very good starting point, and kind of kicking things off here in Lobby 3. I do want to take a moment to kind of highlight some of the action that's been happening at the Kappa Kappa factory. Neutral and Robin have really done a good job for 2 lobbies already, Jacob, at looking to primarily control and win out the Kappa Kappa factory. So for Kiana and Karina, I mean, again, just teams that need to qual, and they're contested against teams that are already in that LAN position. You know, what do you think are some of the best things that a team could do in that kind of position?
Honestly, it starts with kind of perfecting that drop. You see a lot of these kind of like mismatches usually come from somebody kind of knowing the terrain, whether if it's landing directly on a chest or that floor loot that does pop off, and instead of just going for the full loot, they're immediately trying to go and get damage. So many times in the first 2 games alone, we've seen teams just kind of chase each other down with an AR, the bare minimum, just to try to solidify that elimination or just push them out of the POI. And in 2 games so far in Kappa Kappa Factory, we've seen just that. Them, Robin and Neutral, pushing them out in game 1, getting the eliminations in game 2. So I want to see them kind of take the fight to Robin and Neutral, so to say. Don't be scared of going down if you do have that early advantage.
And they're not the only teams in this lobby looking to try and control the narrative. Italy and Bethany just gliding in to their drop, that bus path. Definitely not doing them any favors in this lobby, Jacob, but goes how it goes sometimes. Either way, our competitors probably also trying to be cautious, don't want to get shot out of the sky when you know that you're going to be having to glide into a much further drop in comparison to the rest of the lobby.
You kind of already see what they're aiming at. Spot right in front. Underneath that mountain range, there's a few chests and a zip line in there. Not too many people can test that spot itself. And Lena switching up their drop spot for this main event as well. They actually qualified to the LAN, playing over towards Foxy Floodgates, but you know as well as I do, new season, new changes means new game plan, and you see they're attacking the XP very, very early on, and the good amount of loot that is in the surrounding lands. Or you could say that Strawberry Fizz goes on the other side of the cover, and they're using that as an advantage, trying to pressure down from above. See Lena choosing that Wrecker Revolver over anything else, making sure that Panda does have that Sentinel as well, trying to divvying up the loot between the two and trying to heal up while they can. But you see their biggest ailment now is the lack of materials overall. So even if they want to get aggressive here, it's risky in its own mind without loot.
Definitely a little bit held by Jules and Bread right now. But Lena and Panda, man, they're essentially goading Jules, be like, hey, bring the fight to us or else we're not going to get involved. But Panda, finally, great opening shots out of that Fury Assault Rifle, and now looking to close things out entirely. Bread also getting eliminated. Panda and Lena, I mean, they were waiting for the fight to come to them, and then Panda just splits everything wide open. Really just seemed to catch Jules off guard.
Yep, making plays. New POI, not going to stop. Kind of exactly the firepower that they know as a duo that they have, because even though Panda was the one that made the play, you got to give Lena credit because she easily could have disengaged, could have made the wrong play, went down, and kind of put it in a 2v1 situation. So every move a team makes, whether they're the one making the play or not, is vital to a team's success. And you asked about this fight right here. Kappa Kappa, Neutral, and Robin looking to play this one a little slow, and they realize it, a 2v1 opportunity. They're trying to take it while they can onto Robin. Unfortunately enough, not able to connect with the early shots. Robin doing a good job of creating distance, but that's the last of the materials.
Still looking to strike while the iron's hot, though. Robin Neutral overhead, but Robin running very low on material. Same for her counterpart Neutral. Kiana and Karina, though, can't imagine that they're doing all that much more lavishly. As Neutral has a couple of opening opportunities, but unfortunately not going to be able to connect just yet. Kiana and Karina from underneath now have a chance to potentially get some more, just any kind of small tag, any sort of damage application to force Robin and Neutral to utilize some of their shield resources. But Kiana getting way more aggressive, up close personal, takes a huge tag out of Neutral's HP, but Robin from overhead will be able to play defense for her duo. And Neutral doesn't get a chance, though. Lost tabs of a team from way out in the distance. And that'll be the end of it for Neutral and Robin. Karina and Kiana, they might not have anticipated that little bit of third-party assistance, but Either way, it's now voted them the entirety of Kappa Kappa Factory.
Yeah, you asked. I said, when you get the loadout that you want, even if it's just something off the floor loot, you got to go. You got to try to use that confidence to get the elims. And that's exactly what they did. They jumped on one player, separated as a solo. Even though they did get together, it just took way too long. The third parties became an impact, and now that full team, Neutral and Robin, are down and out of this game. And you got to use this opportunity if you're Kian and Karina to get as many points as possible. Not every win at the Kappa Kappa Factory is going to be guaranteed, so you got to take these little opportunities and run away as far as you can with it.
I still respect the intentions, though, being for a clean 50-50 of the POI, because Neutral and Robin, they've at least made one thing clear, Jacob, and it's that they are not willing to fold and leave Kappa Kappa Factory. They will continue landing there, even if things get a little bit sour. They still have lobbies 4, 5, and 6 to try and make up for it. But Panda and Nat, you know, also another one of our teams kind of taking their time. I think in the last Milk Cup qual is where we really started to see a little bit of glimpses for that duo to kind of be standouts. But Mystic and Shadow Slayer, just a duo with split focuses right now. Shadow trying to manage all the surge damage, and Mystic just doing her part to collect materials and resources for the team.
Yeah, Shadow's with a good bird's eye view, seeing that full team underneath. I'm not sure if they see our dupe, another solo on that side of the map, but making sure to try to have as much awareness as possible, so no sneaky plays. Tonu Nalia kind of stuck in the middle, trading shots off the distance, but left the cover open just a second too long. Now the full spray is coming in. They need to figure out a way out. Overbuilding is usually the first step, and that's where the extra space is going to come in handy. Flash is coming down. They do have the big pots. Both of them have a good amount of heals as well. So as long as they can find the time, survive the pressure that's going down, it won't take them long to get that HP and shield back up to tip-top shape. But Tokyo and B, they're closing in on that distance rather quickly.
Tokyo and B, you have to remember, this is one of our teams that was in the top 5. They finished 5th in that last Milk Cup qual. So they've already got their position secured for that Milk Cup LAN, but I'm more so highlighting their recent performance because we just know that this is a team that can be aggressive. They're a team that can win their 1s or their 2s, and almost a bit surprised that they wouldn't try to press the issue any further up against Nayla. Maybe just suspected, hey, this juice might not be worth the squeeze. I can't blame them, given how many times we've seen third party already be a very evident problem for teams fighting each other.
I'm just shocked. I'm like, where did Tokyo and B even land? They not only have the A rank, but they already have the exotic from the vault, that exotic Wrecker revolver, the increased hip fire damage, and you know as well as I do, in its own, that thing packs a punch, and now you can start to throw some combos at them. That's going to be a good amount of loot for them, but a different zone this time around. It does look like it's kind of favoring the north, pulling all the way towards the west, so there's not as many mountain ranges that could come into play, but proactivity in terms of your positioning is going to be key. You see Miss Doc, you see Daisy here at the edge of Utopia City. And they're, when I'm talking about on the edge, I'm talking about they're underneath. They have a mountain towards their left in which they need to rotate. So they're just waiting. They're waiting for the zone to pull some of these teams in, figure out where they're at, and then make a rotation from there.
Just trying to ensure that they can at least put themselves into a potential winning position for acquiring some good placement points. So many teams looking for those land quals already. Scare and Melanie, though, they're just under so much fire right now. Scare, Mel, looking to break back, trying to see if they can maybe create a little bit of a gap between themselves. But at least for right now, Sophia and Smiley are not going to be able to fully commit to this engagement. They do have separate line of sights. Same can't be said, though, for Cinna. They are just completely bailing out. The moment that your duo goes down, you don't really have much other choice, Jacob, because we are at that halfway point, and even if it's a heavy delay in the gameplay strategy, it's still better than being completely eliminated as a team.
Yeah, and this kind of gives a couple extra options here, even though you can kind of see hiding in the water, trying to make sure that team doesn't chase over the top of the mountain. But now you have something to do while you're waiting, and I wouldn't say wasting all the time, but hopefully that team rotates away. Is you got to start to farm up. You already have the hills, the med mist smoke, which are already see being utilized, the splashes just in case for the HP. So in essence, you have a ton of time to wait in the zone, almost 5 minutes on the clock for that reboot card. So you're not really pressed for time here currently. Let the zone push Velcita and CC out of this position. Then you can go back and get the reboot card. And with the zone pushing further and further to the north, there's plenty of options where to reboot your teammate at. But you can see CC and her duo just using this height advantage, the elevation that they have to try to figure out where these teams are at. And instantly you see them closing the distance, moving closer and closer to Panda and Nat.
I like that they were just controlling that launch pad on the peak of that mountain, right? Because you're not only preventing other teams from having that as a quick rotational tool, but it also gives them the opportunity to be aggressive very quickly. And CC, Velcita, big part of the reason why they left is because they thought for a moment they can get a little bit of additional surge tags, but also just working on building up their hard materials, going to utilize some spacing around those OXR bases. But Smiley and Sophia still at a standstill with Mel and Scare, and this might actually be working against Sophia and Smiley now. They may have taken too long to actually try and aggressively break into these boxes that Mel and Scare are held up in. Mel had the chance to replenish all of her shield, but now that last tag is going to send them right back to 0. She does still have some small shield potions and the Flowberry Fizz from Scare. Try and help her out, but Sophia maybe bit off a little bit more than she could chew. No, instead, Melanie going to turn things around onto Smiley. Smiley now looking to see if she can escape. Overhead shot, not going to clear her out just yet, but Mel, Scare, they might have 180'd this entirely. Scare and Mel still managing to reunite, play the side-by-sides here, Jacob. Both of these teams definitely hesitant to commit.
Yeah, but Sophia and Smiley, I feel like so far every single game we've seen them be the aggressors in a lot of the fights that they do try to take. Sophia on the chase yet again. Scare is there. They trade shots back and forth. 5 HP. Scare in a scary situation here trying to survive. Men Mist is going to be forced out, and that puts Melanie in a tough spot. Do I try to go and close the distance, help my teammate out? But what happens if she goes down before I get there? They're definitely on the clock, but Scare not going down without a fight, unfortunately. Just one too many shots in a 2v1. She's gonna go down, but Melanie already disengaging on out, giving her a chance here to at least farm up and later go back for that reboot card.
It's just the best option currently. You don't want to find yourself completely eliminated. At least right now, Mel can still look to try and play for that reboot like you just mentioned, Jacob, but they are going to have to play recovery still for Sophia and Smiley. The action continues. Another team has now joined the fray, and Sophia, she is just building for her life currently. Somehow managed to give a little bit of a slip there to Moxie and Regs, and Moxie also incredibly low. Regs actually going to be knocked. This might not be the third-party dream for Moxie and Regs. Is Smiley coming up big time, but she doesn't even get to reap the benefits of a reward, find that elimination, because already Haley closing in. Smiley and Sophia just continuing to try and brawl this one out.
They have so many heals, but they just need time. They need to alleviate the pressure just a little bit. Smiley's already going to pop one slurp juice. Sophia's going to make some extra space, pop out the splashes. So because of Arising and Haley not going in to get the elimination, that's going to give them a chance to get back up to full health, are all in zone. So they got to start thinking about the rotation since they're no longer being aggressive. It does look like Taco is continuing to pull towards the north. There's a mountain range there they can kind of box up on, but you want to try to get to as close to center as possible if the trend of it moving towards the north continues. But for now, I think they're happy with what they got. They know the teams behind them are weak, and this is their chance to probably catch them off guard once more.
Gotta be careful here, though. Rising, nearly getting a good chunk out of Sophia and Smiley's HP, but now, underneath, actually, this is exactly what Smiley and Sophia were waiting for. A Rising down to just 49 HP. That's going to force Haley to have to go onto the defensive. She's looking to try and create a little bit of space, and she's going to have to forfeit her teammate entirely, just full-on disengaging with the crash pad. And Haley will pause for a moment to look back, but Sophia, Smiley, sharks in the water. They do not want to let this solo escape. Sophia coning off the crash pad so Haley can't actually go anywhere. Second time around does the trick, but now Haley still left out in the open, getting completely chased down, and she's gonna run smack dab into sweet Haley just looking for anywhere to scurry off to, but Smiley, relentless as ever, just fully keying Haley down. She wants that additional elimination point, and Haley just doing everything in her power to deny it, but it felt inevitable, Jacob. Smiley just refused to let this one go, and that might actually be worth it in terms of surge, but they have definitely drawn themselves pretty far out from where they were last at.
Yeah, I can kind of see the mindset from Sophia and Smiley there. They use so much material. They use so many heals, crash pads in order to at least get one of those eliminations. They have to replenish everything they lost some way. And the way that they chose was by picking up those eliminations. And now you're seeing Sophia's loadout yet again as they target out Moxie towards the backside of the zone. You said it yourself. Regs was already taken down. So this is Moxie basically fighting for their games live here against what could be one of the more aggressive teams in the game right now in Sophia and Smiley.
But all this box fighting has definitely taken its toll on Sophia's material count. She's going to have to spend some time refarming mats or collecting them, anything that might be left over. Finds a decent amount of materials from a leftover fight, but 4 eliminations, all of them on Smiley. We know that Sophia was 100% contributing in all of that box fighting action though, Jacob. But even now, arriving a little bit late to the party in terms of their rotation in comparison to the rest of the lobby, but Smiley and Sophia, I think that was just a massive shutdown that they got onto Regs and Moxie. It has got to seriously impact Moxie and Regs' endgame position, I think.
Yeah, I would say luckily though, Moxie's at least not out of it yet. If any team that we know can come back, they are one of them at the top of that list. It's just a matter of a Storm Surge. How much did they lose? And speak of it itself, 279 for Shadow and Mystic. No eliminations just yet. They just kind of focusing on getting some of these mountain ranges in towards zone, constantly flowing along with it, and just getting a couple tags all along the way. 269 for some people, they might not say, oh, that's not a lot, but for how some of these games have been going, I feel like that's more than enough.
Smiley and Sophia, we're right back to it. Jade and Madden are just completely decimated. The moment that they showed face, not too sure how that started off, but Smiley and Sophia, they certainly put an end to that conversation, Jacob. That is a tough break, though, for Jade and Madden. Not used to seeing them just kind of get collapsed on that quickly, but Smiley, Sophia, they are very competent fighters, and Smiley especially known for her fragging capabilities.
Hopefully this works out. One takes the crash pad, one takes the launch pad. I think Smiley realized it. Using that launch pad the way that she did, she would just be too far away from her duo. Kind of crashing, landing right back down over towards Shiny Shafts. And then you add on top of that, the zone is right there, with the whole left side of it overall kind of being in some of the water, so we know it's going to come back eventually. But for now, you saw they had almost 1,500 plus damage above the threshold, multiple eliminations. They could take all the time in the world to refarm up a lot of the metal they lost just to get here. 149 above. Lorena and her duo, you can see Storm Surge being active from that to 118. Slowly but surely falling down that threshold as she spots out Vanessa in the distance. Even though she may look like a solo for now, Liz is not too far away.
And Emma and Lorena also just kind of understanding the fact that they still have Ribrara and Sophia on the other side of their boxes. Frantic Canary, though, completely shredding HP bars. Kiriyama will unfortunately get shot down from the sky. Moxie also seemingly having some issues based off the elimination feed, but Kiriyama cleaned up now by Canary and Frantic. More than happy to just get practically maxed out everything for material count. And they have so much loot around them, Jacob. It's kind of insane, but they know they've got to still head straight towards the heart of battle. A lot of teams in this forest line already.
And a lot of those trees going to help for some of these teams rotating in. Covering up some of that field of view, just denying any vision, but they immediately go to work. That's Yanni on the other side. They probably spot her out as a solo, immediately start to put down that pressure. You're seeing the tree just cutting off some of the vision for Fran and Canary, so that's going to slow things down for them. Saving grace on the other side, though, for Yanni as Rin just slowly but surely trying to rotate in from the edge of zone. There's still a few teams that have distance to cover in terms of making it in.
Wow.
Seps is going to be one of the ones on the other end, still towards the outside. If not the damage from Canary and Fran, the zone is just eating them alive, so they are definitely on the clock in terms of survival.
You know, the worst part too for some of these later straggling teams is when one player gets knocked, the other teams that are also kind of late to the party, late on those rotates, they also stop to then start shooting at everybody next to them. So it just causes a lot of hiccups for some of these ladies that are coming in to the edge of zone. But Frantic, Canary, pretty isolated position currently. They are doing a great job at controlling the flow around them. They are not allowing any teams to skirt by unnoticed.
Cycling some launch pads. Almost seemed like they wanted to use that Flowberry Fizz there, but kind of taking most of this on foot. That way they can kind of box up, play it a little bit more safe, climbing up the side of the mountain. That's also giving them a lot of information about all the other teams rotating by as well. Seeing one fly by towards the right, knowing teams are behind them as well. This is where they're going to do that Flowberry Fizz crash pad combination. Knowing that they do have that even ground makes it much easier to cover the distance and get inside of the zone.
Don't know if you just noticed, though, that OXR drop pod that landed next to Yanni. Don't know that they actually had an opportunity to actually make use of it. Smiley and Sophia, though, you can just see how far out they're headed, and they have fully claimed dead side of zone, Jacob. Nobody else anywhere near them. Curious to see what they're able to convert that to as the zones continue to charge forward here. AFK and Mari kind of looking around. This has got to be where a lot of the paranoia sets in, though, right? Because you got a zone pulling partially over water, pulling partially over these little divots in elevation, and it just makes it all the more difficult to actually maintain a healthy looking material count. I'm expecting the low ground to get really messy here.
Yeah, especially even more so. You see the whole right half of the habitable zone is just stacked with so many players. It's 8 zone, 293 damage, should be able to make it through this one, so Kayn or Duo should be able to focus on this rotation. But there's no crash pads, or at least in one of their inventories, so it's not going to be as easy as it may sound, but they do have the Flowberry Fizz that just kind of alleviates some of the pressure of having to make that rotation. As Maddie already there, building a spot, Sophie wasting no time, trying to reunite. You see Nina, Vader, Cayenne, and Karina there on the side as well. So many teams feeling the pain of this rotation because of how stacked the lobby currently is.
I also saw a lone Spinor directly underneath, kind of hanging more towards that coastline, but Nat Panda looking to defend their leaderboard position. What they're really after is consistently strong placements, and Nat Panda ready to get a move on Flowberry Fizz, taking them exactly where they want to be, straight to the top of the mountainside by Outlaw Oasis. And this is a really strong positional hold now, Jacob. They've got to make good use of it. Smiley and Sophia just one step further, already ahead of the rest of the lobby, straight to ultimate height. And everyone behind them is fully aware that they're getting shot at, but don't think they have the chance to look up at 2.
Yeah, they got to worry about the rotation. These mountains are just being so disastrous for all the teams that down below that haven't really prepared for it. Even Melanie's going to go down to the storm. Sophia's going to get another elimination in the distance. It's only a knock for now. If nobody can save the day, that one's definitely going to be worth the points. And now you got active surge around the lobby for that quick moment as Fran's able to get 2. Both Mystic and Shadow both going down. So if they didn't have surge then, they definitely have it now.
Smiley already taking notes of Madi and AFK, Tokyo and B. Those are the teams currently hovering towards that secondary height, and Smiley just trying to prevent B and Tokyo from having any sort of easy rotation, but they're going to completely tarp overhead that mountain peak. And now, Madi, AFK, checking in. A lot of teams in the area, but they're still managing to go largely unnoticed, heading straight over top. Springs and Belt, but finally, Madi, she's just going to get tagged up. That last little stretch of the rotate proving to be much more troublesome than what they'd initially been after. Still, they managed to claim a little bit of space here, but playing from backside of zone, Jacob, things could get really messy really fast here. And Kay, height, already reminding her, you are not allowed to rotate through here. Now the teams in the lower layers, the moment they transition to try and get to safety, Madi, AFK, both eliminated by the underbelly of the lobby.
Oziani and Rin just taking advantage. Sometimes you get those split-second opportunities and you have to go, and that's exactly them reaping the rewards. Sophia targeting out a crash pad, denying somebody rotation, reconnecting where they can to solidify their high ground, and even being very, very cautious. They hear the splashes, teams trying to heal off in the zone, and that's usually the threats for the high ground, so they force them off that ground. Sophie is going to go down. Maddie's going to be stuck by herself in a tough situation. She does have the right hand, but it's the builds that I'm worried about most of all. Only 6 left to make it from the backside of the zone all the way to the front, but great damage there yet again, trying to clean up that elimination, and she does just that, but runs into a whole nother duo down below. Disaster strikes. She's able to clean the elimination up for the point, but no placement just yet. Top 13 situation. The Siphon has to come in. It's barely keeping herself alive, and she gets the second one. A couple of extra seconds with HP building up.
Maddie's moving diffy right now, Jacob. She is keeping this hope alive here. And lobby number 3 even finds a little bit of breathing room to pop this shield potion. And now 52 HP, potentially even a little bit more than that. Nobody seemingly able to focus on this solo just yet, but making her way in. She might have to do another elevation switch all the way down to ultimate low. She only has 13 builds remaining, Jacob. She does still have Flowberry Fizz and the crash pads. She's gonna have to get a move on big shots onto Karina, but Maddie, no, getting shut down right at the last second here. And guess who's on high? Canary and Frantic. They have completely thrown this lobby on its head.
And Maddie just stole the show after that one, but like you said, in the high ground, and they're so high away from everybody else, and it's over open water. There's gonna be very little chances anybody has a chance to look up until quite possibly it might be too late. But Nat versus CC there, the zone pushing them in. HP damage going right out the window. CC knows it's now or never. I have to get the elimination. The Siphon is the only thing being able to keep me alive, but B is not going down without a fight. Crash landing back into the water. CC goes down. Velcita's trying to get the elimination, but a 10 tick is just too strong. She's gonna fall all the same.
But the damage may have already been done, even with B finding that elimination, getting the Siphon onto Panda. She's still a solo, and she can't make it over the hillside. Frantic and Canary practically having this victory royale delivered to their front porch. But Jacob, it's all about conversions, and for Frantic and Canary, 3 lobbies in, 2 victory royales, 1 second place finish. It's looking like a crash course for first place right now.
It's start to put out that signal for the rest of the lobby. If you guys want a chance to take first, you have to do what you can to take this team down. Game 1 win, Game 2 second place, and another victory royale here in Game 3, and double-digit eliminations on top of that. This team is looking unstoppable so far.
Everyone else in the lobby is definitely taking note of what's going down. We know that we've got some really big powerhouse contenders to potentially try and play spoiler to what Frantic and Canary have been accomplishing so far here today, Jacob. But there's more to talk about than just our team that won that last lobby. With the leaderboard returned, make sure that you go grab your chocolate milk, because we'll be right back with all of that and more.
I just play competitive, man. I'm not built for this.
Demon's Domain.
We got this, we got this.
Like, I have a limited amount of time to find the best nook and cranny here.
This POI is also huge. I really don't think she's gonna find a lot of us here.
Alright, this time, I'm gonna find them. Every single one.
This is where I don't get found.
Okay, if I'm a seeker, I'm definitely looking in the house first. Like, the house is the main thing.
Okay, Demon's Domain is kind of a big area. I'm just gonna like plop myself down here. We're gonna sit and wait, give them some time to hide, and they better be afraid. I'm coming.
Yeah, if I land here, who's gonna look here, bro? Nobody.
Maybe I just go over here. Wait, hold up, guys. I have found where I'm going. No, wait. If someone sees me.
Oh, I'm running out of time. I kind of want to be back here, though.
Maybe this corner will do.
Alright, let's go find them.
She's starting right next to me, bro. How did I not know she was right there, bro?
I just don't want to be the first one out. Oh my god.
Ah ha 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 ha. They blended in so well. That was a great spot.
No. She found somebody with breath. Okay. Okay, I'm not the first one. I'm not the first one. That's a victory. I win. I just won.
Be afraid. If we can find anyone.
Oh my god, I'm so dead, bro. Second one out.
Under the stairs is always a good place to look. Stepping up my game.
Someone died. I spoke it into existence.
I just think so bad. Actually, #1 worst hide and seek player.
I feel so bad for neutral.
I think I'm gonna go in to the building now. Wait, I didn't check out over here.
Don't come here. Please. Please don't look at. Please don't. Okay. Okay. She's running past me, okay.
I haven't seen the Seeker in a while.
So far, nothing. Not even footsteps.
Nobody. I'm trying to get that guy's attention.
Nah. The boss is angry. GG's. Oh, she's fighting? Get me out of here, bruh.
Anybody in here? Huh? They're gonna beat me again this round. No.
And the clock is ticking down, as I have not been found.
Did I win? Oh, okay. Yeah, she's getting me now. No, I gave you a mini.
Nice! And that's it for me, folks. That's it for me.
Alright, here we go. What's a devious hiding spot? Oh, I could get on that light pole right there. Nice. Sweet. Oh, yes. This is either gonna go really good or really bad.
I have not found like anything suitable. No, I'm cooked this game for real. I haven't found anything.
We'll chill like this for now. We'll roll with this.
You know what? I'll do a balcony. I'll do right here.
Dressed.
Okay, I think we're ready to go. Time to look for some friends.
I'm getting found for sure.
We're gonna look in all the rooms. Haha!
Damn.
Oh, someone got eliminated. No way, it was Caitlyn. That really surprises me that she was one of the first.
Alright. I almost didn't see her either.
I can win.
Gotta open all the doors. And the balcony again. Let's go up.
Oh my gosh, I can't take it. I'm out.
Aha! Let's go.
Dang, I wasn't first up though, so that was really fun. But now I get to spectate.
Wait, I'm top 3. I'm top 3. I'm goated.
I'm so scared to look to my right. I just feel like if I move, she's gonna be watching and waiting for me. Why is this nerve-wracking, bro? She's not gonna know. She's just not. She's not gonna know.
Oh my god, wait. No. No. You don't have to do this. You really don't have to do this.
These all lead to. Oh my gosh.
No, she found me. No, it's over. No.
Baby. It's me and one other hider.
Okay, lock in, Latte, lock in.
We might be polling the entire time. It's just down to me. Oh.
I don't see anyone. We're moving on. This is definitely a place where I could walk by someone and not even realize. Don't see anyone though. We're gonna move on.
Oh my! Where is this other person hiding? I'm sweating, bro. Please.
Someone in here?
No, babe.
That was such a good spot. I'm impressed.
I don't know how much aura I can farm anymore. Yes! Let's go!
Oh, not the car! Let's go!
Nobody knows to look at the light poles.
halfway through the Milk Cup main event 3 already. I cannot believe how the time has gone by. It has been so fun in the server, and we have a fun little surprise for you all while we have our halftime break. I am so honored to introduce none other than MXM Toon. How's it going? Can I call you Maya?
Yes, Sierra, you can call me Maya. I know it's a lot easier, yeah.
First off, I appreciate it. Second, how is it going? Thank you so much for joining us for a halftime.
I'm so happy to be here. It's been so much fun watching Series 3, and it's just like incredibly aspirational to be able to watch these women be so incredible at a game that I know I will never excel at the way that they do. Yeah.
I feel that so much, honestly. They're so talented and so skilled, but hey, everyone has talent. You're definitely such a talented individual, but I want to talk a little bit about the gaming aspect of it. First off, I want to know when you started gaming and what got you into gaming originally.
I mean, I've been gaming longer than I've been even doing music my whole life. So I think the first game that I remember really getting into though was Battlefield 1943. That was like my first FPS, and I've been kind of dedicated to the cause ever since. Yeah.
The long life gaming is always just so special. So I'm so happy to hear that. And I mean, that's the game you started with, but what about in your free time? What about nowadays? Like, what's your favorite games to be playing?
Lately, I mean, Fortnite is a big one, but I can't play builds, so it's really cool to watch everybody be super good at it. I think Fortnite's the biggest one, but beyond that, it's probably Red Dead Redemption 2. I've been having my first playthrough, and I've been really liking it so far, so I'll play anything.
All the games. But I mean, you're talking about really enjoying Fortnite. How long have you been playing Fortnite? And is there anything throughout your Fortnite journey that kind of stands out, like a favorite memory that you got?
I haven't been playing as long as some of these people because I mean, their joke is that like babies are learning how to build before they can learn how to walk, and I have not been doing that as long. So I started playing when Ariana Grande was released, I think back in 2021. So that was kind of my inception into Fortnite. Yeah.
Hey, I mean, first off, great time to get involved. And I mean, that's like 4 years ago. That's wow, time.
Great. I guess it's yeah.
Time goes by so fast. But I want to talk about the right here, right now with Fortnite, because we talked about how talented all the ladies out in these lobbies have been, how the competition's been so stacked, and it's all because of the Milk Cup. And I want to know how their mission to be able to encourage more women to play and support this means to you.
I mean, it's so cool to be able to see like a women's tournament in the first place. I think obviously I grew up gaming, but the spaces that I was inhibiting, especially in the FPS scene, were very male dominated. And like I played those games with my dad and my brother, but it was always a dream to think about, oh man, how cool would it be to play with a bunch of people that also share a common identity to me? So getting to see a space that is solely dedicated to women excelling at the stuff that they're good at, and also getting to do that alongside other women who are looking for that same space is incredibly cool, and I can't wait to see how that shapes the landscape moving forward.
Yeah, because already where it's been able to shake up the landscape has been so nice, and I want to know a little bit more of what you've thought of the Series 3 main event, because there has been some really dominant players out there.
Yes, I mean, obviously, it's been insane watching the final round where you still have 50 players inside of the zone, and I just can't even imagine having any ability to understand what's going on around me. But we just saw Maddie do like the craziest solo clutch at the end of that last game where she was like fighting for her life. And I mean, if the odds were stacked against me like that, I just know I'd be tapping out and probably emoting at the bottom of the storm. Yeah.
I mean, so same. I couldn't do it. I would be way too much of a nervous wreck here. But if you were to compete, let's say you're getting ready to jump into the server and compete. I mean, if you had to pick somebody to be your duo, whether that's a streamer, a musician, anyone else, who are you squatting up with?
Streamer, probably Vanilla Mace, just because I'd be laughing really hard if we were in a team together. But if I had to choose a musician, I'd say it'd probably be like, I think Chapel Roan, but she plays on a Switch, so I just wouldn't know how that would go, probably. I mean, ideally, you know, obviously you're playing with a bunch of other talented players, but I would want to play with her just casually too, because I think that her playing on a Switch would mean we'd be in bot lobbies, so I'd have a much higher likelihood of getting a victory royale at the end.
You get the double perks, right? You get to play Fortnite with her and maybe easier lobbies, right?
Exactly.
Amazing.
Exactly.
All right, let's talk a smidge about the music and bring it all together with Fortnite, especially too when we're eyeing up the LAN Championship. Everyone needs a good walkout song. So what song yours would you want to be your walkout song?
A song of mine that I would want to. Okay, so I've got a song and it's kind of a deep cut from my catalog because it's not very popular, but I feel like the title is appropriate, and it's called "Asking for a Friend." And I feel like my walkout song would really just be about like gearing myself towards like, it's kind of like the "Why Can't We Be Friends" but MXM Toon universe version of that. Yeah.
Oh, I love that though.
I'm too friendly. I can't help it.
I just want to make the friends along the way, right?
Exactly. Yes.
I mean, all of this is in part with gonna need milks, and we got to talk a little bit of milk too. So I want to know, what is your go-to snack milk pairing or favorite recipe made with lactose-free milk to make sure that you're ready to game?
I would say, I was talking about this with my chat earlier, but I go through a lot of baking phases. And so I made a chocolate cake not too long ago where like every single night I was sitting down to play Fortnite with my glass of milk and my slice of chocolate cake. And it kind of doesn't get better than that. Like, that is a supreme combo for a raisin that will stay with generations to come. Yeah.
That sounds so good. I was so happy with my glass of chocolate milk here, and now I'm like, I am missing some chocolate cake. That sounds so good. All right. Well, we're on the topic of milk and all the different flavors of milk, I got to know, going back to your songs too, let's make a little game of this. We got to pick a song of yours to represent one of the three main kind of milks, the regular milk, the old-fashioned milk, the strawberry, and the chocolate. And how you interpret what milk means to you, we'll put that in your hands.
I think that, we're going to start with the basic milk, and I'm going to just put my most popular song on the block here. Prom Dress is one of my most streamed songs that I have, and I would say that it's kind of like a classic, the same way that Standard Milk is, and you can't go wrong with it. And so I'm just going to put that there as the baseline. Strawberry Milk, probably moving towards like, my second album had a lot of like pop forward songs. Mona Lisa comes to mind, which is like a very pop self-love anthem, and so Strawberry Milk feels like it's kind of in that lane. Chocolate Milk is a tough one, so I'm probably gonna go with something a little more maybe like dark and broody, maybe a song that I have called Bon Iver, which is like about the artist Bon Iver, but it is a little darker and moodier and cozier, I'd say.
It's funny that you say like the dark and moody for the chocolate milk, because I actually kind of was like, oh, this is going to be like the more fun song, right? So
you would think. I don't know. I feel like Chocolate Milk is a little more like sultry vibes. Like, you want to make sure you're setting yourself up. It's like more intentional, maybe.
I will cheers to that right there. All right. Last but not least, I know you said that you joined in the game, at the same time the Ariana Grande skin, but I got to know, since then, what is your favorite Fortnite skin? Like, what are you maining out there in the servers?
Oh, I switch between obviously having a cute skin, so PJ is my go-to if I'm picking like a cute girly skin, but honestly, when I'm squatting up with my friends, we all pick Xenomorph so we can be the most intimidating form possible of just like looking like the alien. So, and talk about women in gaming, support Xenomorph, guys, the queen of all queens.
The queen. And you got to have that intimidation factor too. You walk into the server with everyone. I mean, it has been such a fun day. I'm so happy to have had this opportunity to talk to you. I know you have a watch party, but any final words for you, for anyone watching, for the ladies competing, or for your watch party before you go?
Oh my gosh, I just want to say, like, this is so cool. I'm so happy that I get the opportunity to watch, and like so happy that things like the Milk Cup even exist. So guys, it doesn't stop here. If you are a girl and you want a game and you want to play with more girls, they're out there. And I would say that to my younger self. I say that to myself now. Just keep on gaming. Don't be deterred. There are a lot of people out there that are looking to be able to play with you, especially people with like-minded identities. And so just keep at it. Some of us aren't very good at video games, but we do try very hard. Yeah.
What a note to end on, but really, I love that closing sentiment. And Maya, thank you so much for your time. Have fun with the rest of the watch party, and thank you so much for your time and chatting with me.
Thank you, Sierra.
Yeah. Oh, I just gotta for a moment. She's absolutely so nice, and she's talking about being able to play with like-minded individuals and being able to be involved in these spaces. And it's not just the Milk Cup. If you're looking for a way to get involved with everything, there's also the Milk Cup Academy. It is a great way to get started. If you're someone who, you're not sure of your skills out there, there's coaching there. There's this opportunity to try and grow and improve at the game, as well just finding that community, people to be able to squad up with and just having a great time. So for anyone interested, make sure you check it out, because hey, maybe one day it'll be you that we're watching over in one of these iterations of the Milk Cup. And I love everything that's been able to build out of what this whole mission, everything here. It's been really, truly special. But let's start getting back to the competition and bring our analysts back on for the day. I mean, first off, again, so nice. And I feel like too, that was really nice to be able to hear from her thoughts about the competition, because Kelly, we're halfway through our day and the competition, I mean, it was heating up from the get-go, I'll tell you what, but like, it's not slowed down.
No, it is not slowed down, and I do need to give a special shout out to the fact that she gave a shout out to the Xenomorph, because so many people don't acknowledge that the Xenomorph is, you know, a kick butt lady and truly the queen of all queens. So I love that she brings that out. But if we're talking about the queen of all queens, we got to talk about our 2-time Victory Royale winners in just 3 games. Canary and Fran have just been on a tear recently, and they're not slowing down just yet, Monster.
No, definitely not. I mean, you know, looking at that last game, that was definitely one where they put their foot down and they show their dominance. They are just breaking away. And don't forget, there's so much more on the line here outside of the qualification. There's that big money too. So Canary and Frantic are well on their way right now to a potential first place in back-to-back series, because they did do so well in series number 2. So coming in hot out of series 3 so far, they're off to a great start. That was the halfway mark though, which means everyone's had somewhat of a moment, right, Sierra, to kind of break it down, have a moment to regather themselves, and maybe come back here for round, or for the back half of the tournament.
I just gotta say, following Frantic and Canary, I love the energy they've come out of the gate with today, considering that was something I talked to Fran about after winning the second main event, was that this wasn't gonna slow them down at all. They had their eyes on the prize, the championships, and you can tell the work they've been able to put in with continuing that on forward. Of course, even if they do have a solid #1 spot there, we have to look at the other teams that are trying to contend here, Ellie. First off, with the second page, with teams that, again, still trying to rise up these ranks to get a qualifying spot.
Yeah, you can see, you know, with it just being halfway through the competition, a lot of these teams on the lower end of the half, they're just going like 11, 15, something amount of points. But a Victory Royale gets you 65 points. A handful of eliminations will get you even farther. So these teams, even if they are in the bottom half of our leaderboard right now, have so much opportunity. Just one good game with a handful of eliminations can shoot you up the leaderboard. But I do want to look at the first page, because right now, yes, it's about qualifying to the LAN, but I want to see who is the best of the very best for main event 3. And right now, with a 54-point lead, Frantic and Canary are just performing out of their minds. But Monster, I am very, very excited to see Kitsunat and Panda, a team that we don't typically see in our top 3, in second place right now.
Yeah, second place, jumping up. You know, that's a pretty big comeback story happening right there for Kitsunat and Panda. I mean, they were just a couple points off before, so they're keeping it very much competitive, but someone's got to stop Frantic and Canary. Let's be honest. Like, they are starting to break away with a good amount of points. I thought it was going to look pretty closely coming into that third game. They were playing that mid pack. They didn't quite have high ground just yet, but all of a sudden, staying true and consistent, they found themselves another win. Moxie and Regs ends up slipping down the standings just a little bit here, but I would say the most standout performance is definitely B's clutch. So in 5th, Tokyo and B popping off right there. B just living in the storm, surviving off those siphons. Definitely found herself quite the highlight, to say the least.
I mean, at this point, I love that we get to see the movement between, I mean, second and downwards on this leaderboard. But I don't know if there can be anyone to stop Fran and Canary. I mean, even at the one point where we saw the POV switch and you just see them on height, Kelly, even sitting here in the green room, you're just like, look there they are on height again. Like, it just kind of seems like a duo that has the perfect setup to be able to just sweep these lobbies. And what can't stop them?
It's really hard to say. There's so much value in competing against the best of the best that the world has to offer. And Canary and Fran, if you ever watch their streams, you can see them consistently being in lobbies with the top tier 1 pros of the FNCS. And to get that experience, to get that practice, and to just kind of understand their mindset is only going to exponentially benefit them. So for them to be able to practice on that level showcases why they are still in the first place of our leaderboard after so many months, Monster.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I can only agree.
Just simply put. Let's get into it. See if that dominance continues because the game's ready. Our casters are ready. So let's head back over to Taco and Jacob.
Of course, but Jacob, what we have witnessed so far today from Frantic and Canary, does it really come as a surprise to anyone that they are holding down that first place position on the leaderboard? Realistically, with 50-something points ahead of everybody else, yeah, they're still within striking range, but I think this is where we really need to start to shift and kind of focus more on that secondary page of the leaderboard, because you have to remember, there are 20 spots left in this final Milk Cup qualifier. 20 teams that are looking to cement themselves as players that are going to be flying in, dropping in from that battle bus into the Milk Cup LAN, and 23 teams. So 3 people having to sit out. It's always heartbreaking, but at the end of the day, we're going to need to see some pop-off performances for those ladies, I think, specifically on that secondary page, because it is a very tight-knit competition. And I love the fact that Mystic and Shadow Slayer, they are not counting themselves out by any means, Jacob, because we know one really strong lobby performance, that could be the differentiating factor between qualing and not.
Yeah, and it really just takes one good game. And I like the way you kind of pointed out Mystic and Shadow, because they have been getting better with each and every time they do play these games out. 21st, in that last game, they're able to get some points for their efforts there in terms of placement. And if they can kind of match in a couple more games like that, they'll be able to kind of step their toe into that qualification spot, kind of have a breath of fresh air when the day is over. But Mystic, I like this idea, not biting off more than you can chew. She got tagged up a little bit, and you know as well as I do, early game tags like that can give the green light for that team to push on over. So she's playing it safe, playing it careful, and even trying to reunite with her teammate.
And Mystic and Shadow Slayer, they're honestly just in a different neighborhood, Jacob. They're landing super southwest of the map. Shogun's Solitude, it's an area that Velxen and CC have been consistently landing at too, so it comes as no surprise at the moment that Mystic, Shadow Slayer tried to encroach on that position. They were essentially forced out, but Mystic still doing a great job at just scavenging the outskirts of Shogun's Solitude. It might be in their better interest, though, to just white line into zone and take up a fight there versus trying to tackle Velxen and CC in a POI that they are very comfortable and familiar with.
Yeah, it's just going to be one of those tough things because, you know, you're mentioning going towards zone, canyon crossing, and I would agree with you, but Nat and Panda have been playing out of their minds, but Aima is going to get chopped down. Lena's just going to be there by herself. I believe she got a knock of her own, so it is going to be a 1v1, and they're so isolated on the north side of the map. No third party should come in, especially if they're able to take it rather quickly. Nia does go down. So with both teammates fully eliminated out of the game, you got to start to scramble around and start to work for that reboot card. That's going to be step number 2. But I like how careful she's playing this, not peeking out, not taking any bad spots, and even watching that player try to run away and continue the damage with the SMG.
You can really feel the pressure, though, taking over, because Mani, she had a perfect opening. Malinka was low, but she still chose not to try and immediately challenge. She'd rather go for the safe option, trying to play for the reboot. And it might be the best call ever, because Rin and her teammate have now scrolled into the vicinity. And Yanni, Rin, they've got so much of an HP advantage over Malinke. There's only so many options for her to actually try and get out. She's not even going to be able to make it to that launch pad. Rin and Yanni clean this one up, but just goes to show that sometimes disengaging, Jacob, that might just be the best call.
Yeah, just try to stay alive. And I kind of like the idea, you know, your opponent disengaged. There's no reason for you to try to one way, but that's just a lot of noise in the early game. The teams that land at the outskirts nearby. Smiley, Sophia, let's see a little bit more of their early game this time around. We know they like to get aggressive. We know they like to look for fights. And you're seeing probably the tools that they're using to find those fights. A couple of those natural launch pads around the map, but she has 2 of those upgraded launch pads. By themselves, they give you so much elevation, but you combine it with the Flowberry Fizz, then you just go so high in the sky. And since you're diving down from that point forward, there are no audio visuals. And once you blew the parachute, there's still no audio visuals until you're about 75 meters away. And that's why this season you're seeing a lot of these tactics used from teams like this to just surprise attack and jump on some of these teams.
you just have to anticipate that that airspace is going to be covered by somebody, if not a full duo. We'll have to look back into what Smiley and Sophia get up to a little bit later on, because right now, focusing back onto first order base, Lily and Kels hanging out more towards that northern side of the map. And well, right now the priority, Jacob, is just focusing on the loot path. They're not really under any immediate pressure, and they'll have a chance once they work their way towards the top of that mountain span to try and look for some tags onto teams in those lower elevation points. For right now, though, it makes total sense that if you aren't going to be contested at the start, you don't need to rush it.
Especially with some of these games where a good portion of the lobby kind of playing for that placement. So if you're going to be playing for placement, you got to make sure you have the loadout kind of match it and take you along the way. Melanie prioritizing a lot of the rotation, plus the shields with the Flowberry Fizz. Scare, on the other hand, completing the duo, completing the loadout. Very, very similar with the Flowberry Fizz, because that helps with mobility, not just the shield itself. The big pots where our teammate has the minis, but most importantly, that HP for them to regain. They know if they're going to stay this long in towards zone, they need something to get that HP back. And that med miss with 150 is more than enough to get them to tip-top shape and have some left over.
But with the way that they're wrapping around Outlaw Oasis, Jacob, there's a chance Sophia and Smiley might actually look to jump into the mix here. Bethany and Italy, they're taking their time, though. Not willing to immediately jump straight into the action, but Mel and Scare, with the positional advantage, they're just going to keep applying steady shot pressure, and it's going to force Bethany to just make a very, very long wraparound rotate, and that's just taking a lot of early storm.
That's where you kind of see the importance of Storm Surge. If not for Zone 4, where Storm Surge will activate if there's more than 74 players up. So they do got a couple of zones, and the chances of people going down are there as well. So I'll be looking at Zone 5, Zone 6, around 60 to 50 players, where it will kind of activate and force a lot of the action with these teams. The more damage you do, the higher damage, or higher up you're on that damage leaderboard in terms of Storm Surge. And for Kay and Mini Michaela, this has kind of been their drop spot all day long, over towards the first order. There is a ton of metal, a ton of brick over here, and then if you're able to kind of complete the loadout with a Flowberry Fizz crash pad, it doesn't matter if you're on the corner of the map. No matter where the zone goes, you should be able to close the distance with very little effort.
And you have to remember, both of these ladies were competing in last year's Milk Cup LAN, so very competent players in their own right. Whether or not they encounter a little bit of action, though, have to wait and see. But Yanni, Rin, they're looking to try and get scrappy with Smiley and Sophia, and Smiley having her shields completely melted here. Yanni now willing to give chase, just trying to key her down. She knows that she can apply a little bit of pressure here, but Smiley doing a great job keeping Yanni just a little bit at bay, and Yanni not being able to make it up to that high point just in time. It's gonna leave Rin and Yanni waiting for the next geyser strike, maybe, but Sophia and Smiley, they're already well out of this one.
You can see they're trying to use that water to kind of replenish any little bit of HP, or at least stop and slow down the storm from doing as much damage. You kind of said it yourself. That geyser does give about 30 HP or shield. There goes one taking it. Rin kind of slow, but I do like the idea. Gather information. Sophia and Smiley is not a team to mess around with. We know they look for those key opportunities to get aggressive, early damage, even take down teams when they can. Finding themselves close to the top 10 throughout the game so far today. 16 eliminations as well. So they're starting to heat up and ramp up more and more over time. It's going to be scary how this one closes down. But for Jade, Marin, you see them kind of just moving in from the south side of the map. Not too many teams nearby that they have to worry about, but that could also be an ailment, because depending on how much surge they have at this stage in the game, they might have to close the distance between another team to at least get Storm Surge tags from the distance.
And the fact that they're even at Kappa Kappa Factory currently, Jacob, it tells me that they were certainly trying to be proactive with establishing early surge, because they've just been hugging. They like to drop super south of the map, and they've just been wrapping around southeast all the way through, trailing towards Kappa Kappa. Now they might have a chance, but really it's just checking back in with Sophia and Smiley, who have picked up this fight with Rin and Yanni. It seems like these two teams just determined to clash with each other, but Sophia getting the better end of that exchange. Rin gonna be forced to drop down a layer. Now waiting to see if she can get these chug splashes off in time, but Yanni, good defensive support. Same box currently, but they know what looms overhead. Smiley on one end, Sophia on the other. This is a little bit of a pincer. And if Yanni's not careful holding these walls, Smiley might just get the better end of it. Yanni tries to get that right side peek. Not going to come to fruition just yet, but does manage to work her way up to the high point. Sophia doesn't realize that she's up there with her and immediately drops, but Yanni doesn't get the shot in that she needed. Still, damage was done, and that's all it takes for Rin and Yanni. Now, still looking to play through that secondary height. Can't get back to the high ground just yet, but Yanni, she's just burning through so much material. Smiley nearly takes out Yanni, but doesn't get the clean 204, and now Yanni dropped too low. Doesn't even get a chance to utilize the med kit. That's a big connection from Smiley and Rin, unfortunately, just watching as her solo is now going to be the only option here. Maybe a reboot. They are leaving Yanni to just crawl, see maybe Rin shows face, try and save her teammate, but I recognize she's already too far gone. We'll take this full elimination onto Yanni. Big plays though for Sophia and Smiley. They were very committed to this fight. It's definitely left Rin scrambling, and she's not going to be able to escape. Sophia will clean up that second elimination here. And for already, Jacob, Smiley and Sophia have made it clear that they are willing to fight.
Yeah, they're willing to fight anybody, anytime, anywhere. And they realize with Rin just trying to disengage, Rin didn't have any HP, so she had to go back and try to attack some of these nests. You saw the med miss drop, but by then it's just too little too late. Sophie and Smiley were just on the chase the entirety of the way through. 1 point per elimination, and between Rin and Smiley's team, there was only 10 points separating them too. So with those two eliminations, they're only 8 points down from overtaking them on the leaderboard. Maddie, Sophie, and the incredible solo run Maddie had in that last game was just a treat to watch for anybody out there. And Maddie and Sophie, they're one of those teams, I said about a few others as well, just constantly getting better. Even though they already have their spot locked in for the LAN, it's more so about proving yourself in the playing field, getting the practice in a finals lobby, and just kind of getting a little bit more money so that we can have a great time out there at the Milk Cup LAN.
I'm really glad that you mentioned the practice, though, Jacob, because it's one thing for these ladies to be coordinating their own scrim sessions. You know, obviously, huge shout-outs to Xset, and we're looking at Nina, especially alongside Frantic. They've been doing an excellent job at helping to coordinate a lot of those scrim efforts, but I think you have to still show up for them. And that's something that's really impressive about competitors like Maddie, like Sophie Ann, because they are just consistently showing up any and every opportunity that they have to try and build a little bit more on their competitive aspects. They are taking it. And you have to have, I think, a lot of competitor willpower to commit to some of these environments, and that's something that I love that the Milk Cup Academy offers to some of these ladies, where if you don't feel as confident, if you don't feel as comfortable jumping into like the FNCS Div Cup action, for example, you can still take matters into your own hands by getting some competitive bearings with that Milk Cup Academy, working on your aim, working on your IGLing. You know, there's just a lot of room to grow.
Yeah, and a lot of opportunity to do just that. Look at them just immediately going to work. And I like the patience here. They're at the edge of the zone. They have a launch pad behind them. And you can see they're not even necessarily using all their heals now, because they know if they're going to continue to shoot off into the distance, the chances of them getting tagged up is real. They're waiting for what could be the last possible moment to start to use those heals. Big pop. They have one in the inventory, but this is where they start to begin to look a little light. As they continue to stare off at Scars, Ada on the distance. They don't see Alexis and her duo there, but there are two teams hiding behind that side of the map.
They might not know Alexis and Simone are there, but at the same time, I have to expect that they've definitely realized there's some builds there, so probably just wary of not wanting to overpeak. But the thing is, where Liz and Vanessa are taking these shots from, Jacob, they are open range, essentially. They don't have anybody from a south side position from where they are at that can play, you know, that third-party intervention. Right now, Liz and Vanessa, they've got ample time to try and lock down these teams on the Shining Span, but they're just going to opt for a quick and easy rotate off the launch pad. Why not just white line soar in? Still want to be wary of teams in the surrounding area, especially because of the one that just popped up in the horizon, Frantic and Canary. Liz and Vanessa don't know it, but we do, Jacob, and we know Frantic and Canary don't need a whole lot to immediately try and key a team.
Yeah, just a little bit of damage, but they just used that launch pad and flew over 8 or so teams that have to make this similar rotation, and they're farming up along the way. That's the luxury you get of being quick to rotate around the map and try to get your spot in towards zone. They see a bush, they're just gonna box them on that. They mark that team right in front of them. That's Fran and Canary. You were just talking about them, so they know exactly where they're at. They may not know who it is and how dangerous of a team they are, but they're just waiting for any of these teams coming into the south side of the map, and they can use their current position as a chance to sneak attack. And you see 2 of them right there, a little bit towards their west, and they might not rotate over there, but there's still that chance if they try to disengage.
That little opening, though, between those 2 mountain spans, Arising and Haley, just trying to keep tabs on some other teams a little bit closer to OXR headquarters. They're decently based up, and Bella, unfortunately, going to be reminded that every wall must be closed off when you're looking for a healing opportunity or even just a quick pause in the action, but she will manage to reunite with her duo. Not there. And now Arising, Haley just continue to try and apply steady pressure to teams that are just way out from their current position. They just want to prevent teams from being able to actually rotate through where they want to go next.
It's just a tough situation to be in because they're 197 above the damage threshold, but both of them have about like 1 clip worth of medium ammo left. So eventually, they're not going to be able to put that same pressure on in the distance. Going to be down to just essentially shotgun ammo and close range combat if it does come down to that. But some teams safe and surge, other teams you see them below the damage threshold are duped, scrambling around. It's only 30, so you know as well as I do, that's not really anything. That's 1 shot from almost any gun, but you're having to rotate as well, and it's going to be a tough rotation. Luckily for our dupe, Kitsy, there's at least 4 med kits currently in the inventory. Every 7 seconds, due to being below that damage threshold, it is 25 damage being inflicted. And the biggest downfall, Taco, is you don't go down. You don't get knocked. If you take damage to Storm Surge, you get straight eliminated.
Well, I'm also thinking about the fact that they still need to qual to the Milk Cup LAN. And not only that, Jacob, but the time that they're spending healing off of those medkits, it's not like the small shield potions where you immediately get that 25 relief to look for an additional tag. The medkits, it's just a slow recovery rate, so they're not getting those chances to actually build up their damage, just keeping them hostage just a little bit underneath that surge threshold. All they need is 1 or 2 good tags to try and throw themselves into a more advantageous position, but it is definitely going to be an uphill battle. And with everybody now making their move into zone, this is where things can become very difficult for these ladies that haven't been able to get their surge online early.
Yeah, it almost makes you wonder kind of what is the big picture of that Storm Surge threshold. Seen a few teams on 197, 180, barely above. Luckily for Kay and her duo, they're going to be 327 above that damage threshold. But you see from one zone to the next how different of a turn from 300 plus to only 34 above the damage threshold. For the 6th zone, Taco, we have to go down to 50 players in the game. It doesn't matter if you're a solo or a duo, so around 14 need to fall before Storm Surge deactivates.
From rags to riches, though, when we're talking about surge damage threshold, 1,094 above for Regs and Moxie. 5 eliminations, too. They are definitely looking to play catch-up in the leaderboard, Jacob, but they still need to try and finish strong. They had a much earlier exit than what they would have ever bargained for, or even I think the audience back at home would have ever anticipated for a team of their caliber. But Regs and Moxie now re-entering that threat position in this lobby. And they seem adamant, Jacob, with trying to find even more eliminations. I wouldn't be surprised to see them hit double digits here.
Yeah, they got to kind of like max out the amount of points they can get in each and every one of these games, because if Canary and Fran don't go down, the only way to catch up is through eliminations and trying to outplace them the best you can, unless, of course, you take matters into your own hands, try to take the fight early, but even then, that puts you in a big risky situation. But with 1,000 damage, like you said, above the threshold, there is a lot of flexibility for them, unlike their counterparts on the other side, Lily and Kells, who probably have to worry about Storm Surge, but since they're at the edge of zone, they got to worry about that as well. A few things stacked against them, but that's not meaning they're going to slow down, because they immediately are able to connect some shots onto Moxie, accumulating just a little bit more Surge, but you're seeing how spread out, for the most part, this lobby actually is.
And as the zone draws ever closer, that's where things are going to start tightening up, especially when you consider how open this area actually is, Jacob. So many teams are going to have to burn a lot of materials if they don't have crash pads combined with the Flowberry Fizz even, or even just one or the other. You need to have Crash Pad Juniors or Flowberry Fizz if you want a solid rotate, conserving a little bit of material count here. And for Mani, as a solo, still sitting 216 above though, Jacob. That could be her silver lining, but the safety net, it's only going to come if she's able to keep applying steady pressure, instead challenge the moment that she opens the wall. And it's actually going to be Rip Rara and her teammate jumping in at the last second to get the eliminations there. I think that's exactly what you could have hoped for in terms of trying to recuperate earlier efforts.
That's just not good timing there right there, Taco, because they were getting ticked down by Surge. She just needed to hold the wall. Let Surge do all the damage, then you get all of that loot, especially considering above the damage threshold. Sometimes, especially when you land as good of a shot as she did to open that one up, sometimes want to finish that one off, but good luck to Brara and Sophie, because that's got to help them in terms of Storm Surge. But 1,000 above for Fran and Canary. They went from high ground on one side to immediately beelining it over on the other elevation on the other side, and they're trying to claim as much space as possible. We're finally getting to see what Fran and Canary are going to do, that they're on the mid ground. I believe it was Moxie and Regs that are currently in possession of that high ground.
Everything that Frantic and Canary do, though, is just done with intention behind it. These crash pad positions that they keep establishing into these elevated areas that other teams just are not able to even consider trying to lobby focus them, but still playing it cool. They know that there is one team currently trying to hold down the high ground. You can expect that Frantic and Canary will try to get a little dicey with them later on, but Nat and Panda, they are looking to try and make a real stab for first place, currently sitting at second, heading into this fourth lobby, Jacob. But they need consistent placements. They need to make it into that end game. If they find this knock onto Yves, who nearly gets taken down, but Nat not able to close things out. Still, the damage has been done. Nat, Panda, they want to get a move on. They want to make it happen. It's got to be snappy, too. Cut off, slam into another building, and that little bit of a hiccup is going to force them to have to come to a halt halfway through, but still have crash pads, still have Fizz. Straight to front side they go.
Yeah, that pause was okay, but it's forcing out a little bit more of their resources. Wasting no time doing it once more, getting to the other end is Ripar, Sophie, they both go down. Sophie as well. Rising picking up a crucial elimination. Remember, that was the same team we were talking about, low on ammo throughout that mid game. They were being able to stretch what little resources they have even further, but Moxie and Regs making sure to reinforce their position in the clouds. They know the threats underneath. Vader's in the distance. Canary and Fran as well. They're targeting out the high ground. Moxie's just trying to reinforce once more, wasting a little bit more mass. You see their 1,200 damage above the threshold. They just need to target out any threats that look to take high ground away.
And Regs with that exotic Slapberry Fizz, she's just making sure that her and Moxie don't have to worry about getting chopped out from height anyway. They should be able to reconnect, no problem. But Moxie, Regs, they spotted out Frantic Canary trying to just tarp out front side low, but they're trying to pose a serious threat now to Frantic Canary. They're going to tarp way overhead, still firm grasp of height. But with the way that the zone is starting to pull over this mountain face, Jacob, Regs and Moxie, they're going to have to play defense soon enough here. Smiley could be looking to interrupt the game plan that Regs and Moxie have got going for themselves right now. And if they're not careful, they might find themselves getting chopped into a very elim-hungry competitor.
As you see, they're kind of built up on their tower with wood, the weakest of all materials. But Vanessa and Liz, they don't have anything, let alone a singular build. But they find that shot there, tries to go back to back. But unfortunately, Vanessa and Liz will go down. But you can see they at least got a knock of their own that they're not going to be able to utilize. Canary gets another one, the 7th elimination for Canary as a solo. 9 eliminations as a team as they're looking to move into the top 6. Consistency for them has been insane, but now they're finally being tested in yet another game. They can't look up. They're forced to go back down low. They know it's Moxie. They know it's Regs, but they don't know what to do just yet.
But they're still in the mid ground, and Smiley forced to play this as a solo backside his own. She's just going to tank up with a med kit, try and see if she can get an additional placement or two. And Jacob, things are starting to get a little bit frantic, no puns intended. Fran duking out some damage though, and nearly finding a full elimination, but she's almost cleaned up herself. She's got to be so cautious here, but finding that elim onto Yaz, the siphon could be the difference maker. She puts down Moxie in the process, and now Fran right back to the high ground, still having to deal with the healthy Regs directly behind her though.
That medallion proven to be a difference maker, but Siphon again giving her more time outside of the zone, going on the chase. Panda and Nat down below. They're the only healthy duo left in this game, and they got plan B in their back pocket as Fran has a crash landing. Back to the lobby she goes. 2v1 situation, but it's Regs on the other side. Double splashes. The exotic Slapberry Fizz, but it's not enough to win the heal off, so Regs has to go in. 1v2 situation. Has a little bit of the high ground to her advantage, but the shots keep pouring in from down below. Shots are going to connect, but Reg connecting with one of her own. Still has an immense amount of builds and is fighting tooth and nail for this one. Down below, they do have some extra splashes. If it comes down to a heal up, they're going to try to save those to the very end, but Regs knows what little build she has left. With no more heals left in her back pocket, she has to figure out where she's going to play this from up top. A knockdown below onto Panda, and Regs does it. The huge clutch in a 1v2 to take the game over.
The grit that was just tested there by Regs. She never gave up. She never counted herself out, Jacob. The moment that Nat and Panda started throwing out those chug splashes, Regs knew. They're exposed. They're trying to heal. They don't have anything. They probably don't have builds. I'm just going to tackle this 1v1 straight up. And hey, Regs, you did it. That is a phenomenal finish to the 4th game.
And what a way to steal the show as well, because the medallion in Frantic's hand, she was looking like she was going to take over the game, taking about solos, dropping down duos into individual players, but eventually enough was enough. She got dropped down to the low ground, taken down, but that was Regs' moment of opportunity. Everybody else was distracted to the front side of zone. She not only healed long enough to stay alive, but took the high ground and took the game.
Is definitely an exemplary finish that you would always expect to come out at some point with Moxie and Regs, right? But look, Jacob, we got the conclusion to the 4th lobby. We know there's going to be some shakeups involved with that leaderboard too, but I'm actually the one that needs to go get myself a new glass of chocolate milk. So guys, take this break and every opportunity, because when we get back, you're not going to want to miss what's coming up next.
Oh no. Dude, I'm not gonna lie, chat. I'm kind of scared here. Bro, I'm actually tripping out so hard. Now you can see why I wanted you guys to be able to see it. I don't know what this is. I just know that it's not to do with me, because if it was to do with me, I'd know what it is, okay? I actually need to open up chat because I feel like I'm gonna need your help. I'm not gonna lie. We've already got a riddle and I'm actually kind of stumped a bit. Okay, 2 Aussie antics. Hello and good morning. From a mysterious crate. By looking inside, you decide your own fate. A secret stays hidden until revealed by you. Just play along, discover the truth. The mystery now has begun to take root. To the victor, the spoils, the glory, and this. 4 letters. Like, it rhymes with root? Loot? Wait, why are you guys already so much smarter than me? All right, we got a letter lock. So you guys are saying loot. All right, L-O-O. Okay, I think I just spelled tool. I think I did it the wrong way around. Aha! Chat, you guys are smart. I messed up the one thing I had to do, which was tops down. Okay, it was loot. All right, what do we got? Hey! All right. Clue number 1. Okay, I now know who has said this to me. We have a locked milk crate. We have a sealed milk bottle. We got this one. Okay. All right, well, this one I can open easy. So let's not make this hard on ourselves than what we need to. The final boss, untying a knot. Oh, no. Oh, no, bro. I have if this is a major part of the clue, what if I mess this up? Oh, dude. Okay, so that one. I think I got it. Sorry, chat. This takes maximum focus. Oh, I'm actually proud of me being able to do this. All right. Yeah. I did it right. The Milk Cup. Yeah, you guys figured it out. Oh, because you guys can see it better than I can. You guys can see it more clearly than I can. All right, so we got the Milk Cup. And I got a link. So we're going to the link. Okay. It is a password. So what's the password then? The Milk Cup.
Hey, Ozzy. Expecting to see me?
No.
Congratulations on making it this far.
W.
Now, your mission is to figure out when and where the Milk Cup LAN Championship will be held and help announce it to the world.
Ooh!
But it's a team effort, so you'll need to divide and conquer.
No.
Share the website with your chat before you continue reading.
Okay.
We'll need the clues at the very bottom to find the information hidden in plain sight.
Okay, chat, we need to rely on you. You guys have the website link, so it's gonna need milk.com/clue. Are you feeling sharp? Here's your next clue. Take a look at what's in front of you. The one, the many, the old, the new. Only a match gets you closer to the truth. Chat, Aussie Antics is counting on you, but how well can you count? Below there are 9 codes to crack. 9? Yo, chat, X marks the spot. That's a good place to start. Just know you're gonna need milk for that. Bro, what? Are you feeling sharp? Here's your next clue. Take a look at what's in front of you. Okay, so I'm guessing these? Because she's holding one. We got rank, duos, bush, hilt, and milk. So both these match the color of the one she's holding. One says rank and one says duos. The one, the many, the old, the new. The bottom is blue? Oh, you're right. It's purple top, blue bottom. This one's purple top, purple bottom. So it's got to be duos. Oh, she said it was for the lock. The other lock. Bro, I'm actually tripping out so hard. Chat, stop helping me and do your own one. Can I do duos on this? D-U-O-S. Chat, unless I can't spell duos, I think we got it wrong. Oh, no, never mind, I did it. Never mind, I just can't open a lock again, bro. There's more? Are you kidding? Okay. Hey! Maybe I will be attending. Chat, you guys figured out yours yet? Because I think I need to know yours. Wait, this is like a clue. Wait, we have letters for the answer. Yo, this was like super elaborate. This was not what I was expecting, by the way. I thought this was gonna take us like 5 minutes. Which event are we flying to? Shine a light to find your destination. Is this your guys' code? Okay, I have a very large map of the United States. Hey! Okay, all right, what do we got? Like a milk carton. There's like flowers. Can I do it further away? There you go. Hey! It's gotta be San Diego. It says San Diego and it has a star and everything. Wait, chat says to find the date. Oh, so wait, what date did you guys get? It's October 18th, San Diego. So that's it. That's TwitchCon, right? W! Oh my gosh! Task completed. Milk Cup 2025 LAN Championship at TwitchCon. Let's go! Cheers!
That video cracks me up every single time. And I mean, for such an exciting reason, of course, the Milk Cup LAN Championships at none other than TwitchCon San Diego, October 18th. It is going to be such a great time. Reminder, 20 teams from our competition today will qualify. 30 from our past 2 Milk Cups already have. And for the opportunity to be able to travel out to a LAN, compete amongst the best, that is what this is all about. So make sure after today, you have your calendar set. You stay tuned because the action is only going to improve. And while we're talking about the LAN and everything else, we have to talk about MSI. They are the official peripheral partner of that LAN Championships, which is so exciting. Teaming up with them to celebrate the new partnership, we're going to be giving away a set of the Milk Cup LAN peripherals. For a chance to win, head over to @GonnaNeedMilk on X. Follow the instructions in the latest post. And of course, a little fine print, open to US residents only. And we all know the prettier those peripherals are, the better chances you have to win. I stand by that wholeheartedly. And for some of these people like beating in the lobby, their peripherals have to just be so on point because we have seen some dominance coming out today. I mean, Kelly, we've talked about so many talented teams, and it's really these 2 duos that are really vying for the dominant top spot today.
I personally love to see Moxie and Regs just coming out on top and getting 2 victory royales in the day because, you know, they're reigning champs. And to see them without Daya at first made me a little sad, but I was like, oh, but they're so good. And then, you know, Milk Cup, the first main series event we had, they performed really well. But main series event number 2, I think that they kind of surprised a lot of people with their performance, maybe not performing at the caliber that we're kind of used to seeing them. So to see them coming back out on top, controlling high ground, getting those eliminations, and then Regs playing so patiently against Nat and Panda, who is in a 1v2 situation, should have lost. But again, Monster, she's just so aware, so understanding of how these end games play. She played it perfectly.
Yeah, seriously, locked in, held high ground well. Although, you know, she was run out of material, the low ground team just failed to counter with that pressure in time, giving her the chance to go and take that win. In the end, we get these updates, though. These points are really starting to jump up now in. You start to look down towards those bottom teams. This is where pressure begins to set in, right? Wrapping up game number 4. There's just 2 more rounds of Fortnite ahead of us. You want to basically pull through, get as many points as possible. We know this is a placement format, so I kind of feel like these teams are just one good placement away, essentially, from going to the Milk Cup LAN event. But at the end of the day, anything can happen. So you can see it really is getting pretty close, pretty down to the wire down here at the bottom, Sierra.
And I love that call out that just one good placement away from being able to secure a spot for those qualifying teams. But looking up near the top, this race is as tight as ever. After that second victory royale claimed by Regs and Moxie, they went from a 7th place now into that 4th. Still a very healthy lead, Kelly, here for Frantic and Canary, but you eye up like that 2nd to 4th there, and the race is so tight.
I mean, it really showcases kind of how Kitsune Nat Panda and Nina Invader, just their consistency, they might not be having these blowout games, but just by making it to the end game every single time, they're still able to hold themselves in our top 3. So Moxie and Regs, even with 2 victory royales, is sitting in 4th place right now. But you can see that separation, Monster. Our top 4 are leagues ahead of the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, it just shows you that you can't drop a single game. The moment you do, you start to slip far behind, and then every consequent game afterwards will put you that much further away and out of the money. But ultimately, this has been so far a very good, very competitive event. Just a sample, I think, of what is to come. Obviously, start leaning into person, but we all know that in-person events are so much different. It's a whole different dynamic. There's the crowd elements, there's the in-person, there's the uncomfortability that comes with, of course, sitting, you know, on stage with the pressure on, the lights, you know, kind of on top of you, all that focus and attention. So, you know, this is the online stuff. This is where we can argue that, hey, it's easy right now, and it's only going to get harder once we get to LAN.
I mean, our top teams, the 2 teams on the day with the victory royales, are definitely making it look easy out here, but still 2 more games to see if that winning streak can continue and what teams can try and vie for these top spots. It's time to get into lobby number 5 and back over to your casters, Taco and Jacob.
Taco, can you believe there's only 2 games left? There's only 2 chances to rise up the leaderboard, whether you're playing for that first place spot, the thousands of dollars that are up for grabs, or that qualification spot for the Milk Cup LAN to continue your journey in Milk Cup competitive. This is going to be a wild ride to see who makes it in at the end.
Right, and with the 5th lobby just underway, I think something else that I've definitely noticed from this leaderboard is we're seeing the improvement of teams' performances even between the starting Milk Cup qual number 1 extending all the way back there, qual number 2. We are just seeing the steady upswing of these teams like Maddie, and, you know, kind of just jumping up and showcasing that every little bit of practice can make a very big difference, because they're just consistently improving upon their performances.
Yeah, and that's the biggest things that matter. It's like, I know in the moment you might feel a certain way, like, hey, I should have done this, I should have done that, I should have jumped, I should have crouched, and at the end of the day, you just kind of take it all in. It's that improvement. And I want to talk about one team in general. Panda and Nat absolutely improved beyond belief. I think they qualified for the Milk Cup LAN in 23rd in series event 2, but now look at them at the top of the leaderboard, contending for that first place spot. Only time will tell how it shakes down at the end of these 2, but Iana and Karina looking like they're not going to step away from the Kappa factory. One team taking a little bit of the south approach, one team taking the north, and usually this is where you see when they're kind of looted up, feeling a little bit more confident, they do begin to clash.
but they are on opposite ends of Kappa Kappa Factory, splitting that north and south side. But one thing that's kind of been a reoccurring theme at the Kappa Kappa Factory is which team is going to be pressured out of the primary building control. Kiana, Karina, no intentions to leave just yet, trying to keep some of their angles covered. Shadow Slayer, Mystic got scrappy very early on though. Saniki and Silver trying to do their best to hold their own. Mystic hasn't been fully eliminated, so if Shadow Slayer is able to clutch up, that could just be an immediate revive. But Saniki dancing around these builds at SMG. Not going to be enough just yet from Shadow Slayer, and Saniki just barely managing to get overhead onto that rooftop position and finding that shield potion. She's got the health advantage now. Takes a big tumble though, but fortunately for her, Shadow Slayer was just trying to escape, so she won't actually be able to look back and see Saniki taking that tumble. And that's actually nice for Saniki and Silver because she's got Surge, so when she goes for the reboot, it's not going to delay their initial game plan strategy too heavily.
Yeah, but even I was a little scared and nervous after that one. When I saw the amount of fall damage come in, I was like, oh my god, she could turn around. She can hit the one pump. Good job to kind of finish that one off. Mar and Niswi having some struggles over here towards the first order base, but we said that just one good game is all it takes. If you can figure out a way to get this elimination onto Lily, but Lily's feeling a whole lot of confidence, rightfully so. Huge flank coming in from her teammate, which leaves Niswi just no other choice. Let's disengage. First launch pad, that's going to be the easiest, but two more in the inventory means she can kind of go on a wild chase for a long time. And maybe make a later return for that reboot card. It's about like 300 seconds on that reboot card, so there's so much time, especially with the zone kind of looking like it's favoring a little south.
All you're really trying to do, if you're in Nisui in this position, Jacob, you just want to make it so that it's not appealing to chase you. Why expend the effort? Why spend the time? But Affairs still looking to pick up Kappa Kappa Factory now. South versus north side, and Kiana knocked Karina, trying to see if she can escape, but the crash pad gonna get shot out from underneath. Their second one will manage to pull through, but she is torn apart in the sky. An unfortunate ending, but a big come up for Abby and Leslie, finding that elimination and just posing a threat now to Neutral and Robin. They completely played spoiler though in that Kappa Kappa Factory fight.
Yeah, for Abby and Leslie, that's pretty good for them to steal that one away. It's a good point. Start to get a little bit of surge as well. And this is something they've been doing almost all day long. They know Kappa Kappa has been contested. They know it does take a good amount of time to kind of finish the fight. And so whether they get eliminations just that, or that third-party damage, you kind of see what their game plan is overall. And instead of getting greedy and just trying to hold that team out of zone, they got what they came for. Let's finish the rest of this game out is probably what they're telling themselves. Looking in different directions, and they were honestly off to a hot start to kind of start the day overall. They just need to figure out a way to find that pace and bring it right back to the game.
They might not be done yet either, hiding inside of those bushes surrounding the outskirts of Kappa Kappa, but Sonu, Nyla, trapped by B and Tokyo. They've got the overhead position for the time being, but at the Hive, there is a lot of opportunity for teams from afar to kind of jump into the mix. And Nyla, Sonu, just trying to also deal with some of the swarm actually located at the Hive, and now a couple attacks coming through from B and Tokyo. And Tokyo B, they know what kind of pressure Nyla and Sonu are under, and they are just continuing to kind of pepper away at their HP, but Tokyo B, they manage to find one knock. It's an exchange though, but Nyla can't find the chance to actually recuperate any of her HP, so Tokyo now gonna toss her teammate back. That is a big success for those two at Hive. That revive's gotta be quick though, because other teams in the area already looking to kind of enter that conversation.
Yeah, just the difference having a couple of builds could have made that fight. Probably able to kind of protect yourself, maybe even get the med kit off, depending on if you scramble back for the reboot. That's just the nature of Fortnite sometimes. At least the bright side, they do have 1 game left after this one to try to pick up some points for Tokyo and B. You said it yourself, more and more teams beginning to kind of look over towards the Hive. That's Smiley. This is Sophia. We know how aggressive they like to get. B and Tokyo have to start watching out. Luckily, they already accumulated the Mythic and the Medallion from the Hive, so they can create distance, or at least one of them can, in no time at all.
But B, she's going to look to play this medkit first before they move out of their current boxed up position. They know high odds that this other team actually chooses to maybe play tag after them, because Sophia and Smiley, Jacob, they have been very, very frag heavy over these past couple of lobbies. And even if the fight doesn't initially open up in their favor, Smiley and Sophia, they are certainly strong enough contenders that they can turn things around in an instant. And that's why Tokyo and B, you know, approaching this very cautiously, trying to make sure that they're tackling these walls at the same time as a duo, looking to give each other supportive fire wherever possible.
It's just a tough situation to be in overall, because I think they have like less than 10 builds combined between B and Tokyo, kind of stuck in the spot. Even though they did win the fight, their opponents really didn't have anything either. Looking around, looked like Tokyo trying to find that open opportunity, missing a couple of important shots onto Smiley, but you see him keeping her head on the swivel, making sure no sneaky plays can happen. One of the minis popping off, and this is where they got to figure out where exactly those players are down below, because they started to crouch. They started to hide their visual audio that way Tokyo and B cannot continue to get aggressive, but no build. Kids are open. She gets taken down. Now there's a lot of pressure on B to survive.
And B is just completely ducking out of that fight, and for good reason. You don't want to find yourself getting eliminated this early on, even though Tokyo and B are already guaranteed for that Milk Cup LAN later on this year, Jacob. You still want a little bit of the qual prize pool money if you can get it, right? And these ladies are certainly gonna look for that bounce back, but B, she'll have to play for the material count first and then look for that reboot later on. Hopefully by then Sophia and Smiley have opted to go a different direction.
CC just still feeling confident, pushing up. Takes a little bit too much damage. They're trying to just force themselves into the box, but CC doing a good job of not only making space, but changing layers, but they're hot on the heels. They know they have this early damage. The only thing is those third-party shots are not only hitting her, but hitting the full duo down below, starting to slow things down just a little bit, but Arena is just keeping up on the chase, whether it's high ground, low ground, following every single one of these layers, and even seeing CC there on the other side as the shots continue to fire and connect onto CC. But you got to give her all the credit in the world by herself. Velcita's trying to close the distance, but taking some shots along the way, and basically keeping them on her toes as an individual.
This is part of the risk involved with splitting the responsibilities as a duo. You're trying to take these separate angles for peaks to get Surge online, but now Velcita and CC definitely much more split than what they would want to be. But Florina, Emma, they're actually the ones that need to actually take a look behind them, because CC knocking on the door. Florina gonna be forced to just try and play heal, but she can't. Emma not able to get back to her duo in time. She's going to completely leave. Just crash pad on out of there. That is a lost battle and a tough break for Emma and Blorina.
Yeah, that's just a tough situation to be in. But again, those instantaneous decisions in that moment to just play it out as a solo, knowing you cannot help, you cannot save the day. Your teammate having the trust in you, hopefully they're going to get him back. Hopefully the zone continues to push the players off the side of the mountain so that you do have a chance at that reboot card. Jumping board, Bandiment and Lena fighting near some of these gas stations. You see they're trying to use them against them as well, cause a little bit of an explosion, distract. They can try to sneak some shots through, but Lena is just trying to make sure to reinforce her position on the defensive end. And she's getting stuck for a short moment. Luckily for her, she's quick to react once more, and they're making sure, even though one of them's taking the charge of building space on the other side, that they work together as a full team.
Pandemit nearly shut down Smiley. That slight miss could come back to haunt her, but Lena, she's the one that's really got to keep an eye out for these gas station windows. Lena down to her final 18 HP. She needs her duo to come up big time here, but Panda, even though she's able to get a little bit of return fire, she's not able to actually escape. Smiley and Sophia just doing such a great job at preventing either of those ladies from getting out of here. But now, Regs, Moxie, Canary, Frantic, everybody so incredibly low, and Moxie already knocked here, Jacob. It's a clear clash of powerhouses.
And Regs knows you got to put the pressure on. There's a little bit of damage there onto Canary, but you cannot let her heal, and even gets the finish onto one. Moxie's still down below, but you see Regs. She has the Slurp Juice, the exotic Slapberry Fizz, big pots as well. Even though she got the elimination onto one, she's going back for the revive onto Moxie. Down below, Canary's now forced to make a decision. Do I grab the reboot card? Do I disengage, or do I try to fight and interrupt that revive? And then she's going to choose the latter, going toe-to-toe, one-on-one. But first, she's going to clean up onto Moxie, making it that much easier to focus on the target right in front onto Wags as they continue to trade shots back and forth.
An eye for an eye. Canary just ensuring that even if Reg survives this exchange, she's still going to have to play as a solo. She's still going to have to make a move for that reboot, and that could be enough to potentially shut down Regs' run in this lobby. But Regs, Canary, neither side willing to budge. Bit stubborn from two very prominent fraggers in this lobby, Jacob, and it really could go either direction. In fact, I'd be more surprised if a third party doesn't actually start to interfere here, and Regs might use some of that experience, competitive knowledge to just leave. She recognizes this is not worth it any longer, stuck around for entirely too long. If Canary chases me, so be it, but I can't continue to fight this close with other teams near us.
Yeah, and I like the idea of Moxie Regs. I'm not sure if they knew it was Canary and Fran or not, but that is the only way I feel like you're going to be able to pass them up on the leaderboard. They have been playing insane today. Multiple wins, second place and third place. Can you imagine saying, hey, my worst placing on the day was third? For Fran and Canary, they will not be stopped unless somebody takes matters into their own hands. And for Moxie and Regs, you kind of did it there halfway, but now you're letting Canary kind of let Fran get back into the game, and hopefully for everybody else, that's not a decision they live to regret.
I mean, maybe Nina and Vader somewhere rubbing their hands in the distance, looking at that elimination feed. Even Nat, Kitsu, Nat, and Panda, you have to remember they are also very strongly in contention for that leading spot. And placements clearly playing the biggest difference maker for so many of these ladies. Mari and AFK, very obviously something that they are after too, is a solid, consistent placement. They've had a pretty okay day. They haven't necessarily had their standout lobby just yet, Jacob, but they're still doing enough to make sure that they are staying in contention of those qual spots for LAN.
That's kind of one of the things that you could kind of use this as. We kind of talk about practice. There's not too many times you get a set finals lobby where there's money on the line, qualification spots, bragging rights is one of the best in the game right now. And so it's just like almost a whole different feel. And for Maddie and Sophie, I think they're just taking that and running. They have so much experience compared to some of the other players in this lobby, and they're already in the top 6. They have 2 games left. They're right there from even getting to that 5th place spot, which is kind of housed by Tokyo and Beam. We saw what happened. If they would have went down early, that would have made it a little bit easier. And then even Moxie and Regs is right above them, under 200 points as well. One of them is a solo running around this game. So if Maddie and Sophie play their cards right, plus you mix in the fact that some of the teams around them on the leaderboard might not be having as fruitful of a game, this could be their chance to move into the top 4.
And right now it's clear that they at least want to have a little bit of control around Rolling Blossoms Farm and kind of gutting out that building, just setting up base. They know there's going to be a handful of teams that are looking to kind of trickle through the south side edge of zone, and they want to be some of the first to apply pressure, to apply tags, just keep a hold of their rotational capabilities by refusing to let other teams be healthy near them.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
One elim. They might have got that one off spawn. Regs, I'm just trying to think, did she have a chance at the reboot card? But whether she did have a chance and Mox got taken down or not, she's still stuck in a 1v2 situation against Robin. and Neutral. They've been known to fight Kappa Kappa all day long. I don't think this fight is going to be too much different. They realize, hey, that's a point up for grabs. And I think later on, if they're able to take down Regs, they're going to realize that's a team on top of the leaderboard as Neutral and Regs both missing a crucial shot there, but neither one of them letting it phase them at all. They're still looking to play aggressive and take advantage of the situation they're in. The numbers game for Neutral and Robin is the biggest factor.
And the way that Regs is popping up right now, though, a little reminiscent of Whack-A-Mole, but Regs certainly not a competitor that's going to go down without a fight, and Regs already finding the opening knock. Robin going to be fully eliminated. It's exclusively down to Neutral to try and clutch it up, but Regs going overhead. She might just be able to fight this one back, but no, Neutral does still manage to maintain a little bit of leverage here, just managing to catch Regs at the last second. And with the reboot ban right there, Neutral and Robin now are going to have access to that Carapace medallion and all the loot that Aaron and Moxie were potentially looking to try and build back. It's just completely shut down. That is a huge blow for our leaderboard.
Yeah, you got to imagine the Mythic. I thought I saw an exotic, depending on which one that one is. I think it's the exotic Slapberry Fizz. And for them, at the edge of zone, they have the crash pads. I'm not sure they have a Flowberry. So yes, indeed, that is huge for them. And then obviously the type of materials that they're about to be able to replenish from those fallen bodies. That's a good amount of loot and a huge pick-me-up opportunity. Things seem to be going well for them on that side of the map. Nina and Vader, though, kind of flying under the radar, not necessarily getting the biggest spotlight so far, but 205 points coming into this game. Top 3 on the leaderboard, 21 eliminations, and as they currently stand, 1,100 damage above the threshold. If any game is to really put you back in the limelight, it is going to be this one.
Vader may be a little annoyed, though. Just had to burn through a handful of shield resources, getting tagged up from some teams over by the bridge, but it is all about keeping a strong position here, Jacob, especially because we know that those ladies are paying attention to this elimination feed, but Kitsy trying to do everything in her power to keep game number 5 going. This medkit will be able to buy her a little bit of time, but 56 below, damage threshold, the surge just going to begin steadily ticking away at her life unless Kitsy can come up big time, and it's just not going to be enough. Mart a little bit too prepared here with Niswi, and Niswi still in a lot of trouble though, given these search tags. Yeah, sometimes the real win along the way, Jacob, is just confidence off of securing one elimination.
Kind of wondering, like, how much HP does she have? 25 or more? Luckily, she did pop the med miss before that storm surge strike took down 25 damage, so a chance to stay alive is huge, but needs to find somebody to get damage on. There's going to be little chances to get your teammate back in, so you got to start thinking as a solo here in this situation. Sophie and Maddie, though, they do not. They have a good spot in zone. They're elevated high up off the ground, but somehow, some way, a good knock onto one before having disaster strike.
Hey, B in Tokyo, they're looking to try and turn this more heavily into their favor. Playing from backside currently, but that doesn't mean they are out by any means here. Keeping a low profile can sometimes be the way to go, Jacob, whenever you have these open field type zones. It's so easy for the lobby focus to head your direction, and that's exactly what B in Tokyo are trying to avoid right now.
Yeah, and this is almost like a drastically different endgame because exactly what you were talking about. It's kind of flat land. There might be some rivers and dips here and there, but for the most part, it is entirely different than the different mountain ranges we had to start the tournament overall. So in theory, there should be a little bit more materials going around the lobby. Maybe some more heals, crash pads in their inventory. So for some teams, you got to be able to look at a zone like this and start to prepare 2-3 steps ahead. Peeking through the cone, getting this information is going to be absolutely crucial because it's not only about what you see, it's about what you don't. Because if you know there's more teams in the lobby, but you can't see any of them, you know they're hiding somewhere.
Look at this though, Danzi, Sep, they're going to take advantage of a pre-existing surge base. I don't know if it used to belong to them, but Danzi tries to catch Sep with the floor. Unfortunately, didn't grab her in time, so Sep gonna drop down, but Danzi might still be able to save her teammate. It's tough though, Jacob, because there's definitely going to be a lot of players moving through here soon enough, and Danzi, she's gonna have to forfeit height to try and play for the revive, but playing as a duo is still a very big benefit.
Yeah, I like that decision. They were so isolated on this side of the zone because, you know, it was that 50-50. It opened up, and they were the first team there, so they know nobody's going to be on that side. They just had to worry about Daya and Yaz on the other side, and they did not know she was down, so they did not push in to get the elimination. So it's a great job for her to realize nobody was pushing over and go down for that revive. And it's almost a moot point for that high ground overall. So once again, that decision to revive is huge because even if they did have it, Taco, they would have to rotate across the zone, give it up, because that's where the zone is headed.
And it's clear they're not the only team that's kind of been struggling throughout today. Vanessa and Liz, they need this refresh. They need damage. They need materials. They need everything. But that one elimination onto Miss Duck could be that slight extension of their Game 5 run. Liz and Vanessa are two very capable contenders here, Jacob. They are ladies that have been competing for a very long time in these formats, and Vanessa, pretty highly regarded too for some of her shot calling capabilities. And now the intention is clear. They've got to probably stick to low ground because they're going to need to fight things out, but maybe they can look to get a pick off onto a team that's playing from further back in zone.
Yeah, and I like this pause here. They're not all the way in zone just yet, but they're just taking it one step at a time, not getting a little bit too greedy. Crash pads would be susceptible to so much damage, especially in these stacked zones. So on step 2, they make it all the way over there and separated from most of the teams. As we tune back into Fran, Canary is down, so Fran has a world of pressure on her shoulders. Top 21, so at least some placement points are starting to set in, but 1 HP in a dream right now, quickly turning into a nightmare because Fran gets lobby targeted and sent right back to the lobby. So if any time for Nat and Panda to try to get as close to first place as possible before game 6, it is right here, Taco. It is right now.
Okay, Kitsu, Nat, and Panda, I need you guys to not freak out right now because Nina and Vader are still hot on their heels too. This top spot on the leaderboard could very much shift a different direction depending on how this lobby plays out, Jacob. And Nat, Panda, they're just trying not to autopilot. They're trying to just keep a good stake over their current position, but way up above everybody else. Sophia and Smiley are just staring down at the entirety of the lobby, and absolutely no one, I mean nobody, is going to look up right now.
Yeah, I wonder if they took the Flowberry Fizz on top of that launch pad because they're over 1,000 meters in the air because of their early aggression. They're 1,200 damage above Surge. That isn't even in the back of their mind, let alone in their mind at all. And they're just waiting. So you see them marking on the mini-map. They're saying, hey, what if we go here, steal away the high ground? There's one team that we could try to get some damage on, and that's exactly what Nat does underneath. As Smiley and Sophia, they went ahead and made sure to reconnect on the 2 different layers. So shooting them down is not going to come easy.
An absolute finesse, though, from Smiley and Sophia to completely overtake height, and they've got plenty of ammunition to try and spray down to these lower layers. Granted, a lot of that pressure probably going to be onto Sophia since she's got that fury, but more importantly still, Sophia, Smiley just tackling separate angles, trying to prevent anybody from trying to challenge them with a crash pad. Sophia, Smiley just continuing to tarp overhead, and these low ground layers, Jacob, they're just getting so congested, so caught up with each other. Everyone's material count looking a little bit scuffed here, but it's Vader, it's Nina playing towards that front side low. They might just have enough left in the tank to completely ride this one out.
Yeah, Tokyo does have a ton of heals here in this situation. The exotic Slapberry Fizz, the med miss, a couple more med kits down below. Some would say it might be a little too early to start your heal off journey, but when you have 3 extra med kits in the back pocket, did she time it right? No! Tokyo and B go down with a bunch of extra heals outside of the zone, but Nat and Panda, they realize the opportunity that's on their hands, Taco. It looks like they're moving up. It looks like they have their eyes set on the high ground.
But Daya, she's still trying to do what she can to point this conversation back into her favor, just steadily working her way through this ultimate low ground, keeping a decent coverage overhead to prevent height from ruling them out of this one. Daya, Yaz, just continue moving forward, and Sophia, she's actually fallen down. Don't know if she was shot out or if it might have just been a circumstance of a height challenge. Either way, Yaz and Daya more than happy to try and close this one out, but it's Panda and Kitsune Nat who are able to re-establish height. They completely push Sophia and Smiley out of this one, but Yaz, Daya, so much trouble brewing for them. Without Yasmin up and healthy, Daya is going to have to put on the performance of a lifetime to take over.
Yeah, you can see Panda has no builds. Nat only has 2 left. If they win this game, Taco, I believe they might have enough to take over that first place spot on the leaderboard, but they still need to go through K down below. Velcita's going to go down. K's going to take her out. Daya is already starting her heal-off journey in the backside of the zone. 2v1 situation. Nat cleans that elimination up onto K, but how many heals does Daya have on the outside of the zone? That could be the difference maker, because I don't believe they have any on the inside.
Nat and Panda did not look like they had any sort of white healing resources, but one Chug Splash is not going to be enough to cut it. Daya completely out of options as Kitsune, Nat, and Panda steal the show here in Lobby 5, Jacob.
That was a 70-point game for Panda and Nat in Game 5 on the day. It is never too late, Taco. You should never give up, and this team is improving that to be true. I feel like they're one of the most improved teams from one main event to the next as well, just showing that practice does make perfect.
And just the way that they've chosen to stick together, you can just tell that their team chemistry is really starting to pick up with each and every lobby that they participate in. Not only that, but you love to see some Milk Cup Academy grinders finding a victory royale and putting in such a strong performance here, Jacob. Game 5 absolutely delivers between Kitsune Nat and Panda, but we have our final lobby still to come. It is anybody's race now, I think, for first place, but 20 teams also looking to solidify their spots to LAN. So Game 6, right around the corner. We'll take a quick break and then come right back.
What's up, everyone? It is I, Cute Noob, and I am the host of this very special map called Dress to Impress with Gonna Need Milk. So, Snow, what kind of, when you think streetwear, what do you think?
I'm thinking, like, if I was walking somewhere like Chicago, like a nice city, like, what would I look at on the street and say, wow, that person's cool?
Vanessa, what streetwear? Give me your thoughts.
Baggy everything. Baggy shirt, baggy jeans, and it's like chunky shoes, or you go for like a tight top, baggy jeans and chunky shoes.
How do I change my eye color?
Yeah, my eyes are pink and I don't know how to change that. Oh shoot.
What? Oh, it's over.
Okay.
That's
fast.
finished. Okay, Ava.
I don't like how I'm
Okay, hit it.
walking.
Chill, I
Let's
like
see.
that.
Can you ready for this?
Stepas, okay, cute. Makeup.
The
all
hair.
pretty.
Oh yeah.
Your eyes
I
are.
like
Oh my
it,
god,
I
your
like
makeup's so keep popping.
I know.
Oh yeah.
Okay, hit it, Nina. Okay.
Okay, Nina.
Ooh, the glasses are cute.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, the glasses
The
are too
bag.
long.
Oh my.
The
Yeah,
bag. The
wax on
bag
the
made it
bag.
all.
Okay, it's me. I'm hitting it, stomping down the aisle.
Wait, the hair
Yes.
is
Oh,
really
you see the vision?
cute.
You see the vision?
Yeah.
Wait,
I
it's-
like the one arm.
Yeah.
jacket.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my god, hello, this is me.
Ooh.
Okay, Moxie.
I said, oh my god, look at my makeup. I couldn't finish it. Wait, you can look at like over there.
Ooh.
Yep.
Just look in the back. Okay.
Yep, I like
I'm
this.
expecting 5s, okay? Like 5
Yes.
stars. Thank you.
Yes,
Bye.
yes.
Oh, okay.
Wait, this leaderboard's looking crazy.
All right, Nina. What was the inspiration here?
Baggy. Literally just
Baggy.
baggy clothes. Yeah.
What do you think when you hear the word prom? What comes to mind?
Expensive. Lots of, like, super
You're not
fancy
wrong
stuff.
there.
I'm not sure how I feel.
It's so difficult.
Yeah, that was actually
Okay,
really
so
hard.
let's see it.
Oh,
Nice.
I like it.
Oh,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, purple.
With
I
the
love the
armband?
purple.
Ooh, I like
Yeah.
Oh, everybody look
Right. All right.
Okay.
Ooh. Ooh, okay.
Ooh, I
okay.
like it.
Even
Full
got a
soft
bag.
glam.
Wait.
This is
Mhm,
cute. I love the color of the dress. Oh, it's me.
Let's go, Nina. Okay, Nina, your favorite color was green, right?
Yes.
Ooh, I like it.
Oh my
Ooh, I like the
can't emote.
hoops.
Okay, hoops.
You guys won't let me emote.
You can't emote in a dress. Very proper of us. Okay.
Oh, it's me. Stompin'. I try to make it look sparkly with the texture, but I'm not sure if it's giving.
Oh wait, the dress is
I think it's.
I see it.
really eating.
Yeah, it's giving. The pink eyes are giving.
I see the sparkle.
Oh yeah.
Don't worry.
I like the shoes too. The lace ups. Very, very nice touch.
Let me see, Moxie.
Okay, Moxie.
Okay.
Ooh.
Okay, classy.
Ooh, the
Ooh.
side with the
Very
side part hair. Wait,
classy.
I like it.
You're eating.
Let's go, girls. I'm eating. I'm slaying right now.
Okay, I'm so in awe of all of you guys that I keep forgetting to rate every single person. I'm just sitting there like, yes, good outfit. All right.
Ooh, I like that first place.
Thank you, thank you.
I like that.
Nina, what are you taking inspiration from?
Honestly, I don't know. I'm just trying to cook.
Ava, you're just slaying. Straight out slaying. Oh, give me that outfit. I'm gonna screenshot it so I can wear it in the future. I feel like you guys are gonna all nail this. This is gonna be so tough.
Ooh, it's giving Chun Li.
Ooh.
Wait, it is kind of giving
Ew.
Chun-Li.
Give us a pose. Give us a pose.
The pose won't come up. My little menu.
Oh. All right, Ava. Let's see.
Okay. Ooh,
like
the
the
earrings are cute.
Ooh.
The makeup
And
is
the
really
earrings.
cute.
Makeup.
She looks like she's
Makeup
gonna come take
beats.
over our world.
This is me.
Okay, Nina, hit it.
Guys, I tried. I tried to cook.
Ooh, the chain.
Hey, you did
Yeah,
cut.
I like the chain.
I like the chain.
I'm trying to
So
give off
cute.
evil. I'm not gonna lie.
You gave baddie? Does that count, Frankie?
Yes,
Yeah.
it does.
Okay, it's me.
The
I
way
know,
you
right?
made the boots
Forgiving
fit,
mommy.
yes.
The bob with the blue streaks. You already know it.
Oh wait.
Okay, Roxy, I kinda like it.
Oh, she has no
Let's
pants on.
go! Finally. Yeah, if I don't win, I'm just gonna quit. Dress to Impress.
All right, you guys had a blast with this one, right? But of course, we can only have 3 winners, and Ava took number 1 with the goth futuristic vibe. How do you feel being the best dressed to impress player?
I'm so honored. I could never dress myself like this in real life, so I'm taking my Fortnite dress to impress win.
Let's go. Well, I think that you would do a phenomenal job. But Nina, you were the second runner-up. How does it feel?
It feels great. I mean, I love Dress to Impress. It's super fun, and I wish I could dress myself like in real life as this. So, but it was really fun.
And Vanessa, you
I'm
were
living
up there.
vicariously through this. I don't have enough money in the world, but I would love to.
I think you guys are humbling yourselves way too much. You guys did so great. You obviously have the taste, and you have shown it here in Dress to Impress. Brought to you by Gonna Need Milk. If you guys have a glass of milk, raise it up for me. And cheers to your camera.
Cheers.
The Milk Cup main event 3 has just been delivering all day. We're nearing the end, still one more lobby left, but I feel like getting into that last lobby we just saw, there's a lot of things we thought going into it. We've seen dominance from these same teams on the day. I mean, it's all about Fran and Canaria. It's all about Regs and Moxie. But Kelly, we got to see a new contender for the crown this time around.
I love to see it. And you know, a lot of people say pandas belong in captivity. If they weren't in zoos, they would have been extinct already. But Kitsune and Panda show us just the aggression that pandas can bring right now. finally grabbing a victory royale over Regs, Moxie, as well as Fran and Canary. And honestly, they just played standard Fortnite, and sometimes that's all you need. Is just come in with a win condition at the end game, make sure that you're staying healthy, and then just play some good Fortnite, Monster.
Yeah, and you saw in the highlight there, Neutral finding Regs out, right? So, like, you would have thought they could have taken advantage of, like, Frantic and that Canary clash from early on, but unfortunately, they could not convert. So, this is what's given, obviously, Nat and Panda now a chance to kind of break away. So, really big implications starting to take place here. This is going to make it a race for the finals here in Game 6. I'm curious. This is probably the first time they found themselves in that position, right? Where now the pressure's on, and the question is, can you step up?
I am so curious about the implications, because going into it, I mean, the second, third, fourth, that was starting to get really close, and there's been one team that's really had their way. I mean, just paving the way at the top, that Frantic Canary. So heading into this, love to see how much this switches out. And again, for these teams, now that we're heading into the final lobby, Kelly, this is going to be their final opportunity to try and get the point to make any sort of difference on this leaderboard.
Man, we have 20 teams moving forward to the Milk Cup LAN at TwitchCon in October. And out of all the teams competing right now, 20 of them are looking for those tickets into that LAN. So you know that a lot of these teams that are kind of struggling right now, there's only one more game to do. They're looking at the VODs, they're talking to their friends, they're talking to their coaches. What can I do differently? It's all about survivability. Make sure that you have those heals. Make sure that you're not taking these crazy early and mid-game aggressive fights so that you run out of mats and heals too early. And I know that's so much to ask, and there's only so much you can do in a control of a game like this where there's 50 duos competing right now. But I just want, my heart just hurts for these players that are so close to making it into the LAN, and we have only just this one event left, Monster. I want them to play their hearts out right now because there's just one more game to go.
Yeah, this is very, very close. And honestly, don't count out Nina and Vader. Like 248, you saw Kitsune Panda close that gap. You saw Frantic and Canary fall early, really showing you that anything can happen. So with these three in the race right now, this is going to be a fun Series 3 conclusion. And for everyone else, if you're down at the bottom, this is your last game queue, best of luck to you. There's obviously going to be a lot of winners and a couple that are going to come short. So just keep your head up and play your best.
Just one single point between first and second, a championship title that is up for grab, and of course the final opportunity to qualify for the LAN. It's only one lobby remaining, and it's time to hop into it. So let's get to it with your casters for the final time today. It's Taco and Jacob.
Listen, ladies, regardless of the outcome, whether it's what you wanted or not, at the end of the day, Jacob, I think that we can confidently say all of these ladies are attempting to give this their best effort, and I think that this competitive experience could go a long way in the future. But we're talking about the right here, right now, and that three-way horse race for first place, Jacob. This is insanity that we are witnessing right now.
Yeah, and you got to realize, like, all three of these teams already got their spot to the LAN locked in and ready to go. So it's almost like a different kind of nerves because they realize we're all playing for first here. We all got a shot. Canary and Frantic 288, Panda and Nat 287, 1 point difference between these two teams. Then Nina and Vader 248, and that just makes it that much more interesting because if any of these teams go down early in this game, it could cost them not only first place but the thousands of dollars that go with it.
And that's the biggest thing, too, that all these ladies are looking to play for. That 8100 prize money out of the 30K total that's available for tonight's quals. But picking back up where we kind of left off in Game 5, Jacob, Simone, Alexis, some of these teams that haven't necessarily had the greatest amount of success, you have to remember, it's not just that first page of the leaderboard that's pretty tight-knit. It's also that secondary page, and Simone looking to get the party started early. This is a big elimination to find onto Kay. It doesn't appear as though Michaela or Kay were ever anticipating that they would just be immediately contested like this. And Simone, with that record revolver, is going to put down the final shot. Now it all depends on whether or not Michaela and Kay were able to acquire enough points to be one of those 20 teams for the Milk Cup LAN.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough situation because it is that stacked at the bottom of the leaderboard as well. Those 2 eliminations probably moving you up a few placements as well. And it's just going to be a back and forth battle for these teams. Danzy already knocked. Seb's quickly dropping the launch pad, trying to get out. Live the tail to tail. We can come back, revisit this situation later. We can figure out a way just to stay alive. But for Jules and Bread, they have a lot to loot up here over towards Swarmy Stash, a lot of XP to get, so they're going to be here for a good majority of that 300 seconds that the reboot card has on.
But that opening fight, Jacob, what it really tells me is that you have to expect the unexpected. And there are so many teams that look for those last-minute off-spawn contestations just to try and get every little bit of additional points possible. It is very unfortunate that we witness Kay and Michaela being on the receiving end of that, but on the other hand, you know, one team's downfall is another team's come up, and that could be everything for that Milk Cup LAN qual.
Gotta see them taking their time here. Not too much to go on there for them. They already did what they need to do by winning that fight. But for Vanessa and Liz, they continue to creep around the southern portions of the map. They see Sweet, they see Crocs, and they get a 3-2-1. Instantly Sweet does go down, and instead of just going for the knock, they're immediately trying to chase that solo player around. Crocs does drop that launch pad down, trying to go up, but only 70 HP left. Crocs is just trying to at least get out of render distance, but you can see Ama and her duo there on the other side. They just have to figure out a way to take notice, because that could be their elimination to get.
Oh no, Liz, for a moment, Jacob, I really thought that she was going to completely chase out Crocs, but Crocs able to weave enough in the air. Can't say the same though for her teammate. Sadly, Sweet will meet her demise to Vanessa and Liz, but with Crocs still up and running, there is an opportunity to play for the reboot. And regardless, Jacob, we are definitely seeing a pretty clear ramp up in the action. So many of these ladies just looking to try and control their own fates by taking these early fights that maybe the lobby might have been conditioned to not, you know, anticipating in the slightest.
Especially with so much on the line here in the last game of the day. And you kind of look at a team like Vanessa and Liz, you know, as of right now, they're around 10th place, right? But every single place above them on the leaderboard gets more and more money. And there's 2 points to start this game that separated them in 9th place. So essentially, they have just tied it up with those eliminations as Nalia, Sonu are just immediately getting aggressive. Another knock there, and I like the way a lot of these teams are doing. Instead of just trying to go and clean it up, they immediately try to put pressure onto that solo player, especially since they did get early damage. The more pressure, the less chance they have to heal as they both end up in the same box. Even with Nalia going down, they finish the job.
And Sonu will make sure that she's able to get this revive. And right there, Jacob, I think it's also very clear that some of these ladies, they're choosing to just drop in locations that they haven't been throughout these other lobbies. They're trying to use that, you know, surprise element to their advantage. And for a team like Nyla and Sonu, again, I really can't stress it enough. Every point counts at this stage because that secondary page was so tight. And we are looking at 23 teams that are currently not qualified to the Milk Cup LAN, but only 20 spots available. So it's just going to be 3 teams that will sadly not be able to join up on that battle bus. But it's still such an important competitor experience. It can definitely help with a lot of these ladies' growth in the long term.
I was about to say something right now, but then I just saw her accidentally cancel that big pot, and I'm just, oof.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate when that happens, but Sonu's already down. Nalia's just trying to create space. Good damage onto Smiley, but knowing that her teammate went down, that means there's nobody there to alleviate the pressure, nobody there to hit a little bit of bait and switch, and now Sophia does that exact thing. While Smiley's going to heal, she's trying to put the shots down, force her out of position, force her to make a mistake, and there it is. She gets taken all the way down to just a sliver of HP as Smiley hits back-to-back shots, cleaning up that elimination.
Yeah, Smiley and Sophia, I love the fact that, you know, Smiley has enough confidence that even without restoring her shield, she's still willing to take that battle because she knows that it's a 1 versus 2. She can trust Sophia to clean things up in case they don't actually go Smiley's way. But Now they're in a fringe position of the map, Jacob. They've got so much surge locked down that they can just focus on trying to bamboozle other teams with these dead side rotates.
Yeah, especially since it's already kind of hinting that it does want to pull towards the south. You see the edge just outside of Swarmy Stash. So for some teams, just like Kay and Mari, you can see they're just focusing on that rotation. They're immediately moving towards the center, all the way towards the south. Yes, they're being very, very cautious, you know, tagging up some of these bushes, looking into the distance, even taking over some of this leftover XP. And with this XP, you're going to see their rank. Currently, they're C. They're going to be able to move up to B, which is also going to get them a drop. And hopefully out of that drop, that's going to allow them to upgrade their loadout, but most importantly, the crash pads.
Ooh. Big heads up, though, from Lifa and Leah. This could be their chance to try and take control, but Zaniki, Silver, they're not gonna let this one go anytime soon. And Lifa, Leah, sadly, that will be the end of their run here in Lobby 6. It is a big resurgence of life, though, for Zaniki and Silver, though, Jacob, because they needed those elimination points, and they need to try and confirm even better placement.
And for Lifa and Leah, they're inside of the bubble as we currently stand. But unfortunately, going down this early means you just gotta wait. You gotta wait and watch. Whether you're watching the stream on a second monitor, having your eyes peeled onto that leaderboard, you're just hoping that all the teams below you on that leaderboard end up in the same position as you did. Sophia and Maddie continue their streak here, moving in from the north side of the map. You see they did hit one of those deaths. They did get some early XP, which is how they're able to get some of those crash pads due to the OXR drops when you do rank up. And they're so close to ranking up towards A again and getting a little bit more of that care package to try to bolster their loadout. But already, if you kind of look at their loadout, they're stacked as can be at this time in the game.
Yeah, but it would be so ideal if they could get one of those OXR drop pods away from the action, have a little bit more time to loot, and you won't necessarily have to worry about teams thinking, okay, we know that they've got some nice goodies, let's try and immediately challenge them for it. But Maddie, Sophiane, still playing things smart, immediately taking notice of a team way up on height. But Rin and Yanni might not have even seen that coming. Maddie and F definitely getting the reps in with practice. Some nice shots to get from a distance.
Yeah, and even though they're kind of like tagging each other throughout the map, they're almost essentially rotating parallel to one another. Unless they want to fight, they're not going to crash and end up in a box-to-box, so it's going to be these AR tags from a distance. Especially since for Maddie and Sophie, they do have that elimination plus some surge from around the map, so they're not in a pressing moment here, forced to have to engage in a fight. So they're just trying to take in this slow rotation. I said it was kind of moving towards the south. You see, and it's pulled away all the way over towards the west, where they're currently making this rotation at, which means they're going to run into very few players on this side of the map, so they can focus on getting one of those high mountains and just kind of terrorizing the lobby from the distance.
But hey, Regs, Moxie, they have not been deterred from their aggressive methods. Trying to take up a fight here now with Mani and Nia. But Mani, Nia, they want absolutely nothing to do with those two. They're going to look to just try and disengage, head a little bit deeper towards the hive. Just rotate as far away as possible from where Moxie and Regs are at. Whether they know it's Moxie and Regs, it doesn't matter. They just don't want the fight, Jacob. And for good reason. When you are inside of that bubble, you want to just play for placement. Very understandable, but Kiriyama, Malinke, they've completely cut off Zaniki and Silver. What a short-lived victory from that elimination. They just found 4 eliminations, though, for Malinke and Kiriyama, and they're still looking to chase after Silver.
Yeah, I said it. All it takes is one game. And for Ama and Malinke, this is the game that they're looking for. 108, almost max damage. Ama just taking her down. Actually almost gets taken away. Malinke actually saying, nah, you already have 3. Let me have one more of these. And you see they have some extra loot, big pots, minis, splashes if they want to get that HP up. And a lot of space on this side of the map as they currently stand. And the zone pulling in this direction means they could try to get some of the mountain ranges right behind them. They got to be careful for Jade and her duo and some of the other teams. But they're in such a good spot and have such priority over so many other teams in this lobby.
But Kiana, Karina, they've spotted out Rip Rara and Sophia. And that's going to force them to play for the safer rotate. They're going to utilize some of this natural terrain to try and be that stopgap between themselves and Riprara and Sophia. And so far, so good, Jacob. They've conserved a lot of material, and they're going to be able to enter that, you know, southeast side of zone. And Kiana Karina can maybe even look to just apply a little bit of pressure towards teams that might be boxed up on height.
And if I'm some of these teams, I start to kind of have flashbacks of game 1, game 2, where the zone did come over in this direction. So I feel like even if it does pull over mountains, like it's looking like it's already trajectorying, you should be prepared, or at least a little bit mentally, how you're going to get up the side of these mountains, how you're able to kind of late in the game when these max pulls happen, how you're going to use your crash pads, your Flowberry Fizz, because now is not the time to get caught off guard with so much at stake in the last game of the day. See Vanessa and Liz down below, Ada, Scars up above. Not getting too greedy and continue to rotate in. They're using the mountain as some natural cover, knowing they at least cannot get pushed from that side.
But Scars and Ada were definitely having a handful of tags kind of thrown their way. Vanessa, Liz, potentially even looking to try and encroach on their position on this hill face. And Liz, Vanessa, they haven't chosen to strike just yet, but even if they're trailing just behind Ada and Scars, it's still going to be a very cautious tale for both of these teams. Neither side really willing to budge just yet, but Liz, Vanessa, they've got to have some good surge locked down here, Jacob, because they are just chilling. And Moxie, Sophia, going to be eliminated here. That is a big play out of Moxie and Regs, and Smiley, I don't know, she's going to be able to dance her way out of this one. Moxie and Regs, quite possibly one of the worst duos that you could encounter as a 1 versus 2 scenario. But Tokyo B, they might be able to provide a little bit of indirect relief there for Smiley, as Moxie and Regs, they'll actually take a moment to pause and just replenish everything, max material count, all of that loot that they just got off of Sophia.
And if they can just get one more placing higher, that's like a $600 difference. Then even then, if they get up into that 3rd place off of these points, they're essentially doubling their money, as Melanie and Scare trying to do something similar for themselves, taking down Forcena, but it's only a knock. The other Forcena still somewhere around Shogun Solitude. You see it on the eastern edge, just almost outside of view. But with those eliminations, Melanie and Scare, no, not too many teams should be positioned here over at Shogun, so they're just going to take whatever scraps are going to be nearby and then begin to kind of look on over back to the rest of the map and gather the information of any teams slowly but surely trying to rotate in, whether if it's a solo or a duo, and if they feel confident enough to push.
Forcena, though, trying to recreate that hide-and-seek segment that we watched earlier on, Jacob, but she is hoping that Scare and Mel don't actually have any idea that she's just hiding in that pre-existing little surge base. I'll have to check back in to see whether or not she actually manages to survive any further from that position, but Lavish Lily, this is one of our teams that needed to qual today, Jacob. This is their last opportunity, and when you think about the fact that we are looking at pre-existing Milk Cup LAN participants, you have to imagine just what kind of desire those ladies have when they've already gotten that chance to taste that LAN environment and they want to run it back. But you have to get that placement position first.
Yeah, and this is where the mind games start to happen to some teams, not all, but as of right now, Lily and Daya, they're inside of that qualification bubble. As long as they can kind of go toe-to-toe with some of the teams below them on the leaderboard, they will be A-okay. It's just a max pull right now. It's so far across the map, and then even when you make it close by, we're starting to go up these different mountain ranges. Canyons Crossing, the mountains behind, Shogun Solitude. So it's not going to be easy just because you made it there. It's not going to just be easy because you got your spot in zone, because depending on where it pulls even after that, the 6th zone, the 7th zone, it's going to be very, very impactful on some teams' game plan.
I actually like that pause from Daya. Pop a small shield potion before taking the crash pad, just in case. Don't want to have your shields fully cracked in midair, and then worry about a team deciding to key you because they get that shield crack audio in their favor. But Riprara, Sophia, just another one of our teams inside of that qualification section of the leaderboard, and They just need to close it out, Jacob. That's all they have to do. Just have a solid final lobby, and they have accomplished everything for the Milk Cup LAN later on this year. But it is going to be a journey. You can tell even from where they were last looking up, and even this scoped out shot now of all these teams, all these ladies in the surrounding area, these elevation shifts, it's a truly wicked final zone territory.
Yeah, and I even see kind of at the very, very top of this map, I should say, is Nat and Panda. They're on that Predator's Peak, so there is a launch pad there. If they have the Flowberry Fizz, it's that much better. They're probably waiting until right now, seeing where the zone actually does pull and trying to utilize that launch pad to cover distance quickly and beat a lot of teams onto the punch, because you see everybody here on the eastern edge that try to make high ground their friend are now going to have to dip off of this high ground over towards Canyon's Crossing, and now Shoguns is going to be in play. The thing about Shoguns is there are so many different elevation changes from the water underneath all the way to the top of the mountain that you want to get there first, because once you're the last team there, so many teams have the option to look at you and try to hold you out.
The good news, though, for Neutral and Robin is that I believe that they are currently boxed over the launch pad available on this mountain span of Canyon's Crossing, so they might even be cutting off that opportunity for a lot of these teams that are trying to rotate through, which is why they're able to just consistently aim for as many tags as they have been. But you're right, Jacob. They have to join the rest of the group eventually. They can't hang out on the mountaintop forever. All these teams gotta start working their way down into this valley range, and Moxie, Regs, they want to be some of the first to try and intervene with some of these rotational pools. 842 damage above with only 3 eliminations here, Jacob. They have been getting scrappy.
Only problem I kind of see a team like this in, because they got position, like you're saying, they got loot, even extra at that. They got exotic weapons, they got legendary slurp juices, they have heal off scenario. But they need to figure out where not only Fran and Canary are at, but Panda and Nat as well. There are simply not enough points on the map for them to go toe-to-toe, and both of those teams have another good game. So if Moxie and Regs want to win this entire thing like they did in last year's stuff, they're going to have to figure out and get aggressive, and they're on the clock because there's 31 teams left alive. Placements start to set in that top 25 range.
Ooh, but look at that zone pool for Regs and Moxie, and they're already in such a set position. And Dea, absolutely horrific scenes right now for Dea and Sophiane. Dea knocked. I don't realistically see a way for Sophiane to make it to her body because Regs and Moxie know where she's at. They are just continuing to spray down, apply steady pressure, and it's going to be very problematic for Sophiane if she can't actually find an opportunity for that revive. You have to remember there are the teams already close by in the area, Vader Nina being one of them. At the moment that revive audio cue goes off, Jacob, somebody's bound to try and jump into their box.
Yeah, the best chance anybody has is you hit a launch pad, go to the back of Shoguns. If you have to get a reboot, they kind of go from there. Otherwise, it's just going to be so tough because literally this zone has every elevation the game can offer from top to bottom, right down the middle. So both of these teams, every team in this says, hey, please go south. Figure out a way to go south. Because if we go north, there's a mountain up there. Shoguns, mountain there. And then you see the mountain just south of Canyon's Crossing as well. And there's a few teams that are in the river. One of them is Fran and Canary. This could be a disaster if it goes anywhere but south.
The bigger issue that's arisen right now, though, is Pao. She can't actually break through where Frantic and Canary are at. They've got such a firm grasp of this low ground front side. But Liz, Vanessa, a little bit of pressure could go a long way here right now for Pao, at least diverting the attention from Frantic and Canary. They're trying to make sure that their back tarp stays closed off, but they might still look to play for a pre-edit. So Liz, Vanessa, they're likely going to have to shift the direction they approach from unless they just want to take this outright as a box fight. Got the fighting power to do it, but Frantic, Canary, they've been on a roll here today. And still, they have the luxury of deciding, do we risk first place or do we just play our own game? And Frantic has already made the shot call here, Jacob. Don't get caught in the congestion. Start breaking your way up this elevation.
I love the brave play coming out of Sophian, though. That was the reboot you heard off in the distance, but Maddie goes down again. Not just the knock, but the full cleanup. So Sophie's going to be once more by herself, but she's in the position for that reboot card. In theory, there should be enough time to try to make one more good attempt, but when that time does happen, so many teams are going to rotate on the way through. This is Panda and Nat. No eliminations just yet, which means that 1 point lead that Fran and Canary have is now turned into 5 because they have 4 eliminations on that side of things.
But the other end of that consideration is that Frantic Canary, they're taking much more risk by opting for being frag heavy to try and create a little bit of distance between first and second place. Panda and Nat, they just want to play tried and true to their own methods. It's worked out pretty well for them so far today. The fact that they're even in the place right now to contend for first, Jacob, it is an amazing accomplishment by these two ladies that are just much newer to the women's competitive scene here in a Fortnite. But Panda, Nat, doing a great job right now, just keeping tabs on these teams in their same layer. They're not allowing anybody to challenge them just yet.
This look, I think they got the revive onto Maddie the second time, but they instantly go down. It was Canary and Fran the entire time. Them trying to get that second reboot off, being a huge thorn in their side. Unfortunately, they're going to go down, but they do have their spot unlocked, and they did get a couple more points with the placement. Moxie and Reg still looking for any opportunity. They see the zone pulling far, but with the high ground they have right now and a crash pad on top of that, they could try to reconnect on the front side of zone. But you see them spotting out Canary. You see them spotting out Fran. They know exactly that they're there. I thought almost fall damage was going to be real, but the Flowberry Fizz coming in and saving the day just in time.
Reg still lost a decent chunk of her shield, though, and they've got teams directly underneath them looking to challenge their position. So Moxie, crash pad, straight towards frontside zone. She's trailing directly behind Canary and Frantic, but they're going to be able to hold the high ground. Panda, Nat, secondary height belongs to them, but all these other teams crashing through off the crash pads could be very unexpected. What actually challenges or shoots at you from above is Nicole not going to be able to escape too much pressure inside of this mid ground, and that'll be the end of it here in game 6. But now Jules, still another lifeline, but Moxie, Regs, we can't count them out, Jacob. They could have a 100-point clash if they're able to get a lot of eliminations here and a first place finish. Frantic Canary have to be in that top 3.
Yeah, top 19, though. This is where the placement points are going to start to set in and get even higher with each team that does fall. Top 19, only 14 placement points so far, so very light on the lobby. Plenty of time for teams to catch up to first place. Those 6 eliminations are definitely helpful, but there could be an opportunity at more. That's Nat and Panda first versus second place, but Fran and Canary, it looks like they're playing the smart game. They're choosing to not fight this fight too early and live to try it another time.
When they have that exotic Slotberry Fizz, it helps them with just choosing to fall back temporarily because it's all about this height take. Moxie, Regs trying to do what they can to prevent Frantic and Canary from having it, and Moxie, Regs still barely managing to establish control here, but the zones continue to pull over Shogun Solitude, Jacob. We're now encroaching upon Kane's Crossing, and a max pull back. That is going to be a lot of ground to cover right now. The builds so incredibly low right now for Moxie and Regs. They've got to get overhead. Moxie gonna drop a little bit of fall damage with it. Could always hit that zip line if need be, but 2 builds left. Frantic Canary hot on their heels, and Moxie, Regs, they're gonna bail with the zip line, but now they got Frantic and Canary trying to get open season shots onto them. Frantic Canary barely managing to overtake height, but now Rin, Yanni, they might even throw their names into the hat.
It's a very dangerous situation for Fran and Canary going for that high ground when there's still points for teams in second and third place to catch up. But for Yanni and Rin, 3 eliminations. They're claiming a lot of space down below where teams are just trying to float and find their way through. They're making sure the Flowberry Fizz is there just in case they have to go down the side of that mountain. But Rin, she takes a huge shot, able to get the knock, the elimination, and the siphon to keep her alive. But down goes Nat, down goes Panda. Reg, she gets another elimination from the low side of the map, but Fran and Canary still alive on top. I think that's it.
Regs knows it might just be over, but she's still doing everything she can. That fighting spirit still left to be taken out. Frantic, Canary gonna continue staying inside of the zone. Regs might just look to be the thorn in the side. She might just look to apply some tags onto where Frantic and Canary are at, but Regs now making the approach from the backside of zone. She's on height, but it's a solo on height with very limited HP. Regs had to find the refresh, but Fran's not gonna allow it. Frantic, Canary, can they do it for a third time here today, Jacob? They want to see if they can close this one out. The victory royale, Nina, Vader watching as Frantic drops down from above. Frantic gets the closing shots, and Nina and Vader, they know Frantic and Canary have likely taken this one home, Jacob.
That was big. They go back to back and Milk Cup Championships from Series 2 to Series 3. This one was just a little bit closer, but it just goes to show no matter what you throw at this team, these two ladies will never go down without a fight, and they are looking like the team to beat come LAN in October.
A very impressive accomplishment from Frantic and Canary. Cannot say congratulations enough to those two. But Jacob, we witnessed a lot of pretty intense Fortnite competitive action from tonight's women's Gonna Need Milk and event. And I think most importantly still, seeing that uprising of newer talent coming to the forefront, that was just so crazy to witness. I've got to give Kitsune and Panda their flowers.
Yeah, they definitely deserve everything. Not only them, I said it, in Series 2, they qualified in 23rd place. So what an improvement from 23rd to 2nd place. I can only imagine with another month or so left to go, the amount of practice they're going to put under their belt. But Vanessa and Liz played absolutely out of their minds as well. Tokyo and B, and that's a great team that I think Monster shouted out at the beginning of the entire tournament, and they showed up and showed out. Just congratulations to all these ladies that not only locked in their spot, but made some good money along the way.
I know for so many of these ladies, they're going to kind of be holding their breath, though, watching to see when that leaderboard updates, Jacob, whether or not they were able to have just enough left over to try and close things out to be one of those 20 teams. Because remember, we had 23 teams looking to lock down the quals for tonight's games, and only 20 of them are actually going to be able to join everyone else that's already qualified to the Gonna Need Milk Cup LAN event in TwitchCon San Diego in October. It's going to be a tough showing, but hey, I'm going to keep you guys waiting until we get back from this break to see what happens next. That's going to be it from me and Jacob. Peace out, guys. What's up, Fortnite fam? Best Taco here, and today I have a very special message. Have you ever wanted to have a space where you can compete and learn together? Well, you've come to the right place, because right now we have the Milk Cup Academy, a women-led, women-focused community presented by none other than Gonna Need Milk. And it's designed to help you grow in your gaming capabilities, build relationships with other women in the scene, and you can even learn from many of your favorite content creators and pros. So if that sounds good to you, here's 5 things you need to know to get started. Starting off with the general overview. Think of it as like your first step into organized play. The Milk Cup Academy is designed to help players of all skill level grow and just get comfortable with organized play. If that's your goal, then the Milk Cup Academy is your chance to learn the ropes in a low-pressure environment. So whether you're looking to play competitively, or if you're unsure whether comp is even right for you, the Milk Cup Academy is a great starting point for players of all caliber. Next up, the rules and format. You'll have the unique opportunity to compete and grow alongside players and have a shared experience in a community that values respect and is a judgment-free zone. So find your duo and get ready to compete in a series of women build-only scrims. Then, hang out in the Gonna Need Milk Discord to find out what other formats we may be launching later on this year. Point 3, it's growth-oriented. You can learn from the best here at the Milk Cup Academy, because there's going to be workshops, scrim replay reviews, and Q&A sessions led by experienced players, coaches, and content creators. These learning moments are built into the entire season, and they're tailored to help you grow your skills. So whether that's in-game as a pro or a casual competitor, you'll get tips along the way to help you focus on your game. Topic number 4, it's time to build your squad. And if you don't have a duo, it's no problem, because you can meet other women in the Looking for Duo Discord channel. From there, you'll have the opportunity to play together in the Milk Cup Academy scrims, or scrim events that might be hosted by other members of the community. This is a great way to meet new friends and potential teammates. Most importantly, we want you to just have fun, because when you join the Milk Cup Academy, you're joining a welcoming community. And while the primary emphasis is going to be on having fun, you might even be able to make some money along the way because there are cash prizes involved for scrims. So try it, share it with your friends, and see whether or not the Milk Cup Academy is right for you. But lastly, I want to say thank you so much again to Gonna Need Milk for creating the Milk Cup Academy in the first place and giving all of these wonderful women their chance to compete, shine, and grow together.
To see what Gonna Need Milk has built up throughout the Milk Cup, throughout all these series of competitions, has been so nice. And now with the Milk Cup Academy as well, a great opportunity for women to be able to hop into the game, be able to learn more, and be part of such a great community. While we're telling all the results from today's action, I want to talk a little bit more about the Milk Cup Academy with none other than the host of the first broadcasted event. We have Miss Ash Rocks. Ash, hello. First off, I have to ask how you're enjoying today's Milk Cup because we have had insane action.
I say this every time. I just wish I was as good as them. They're all so good. They inspire me to get better. And I'm just floored by their skills. I love watching the games.
You and me both have to hop into the Milk Cup Academy, get a part of these scrims, because yeah, I could not do what those ladies do out there. That is for sure.
Never.
But right? They're so good. But let's talk about the Milk Cup Academy, especially too, the CD scrims, everything else. And I know they've been having broadcasts for it as well, which you got to be a part of. So how was hosting your first ever tournament?
Actually, Sierra, let me tell you, that was my first time hosting an event, period. So I'm usually a caster and analyzing, but it was an amazing experience. I'm always grateful to work with Radiant, Milk Cup, and doing anything Fortnite. It was an incredible experience. Production took care of me. Everything ran smoothly. And it feels good to host events because you are running a show. You get to ask the questions. You get to get creative. You can change the run of shows sometimes. And just have fun with it. I love just being in charge of everything in that sense, being the face of just hosting the tournament overall and introducing all these lovely ladies and femmes that get to compete. It's so fun.
It is so fun. My favorite part is being able to talk to awesome people. So I'm glad to have the opportunity to talk to you now. So yeah, and I got to know then, with going from casting to then all of a sudden hosting, like, how do you get in the zone before a broadcast too? Because as fun as it is, like, yeah, you're running that show.
Absolutely. I love to blast music in my ears, put on my makeup, feel good about myself, and drink strawberry milk. Okay? Specifically, strawberry milk. It has to be strawberry. It can't be chocolate, can't be plain, has to be strawberry milk.
You know what? I respect it. Strawberry milk is really good. I'm still good at my chocolate, but strawberry milk does slap. That's good answer.
Yes.
Good answer there.
You got to do chocolate and strawberry. Thank me later.
Wow. Okay. Now you just blew my mind. Okay. Definitely going to have to try that. We got to talk about the Milk Academy though. Specifically too, especially with this growth of players, like what excites you personally about the Milk Cup Academy and everything there?
I just love the initiative overall. We don't have anybody doing this for ladies and femmes in the Fortnite scene. And I hope the Milk Cup expands to other games as well, because this is something special. We get to have the Academy this year, so anyone can join and learn from each other. And it's a safe space for women and femmes to just have fun, learn from each other. You get to do VOD reviews together. I am in all of the discords with the girls and they just root for each other. They're always saying, oh my gosh, that was a good play. Oh, you can learn this way, try this way. It's such a safe space, and it inspires me to keep supporting this initiative and spreading the word about it, because these women have skills, okay? And they deserve the spotlight.
They do. And I love when you're speaking of that community, when they're all cheering each other on and everything. And I feel like we get to see that for the Milk Academy for all aspects of it. I know you recently did a Q&A for people in the Milk Cup Academy, talk about, getting into this, getting into even content creating and on-air talent. And I want to know if there was any advice that was your favorite to kind of pass along, to even share now to anyone watching wanting the same.
Absolutely. please be yourself. You don't need to be anybody else. Be you, because there's no other person like you. Have fun, learn from others, get inspired, try new things. And at the end of the day, you love yourself the most, and put that love into your passions all the time and just have fun with it. I mean, all these years of content creating, I've been content creating since 2016 December. I have grown in so many different paths of my journey, but I feel as if you can really just build your community authentically by being yourself, and you will have those opportunities. Period.
Love that answer. I feel like that is such a good piece of advice that maybe people don't hear as much as they need to. So, I
Yeah.
mean, you're definitely have to inspiring people right now. And last but not least, I have to ask, like, what's next for the Milk Academy? I know there's a scrim coming up soon.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. There is a scrim coming up soon. You know what? Milk Cup, should I play in the academy? Honestly, that's my question right now. Should I play? Because I'm thinking about it.
I think you should. I think, you know what,
think
you're
so?
crushing it in all aspects. You got content creation, caster
Yeah.
extraordinaire, now host. We need to see the player art.
Yeah.
But
Yes.
as for us,
But yeah, we do have our next scrim, which is awesome. And it's going to be a 0 build event, correct?
Ooh. So yeah, that'll be a good time.
Mhm.
But as for us, it has been so much fun talking to you, but we have to talk about our other players. But Ash, thank you
Yes.
so much for chatting. Cannot wait to see you whether you're playing or hosting in the Milk Cup Academy. So thank you so much for your time. Have a good rest of your night, okay?
Thank you. You too. Mwah. Bye.
So sweet. Every interaction I have with anyone for the Milk Cup Academy has just been absolutely so wholesome. And the Milk Cup Academy, I feel like this is where it can really start for some of our players going on forward. But some of our players, I mean, Kelly, it has been an insane day of competition so far. That end game at the very end, and it just goes back to the same duo we've been talking about all along with Fran and Canary. Oh my goodness.
But to also have it be not just Fran and Canary, but going up against Nina and Vader in a 2v2. Nina and Vader have been, you know, the dominant force in the Milk Cup and Women of the Arena scene for so long. So having this Can and Fran versus Nina and Vader, I love it. That's the end games that I want to see. It gets me so excited and ready for the Milk Cup LAN that's happening in just over a month. My gosh, it's happening so soon. And it's so exciting. And I'm building it up right now because I know that we have the leaderboard coming. And Monster, I don't know about you, but I actually don't know who came out on top. It was so close in the final moments.
Yeah, I think that was the victory lap, to say the least. But you got to give a lot of credit to just Panda and Nat, all right, who popped off, played very well, had a true fighting chance there, kind of taking things all the way through to the end. Sophia and Smiley as well. You see the highlights coming through here, just as we kind of recap for a moment. That's a team that's definitely popped off overall today. Had a lot of opportunity to go and just show us why they're someone to continue to be looked out for. So I think as we get closer and closer to LAN, we start thinking about, okay, what goes into these in-person type games, you know, the pressures. It's going to come down to who has the experience, and we definitely know there's a few that have been in these types of settings before, but there's going to be a lot of new folks for the first time setting foot in person and trying their best for competition.
And to be able to see how much of a step up from these duos, from these ladies, to then know that this is just still a stepping stone on their way to the LAN, I think is just so inspiring. I think that the level of competition has leveled up so much, and it's been so exciting to see. But Kelly, as much as there's been a fight for the top of the points, everywhere else on the leaderboard, like, players have been fighting it out through great competition today. We have to give them the props as well.
100%. We had 20 teams move forward into the Milk Cup LAN today. So a lot of these teams that we haven't necessarily been able to give their flowers to them are going to be finding themselves going to the big in-person event. And I'm so excited to meet all these ladies. I got to meet them at the last event that we had. I believe it was at LA Comic Con or something like that. And just the amount, we already talk about like the camaraderie in the event for the Milk Cup, but in person, it is just so electric to see everyone just in such good like mood, good vibes, sharing the love and everything. Literally, you watch someone win a victory royale and all the girls are jumping up from their seats and rushing over to hug them. That to me is what the Milk Cup is all about. And now that we have finally found all 50 of our duos that are going to be moving forward, Monster, this is what it's about. Who is in first place?
Yeah, that big money we already know is going Frantic and Canary's way for sure there. You can see the big points up at the top. Kitsune and Panda came so close though, but Frantic and Canary came through, put on those clutch shoes, and just walked their way through to the very finish line there. And you know what? They did it in strong fashion. They closed it out in a win, and that's just the undoubtable best way to go back to back now in these main events. These are big tournaments in their own. There's a lot of money on the line. And this is just, again, setting the foundation for them. So another notch under the belt for Frantic and Canary.
And I mean, to see this as a continuation of what they've built up throughout the year has been amazing. Fran was talking about having not won a women's event until that Series 2 win. To then have that back-to-back, I think is really good. And to see this duo and just this dominance starting from the top of day, Kelly, to be able to end off in this fashion, like they have to be in high spirits with the LAN Championships coming up.
You know, I'd like to say that they've set our expectations, but let's be honest, they've set our expectations. Frantic representing one of the biggest organizations in Fortnite right now. Xset also representing Moxie and Rez. And you know that this org has to feel so proud of all of their competitors that are going to be making their way into the LAN. But Frantic and Canary, I mean, there is a reason why everyone calls Canary the female Peterbot. She is just absolutely devastating on the island. She is able to get so many eliminations, but also keep a cool head, which is such a big part of the competition. To have her joined by Fran, who has just so much experience, and although she's only won her first women's event the last event, you can tell that she just has such a good understanding of the game. The combination of these two just excites me so much, Monster, for the LAN event we have coming up.
Yeah, and the hard work, the practice, like Frantic's putting in the work, Canary's putting in the work. All these players have been showing up week in and week out into the Xset scrims as well. So just all types of competition happening here. And you know what? They're razor sharp. They've come up almost out of nowhere, it feels like, this year, entering into this Milk Cup arena, into this track, and they're popping off, and they're definitely dominating right now.
They really are. And if they're just going to be elevating even more into the LAN Championships, I cannot wait to see the run continue there. As for us, Kelly, Monster, it's time for me to say goodbye to you two. You two have been great on the day. I will miss you. I'll see you right after this interview, but thank you all so much for everything. As for us, chat, we have an interview with none other than Frantic on the line to chat everything about today and being a champion yet again. Fran, I feel like we just talked. I mean, you won Series 2, now winner of Series 3, the back-to-back. Like, how does that feel?
I mean, it feels great, honestly. Coming off from just winning my first event to back-to-back is just, like, insane.
And it was a dominance that we got to see starting really early on into the day. And I know before you talked about that work you've been putting in, but you had 3 victory royales on the day. Like, how do you feel about your own level of play, especially since you have been putting in that work and being able to see it pay off?
I'm honestly really proud of the both of us. We've been putting in so much work, and for us to just, like, we just came out with a lot of firepower. And once we won that first game, like, I just knew we were going to win the whole thing at that point. It's exactly what we did last time. I had the same feeling, and I just knew, like, we're the best in the lobby. We've been working for it. We've been doing everything we can. So, like, there's no way to lose.
I mean, there was definitely a couple teams that were coming after you. After that 5th lobby, it was just a 1-point difference with, I mean, other teams trying to vie for that crown. So then heading into that 6th lobby, does it then get in your head? Do you feel like you need to switch anything up, or still full confidence, stick with your game and you got this?
No, just stick with our game and we got this. I think we played almost like perfect. There's definitely a little bit of pressure going into the last game, but like they say, pressure makes diamonds. So, I mean, we just stuck to our game and did the same thing we always do.
And now with eyes on that LAN Championships, how confident are you feeling heading into that? Like, talk to me through that, because that's going to be in person on stage. Like, that's a different environment.
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely confident with our own skills and like our duo chemistry that we have together. We definitely have some stuff to work on and change, and some strats to make before the LAN, because it is a different environment and it's gonna be crazy, and we have both played on LAN before, so we have a little bit of experience, but we're definitely gonna have to put in a lot of work.
I mean, the work you've put in so far has definitely paid off, so I'm definitely think you guys are more than capable of it. And last but not least, I know we have talked last time about Milk's initiative supporting women in gaming, but I want to talk about that on a broader scale and how that's elevated the competition, because these lobbies, being able to see the level of competition the whole playing field is at, like, how have you experienced being able to put in that extra work and see others do the same?
I mean, it's awesome. Myself and Exet, we've been hosting scrims weekly, and we see a bunch of new faces placing at the top of the leaderboard every single day. Even like today, I think second place, I don't want to say their name wrong, I think Nat and Panda. I mean, they came out of nowhere, and that's because they were given this opportunity to grind and practice and probably meet each other through this. Like, so it's just amazing to see other girls and new faces like accomplish things, and like it's just so cool to see. I don't know, I'm just happy for them.
It's been really nice to see the scene and how it grows, and really nice to see just you and Canary have this absolute pop off. And I'll let you go celebrate everything else, but thank you so much for your time, and congrats on the second win.
Thank you so much. Have a good night.
You as well. I mean, being able to see another victory for Rancic and Canary just seems to make sense, and so excited, and wishing them the best of luck going on into the LAN Championships. That's going to be the next stop, and absolutely cannot wait. But if you're still vying for a little bit more Fortnite action, make sure to join the Gonna Need Milk Discord. There's exclusive giveaways, there's game nights, and there's more. And maybe the opportunity to find yourself a duo. As for us, the Milk Cup continues. The next stop going to be at the LAN Championships at TwitchCon. Thank you all so much for tuning in, supporting our players. Drink some milk, and we'll see you soon.